Our story begins in the glittering heart of modern-day Seoul. Inside a lavish penthouse, a television screen glows, breaking the silence. A newsflash cuts through the quiet night. After a grueling 1-3-hour meeting, a decision has finally been reached. The next chairman of the mighty Samjeon Group is none other than director John Seong-guk. And as he watches his own victory unfold, a smug, satisfied smirk plays on his lips. He can't hold it back any longer, letting out a wild, triumphant laugh. Yes, praise him more, for he is the new king of Samjeon Group. He thinks back on the endless struggle, the brutal studies, and keeping his useless siblings in check, cleaning up his uncle's messes. Even enduring an arranged marriage, he's played the game perfectly. He'd even crafted the perfect public image, the most likable Chaebol heir, a man of the people. He savors his victory with a glass of wine, feeling it's only natural that he now owns Samjeon. With a new owner comes a new era, and he's ready to sweep away all the old filth. His first order of business? A gleeful, devilish plan to kick out all of his rivals' underlings. But just as his victory high peaks, a sharp, crushing pain seizes his chest, sending wine spilling everywhere. He gasps, his smug expression melting into pure, unadulterated shock. Collapsing to the floor, he clutches his heart, unable to breathe as blood pools from his mouth. His desperate eyes fall upon a portrait on the wall, and a chilling thought begins to form. It's his grandfather, the founder of Samjeon Group, who famously died of a heart attack. No, it can't be, he thinks, reaching out in denial. He refuses to succumb to the same fate. Suddenly, his world fades to the sound of a baby crying, and a gentle voice trying to soothe it. A vision flashes before his eyes. A happy couple, holding a newborn child they call their precious Kukugi. But the baby's eyes are wide with his own adult terror. What is this? What's happening? His consciousness screams in pure, unadulterated panic as he sees these strangers doting on him. The world solidifies around him, not into a lavish mansion, but a humble, unfamiliar home. He tries to move, but his limbs are small and chubby, the limbs of an infant. His mouth is plugged with a pacifier, his body swaddled and helpless. A woman's face looms over him, cooing about how adorable her little Seong-guk is. She's Kim So-young, his new mother, and she thinks he's the most handsome baby in the world. And beside her stands his new father, Jeon Ji-sung, agreeing that he's cuter than any celebrity's child. His new parents admire how handsome their little Seong-guk is, completely oblivious to his inner turmoil. On the outside, he's just a gurgling, happy baby. But inside, his mind is screaming, good? This is the opposite of good. With a surge of fury, he spits his pacifier out, shocking his new father. The frustration is overwhelming, and all he can do is wail like the infant he's become. Where did his perfect body go? His physique, honed to perfection, now reduced to this stubby form. He was Jeon Seong-guk, the king of Samjeon, a man with a perfect life and immense power. And now he's trapped in this. He's been reborn as the son of a poor young couple from an orphanage, with absolutely nothing. Just moments ago, he was about to drink a 1,000,001 bottle of wine. And now this is his life. His new mother's voice cuts through his despair, announcing it's time to eat. He scoffs internally. Is she seriously offering him this cheap, disgusting formula? But as the bottle nears, his infant body betrays him, drooling in anticipation. Against his will, pure instinct takes over, and he starts chugging it down desperately. His parents are overjoyed, praising what a good boy their little Seong-guk is. The father even leans in for a kiss, and Seong-guk recoils. How disgusting! He flashes back to his past life, collapsing at his peak, only to be reborn into this nightmare. But the hardest thing to adapt to isn't the weak body, it's these two people. They're so overly friendly, so affectionate, it's just cringy. He's never experienced this before, this strange, uncomfortable feeling of having parents. In his past life, Jeon Seong-guk never truly knew the warmth of a family. His original parents were just shadows, cold and distant. His mother would simply state she was going to work, leaving him with his duties. His father would burden him with responsibility, telling him to take care of his siblings. And his younger brother, Taeguk, would just stare back with a sinister, mocking grin. The memory is so jarring he gasps, snapping back to his helpless infant body. His new parents peer over him, wondering if he's getting sleepy after his meal. Sleepy? How could he possibly be sleepy after reliving that nightmare? But his body betrays him once again, succumbing to the second thing a baby can't resist: sleep. As he drifts off, his mind seethes with frustration. Just wait until I wake up. While their son sleeps, his new father tells his wife she should rest too. He insists she relax, reminding her she has to work soon. To help her unwind, he casually flicks on the television, but the screen flashes to life with breaking news. A bribery scandal involving the Samjeon Group. Allegations have been raised against Chairman Jeon Ju-shin, who is now under investigation. The moment the chairman's face appears on screen, the baby's eyes fly open in utter shock. He bolts upright, a physically impossible feat, catching his mother completely off guard. She can only stare, stammering to her husband about what just happened. But inside his mind, Seong-guk is screaming. That man on the screen, that's his grandfather. While his parents marvel at their genius baby, he's just discovered who he's been reborn as. The man on the news, Chairman John Jushin, is being wheeled away amidst a media frenzy. Seong-guk can't believe his eyes. This is ridiculous, that's his late grandfather. The stern, familiar face on the screen confirms the impossible truth. Propelled by the shock, he begins to crawl, leaving his mother speechless in the background. The memories come flooding back. He remembers this moment perfectly. It all happened in his past life, the year he turned 10. His grandfather was caught in a massive bribery scandal, and their rivals seized the chance to tear Samjeon down. This was the event that taught him the world's most important lesson. Money is power, and connections are everything. The naive dream of getting rich by saving up is a fantasy for fools. But his new parents are just overjoyed, celebrating their genius son's first crawl, completely unaware of the corporate shark in their living room. He remembers it all so clearly, the day his grandfather made a 10-year-old him push his wheelchair before the prosecution. It was a calculated performance for the cameras, a play for public sympathy, but for him, it was his grand debut. The day he announced to the world that John Seong-guk was the true successor to his father and grandfather. But then there was him, John Tae-guk. Just the thought of his foolish, greedy little brother is enough to make him sick. That arrogant brat who spent his life trying to take his place, only to end up a drug-addled failure. But as he grips the windowsill, a horrifying thought dawns on him. The problem isn't that he's a baby, or that he's gone back in time. His new parents call his name, completely oblivious. The real problem is that his fate, his position, everything he worked for is about to be stolen from him. And as the night deepens, his name echoes in a house that holds none of his former glory. His new mother tries to offer him some apple juice, but he has no time for such childish things, slapping the spoon away. He's busy, and he makes it clear. Do not interrupt me. His mother, Kim So-young, is left trembling, completely bewildered by her son's behavior. Just then, his father John Ji-seong arrives home, cheerfully announcing he brought leftover meat from his restaurant job. But his wife grabs his arm, her voice laced with panic. She can only point, trying to show him what's wrong with their son. Little Seong-guk is still glued to the television, intensely watching the news. She explains that he cries if they turn it off, but the father just smiles, thinking he can handle it. He sneaks up behind his son, ready to scoop him up for some playtime, but his hand is caught in a grip of impossible strength, stopping him dead in his tracks. A wave of pure, unadulterated fury radiates from the baby, his silent command to turn the TV back on, freezing his father in place. The man is left utterly defeated, realizing he just lost a battle of wills to an infant, while Seong-guk fumes, having no time for such nonsense. He's on a mission, his mind racing to gather as much useful information as possible in this helpless state. He needs intel on the current situation, on his grandfather, and on the rival Simian group. Most importantly, he has to find a way to return to his original body before he loses everything. But his intense focus is broken as his mother's hand decisively clicks the power button off. She scoops him up, her voice firm, telling him he hasn't eaten all day and needs to rest. Trapped in her arms, Seong-guk can only let out a frustrated cry, his plans grinding to a halt. He squirms and wails, his mind screaming for them to let him go. But his tiny body won't obey. Deep inside, the ruthless chairman seethes, recalling how desperately he fought to become Samjeon's successor, refusing to let it all be stolen by his cousin. His mind screams in silent desperation. He has to get his place back, no matter what. But his mother just sees a fussy baby, gently telling him it's time to rest for today. She pats his back, promising he can watch more news tomorrow, and his protests die down. A horrifying realization dawns on him. This baby body is changing his mind, making his thoughts shorter and his emotions wild. And worse, the simple comfort of being held by his mother is lulling him to sleep against his will. The chairman's iron will finally breaks, and his eyes flutter shut. His father, Ji-seong, walks in to find them, sympathizing with his wife over their son's difficult day. But So-young's expression is clouded with a deeper concern for their child. She explains that Seong-guk is nearly a year old but still hasn't spoken a word, only staring intently at the news. She confesses her fear that she's failing as a mother, as her husband looks on, deeply troubled. Ji-seong holds his family close, reassuring his wife that their love is all their son needs to grow up well. But a few days later, Seong-guk wakes up with a single, soul-crushing thought. He is screwed. Utterly and completely screwed. He spent days trying to secretly watch the news, fighting his infant body, but learned nothing of value. The world continues to turn without him, while he remains trapped, helpless. He lets out a sigh of pure defeat just as his mother, So Young, enters the room. She's surprised he's not demanding the news, not realizing the former chairman has simply given up. Deciding he needs fresh air, she suggests a walk and scoops him into her arms. A trip to the market to buy groceries and look at flowers is on the agenda. And just like that, he's strapped to her chest and brought out into the bright world, a prisoner of his new life. Just as they're leaving, they run into a woman So Young warmly greets as Miss Landlord. The landlord observes that they're leaving a bit late today. With a stoic expression, she gives a curt farewell and walks away as So Young cheerfully wishes her a good day. Seong-guk is genuinely surprised the owner of this building is So Young. His mother, however, is already on a mission, carrying him towards the bustling market. They arrive, and So Young's face lights up at the sights and sounds. She gets excited about a sale on bean sprouts, not noticing their landlord is also shopping nearby. As Seong-guk internally complains about his formula-only diet, a sudden, sharp clatter echoes from above. His eyes snap upward in alarm as something starts to plummet from the construction scaffolding overhead. His mind reels in absolute shock as time seems to slow down. In a flash, his mother spins around, her body instinctively moving to cover him. She screams his name, bracing for the brutal impact from above. A sickening crash resounds as people shout for the woman from room 107 to stay with them. The landlord rushes over, crying out in horror at the sight of So Young collapsed on the ground. Bloodied and dazed, So Young's vision blurs as she whispers her son's name. With her last bit of strength, she promises to protect him, her arm still curled around his small body. His tiny hand reaches out, trembling near a growing pool of his mother's blood. Trapped in a baby's body, the former chairman can only scream internally for his mother not to die. Paramedics finally arrive, rushing the emergency patient onto a stretcher and away from the scene. In the emergency room, the report is grim: a severe head injury from falling construction materials. The doctor prepares for surgery, but a flicker of concern crosses her face. There's more to this case. Sometime later, consciousness finally returns to Kim So Young. Her husband, Ji Seong, is right by her side, his voice cracking with relief as he calls out her name. He gently helps her sit up, but she's dazed and confused, asking where she is. Suddenly, memory and panic flood her senses. Seong-guk, where is her son? Ji Seong's face is heavy with emotion as he tries to explain what happened. He tells her that their son is right here, safe and sound. He lifts the baby, explaining that thanks to her sacrifice, Seong-guk is fine but was terrified to see her get hurt. Forgetting her own pain, So Young reaches for her son, telling him it's okay, that mommy isn't hurt at all. She holds him close, whispering that all that matters is that her little Seong-guk is safe. For the reborn chairman, this raw, unconditional love is something he's never known. The dam of his carefully controlled emotions finally breaks, and he begins to wail. Ji Seong watches them, explaining how their son was absolutely terrified to see her hurt. He gently scolds his wife, asking if she ever considered what they would do if they had truly lost her. But for now, it's a moment of pure, tearful relief for the reunited family. As things calm down, So Young's sharp eyes notice their surroundings, a very expensive-looking private room. Her husband immediately gets flustered, trying to find the right words for his little secret. He stammers that the doctors insisted she needed complete and total rest. And then comes the real reason. The orders were for strict bed rest, specifically for pregnant women. So Young is completely flustered by the news, but her husband just tells her to focus on resting for a week. The family shares a tender moment, basking in the warm glow of the sunset. But their peaceful time is cut short by a knock at the door. A nurse peeks in, gently reminding them that visiting hours are almost over for the day. Ji Seong promises to return tomorrow, while his wife asks him to take good care of their son. And so, father and son leave the hospital for the night. Ji Seong holds Seong-guk close, smiling as he says it's time to head home. But then he stops, looking down at his worn-out shoes, muttering about the bus fare. Seong-guk's eyes narrow in disbelief. Are they seriously going to walk because they can't afford a bus? The former chairman is absolutely appalled. What kind of miserable household can't even pay for a bus ride home? But as he reflects, he realizes this new life has a father who works tirelessly for his family, and a mother who literally risked her own life to bring him into this world. A quiet realization dawns on him, and he lets out his first sound, a simple, "Ah-boo." Ji Seong freezes, his heart pounding as the baby in his arms calls out, clear as day, "Dad." He can't believe it. His son just said his first word. In that moment, Seong-guk finally accepts it. These people are his family now. A week flies by, and the family prepares a small, humble celebration at home. It's a welcome party for So Young, finally discharged and back with her family. And for the occasion, Seong-guk has been dressed up in a traditional outfit, looking utterly unimpressed. His parents, however, are completely losing their minds, snapping photos and fawning over how cute he is. The former chairman can only sit there stoically, enduring the endless praise with a silent, weary sigh. The former chairman lets out a long, suffering sigh, his patience wearing thin. Internally, he's screaming. A celebration? Now? Are they insane? They struggled to pay hospital bills, saving every last penny on bus fare. His old self would have flipped the table, scolding them for such a foolish waste. But then, looking into their eyes, something inside him finally clicks. Hes witnessing a love that money could never buy, a devotion has never known. And for the first time, he genuinely smiles, reaching out to his new family. Yet, even as he enjoys the moment, a new resolve hardens in his gaze. He realizes his parents, bless their hearts, have no idea how to escape poverty. And with the massive IMF financial crisis just around the corner, he has to be the one to save them. Just as Seong-guk is getting comfortable, a sudden knock echoes through their small home. His mother answers the door, surprised to see their landlord, Kim Mi-young. The landlord says she heard So-young was discharged, but she's really here with an idea. She takes one look at the baby and declares he has what it takes to be a child actor. And just like that, the seed of a new plan is planted, leading them to a massive studio building. A huge banner hangs overhead, advertising open auditions for the next generation of child stars. So-young arrives with Seong-guk strapped to her chest, completely intimidated by the venue. The baby, however, gives the place a critical once-over, thinking it looks decent enough for his debut. His mother starts to panic, worrying they came all this way for nothing, but he scoffs at her doubt. This isn't a waste of time. For him, this is a golden opportunity, and he urges her to head inside. It all started a few days ago, when the landlord first dropped the bombshell idea. A child actor? She explained her company was casting for a huge conglomerate's TV commercial. With a sharp, calculating gaze, she sized up the baby. She declared him good-looking, with a clear spark of talent. And now, standing before the elevators, So-young is completely overwhelmed by the other hopeful families. She's practically vibrating with anxiety, but the baby in her arms is perfectly, almost unnervingly, calm. He scoffs internally. Some people are just meant to succeed, and he is one of them. This isn't just an audition, this is his chance. A downpour of money waiting to be claimed. After all, he's been surrounded by cameras since he was a child in his past life. He'd mastered the camera work and makeup, earning the title of a chaebol who could pass for an actor. He's practically shaking with greedy confidence, already planning to crush this audition and take all the prize money. With that capital, he'll start reinvesting immediately. But just as the elevator arrives, his mother freezes, completely paralyzed by the crowd, and he can't believe his eyes. She stammers an apology, letting another family go first, much to his silent, seething rage. The other mother smugly tells them to stay out of her way as the doors close, leaving them in the dust. So-young tries to soothe him, completely misinterpreting his boardroom-level fury for a simple baby tantrum. The rival grandmother fawns over her little young master, Jae-hui, but Seong-guk is having none of it. But the rival mother's face darkens, her eyes narrowing with suspicion. She whips around, accusing So-young of trying to scope out the competition. A sinister aura flares around her as she declares that her Jae-hui will win, no matter what they try. A boardroom-level fury erupts from Seong-guk, the spirit of a tiger roaring behind him. The rival mother flinches, completely baffled by the sheer intensity in a baby's glare. She scoffs to herself, judging them as just another rich family with a servant nanny. But as they step into the next elevator, a dark aura surrounds So-young, who vows to utterly destroy them in the audition. Soon enough, they arrive on the professional set, with cameras and stage lights at the ready. The first contestant, a little girl, is already being directed by the crew. So-young thinks it looks difficult, but from Seong-guk's perspective, this is child's play. He coolly assesses the situation. It's just a simple camera test, nothing more. They're just checking for screen presence and the ability to follow basic directions. But for a normal kid, the hot lights and unfamiliar setting are an ordeal, and the first contestant is already starting to wilt. The staff calls up the next contestant, child number 10, Lee Jae-hui. The arrogant mother from the elevator is immediately recognized as the wife of the Daeokpung Paper CEO. Seong-guk's ears perk up. He knows that name, so that's who she is. He recalls them as a minor business, a subcontractor to one of his own company's subcontractors. Unaware of his thoughts, the mother glares with competitive fire, ready for her son to dominate. Her baby, Jae-hui, is placed on set as the director tries to coax a performance out of him. All they ask for is a simple smile, but the poor kid just stares, overwhelmed by the bright lights. From the side, his mother and grandmother begin to panic, frantically trying to get him to smile. But the pressure is too much, and the boy breaks down into tears as Seong-guk and his mother watch. The director calmly states they can't continue, but the mother snaps back, insisting her son will stop crying any second. The rival mother desperately argues for more time, but her pleas are cut short, as the staff calls for the next contestant, Jeon Seong-guk. The director looks utterly exhausted by her theatrics. He calmly instructs his assistant to escort the disruptive mother and her child outside, so they can calm down. She trembles with silent rage, humiliated and furious at being dismissed. With perfect timing, the staff calls out Seong-guk's name again, and his mother proudly steps forward. Seong-guk is placed on the floor, the stage now his. The judges give him a welcoming smile, announcing that his audition will now begin. His mother watches with a gentle, hopeful expression, believing in her son, but the rival mother shoves her way to the front, rudely pushing past So Young to watch. Seong-guk meets her spiteful gaze with a chilling smirk, promising to show her exactly how it's done. With a single, adorable smile, Seong-guk turns on the charm, completely captivating the room. The director's heart skips a beat. He frantically tells his crew to get the camera rolling. He barks out orders, demanding they capture every single angle of this perfect performance. Seong-guk follows every instruction flawlessly, striking cute poses and using props like a seasoned pro. The director can only breathe out one word, sweat beading on his forehead. Amazing. Watching from the side, the rival mother's face darkens. A horrifying thought dawning on her: this child is a genius. The staff are in unanimous agreement they have to recruit him on the spot, immediately. Held in his mother's arms, Seong-guk smirks, while So Young is just baffled by the praise. Wasting no time, the director strides purposefully toward them. He extends a hand, introducing himself with a beaming smile as Director Kwak Juna. He's so eager he practically begs So Young to sign a contract on the spot, asking for any conditions. But she's still in a daze, cautiously asking if her son really has that much talent. The director pulls himself together, admitting he got carried away by the boy's overflowing potential. He explains that Seong-guk wasn't just a natural, he responded to every direction flawlessly. It was as if he understood everything, which, of course, Seong-guk smugly knows he did. Beaming, the director says he's genuinely looking forward to their future collaboration, but his heartfelt pitch is suddenly shattered by a furious shriek from across the room. The rival mother is having a full-blown meltdown, screaming that the final audition hasn't even happened. She furiously declares that she won't accept anyone but her son as the winner. And with that, the stage is set for the final showdown, Jeon Seong-guk versus Lee Jae. The families are ushered into a waiting room, but the rival mother is already seething. Kim So-young can't help but feel annoyed by the woman's obvious hostility. Still, she's bursting with pride, telling Seong-guk he was a finalist among so many clever kids. He just beams back, thinking to himself, "Of course I was." But So-young's celebration is cut short by a sudden wave of nausea. The rival's grandmother notices her distress and offers to hold Seong-guk so she can use the restroom. A bit surprised, So-young agrees and hands him over before rushing off. The grandmother holds both babies, remarking to herself how truly special Seong-guk seems. But that simple praise is the final straw for her daughter, who erupts in a venomous aura. She unleashes her fury, screaming at her own mother for daring to compare her perfect son to that child. The grandmother shrinks back as her daughter threatens her, asking if she wants to be fired. Held right there, Seong-guk's face twists with rage, absolutely livid at the woman's disrespect. He clenches his tiny fist, wishing he could just smack some sense into her as her own son begins to wail. But before the meltdown can continue, an assistant director quietly interrupts the scene. He was actually looking for them, specifically for the guardian of Jeon Seong-guk. Seong-guk listens intently, his anger momentarily replaced by curiosity. The rival mother immediately confronts the director, complaining that this whole competition is ridiculous. She then blurts out the real reason for her anger. Wasn't her son, Jae-hee, already chosen as the winner? The words hang in the air, and Seong-guk's eyes widen in sudden, dawning realization. Ah, so that's what this was. A classic case of corruption where the winner was decided before the audition even began. It was all a staged scam, using other children as props just to make her own kid look like a genius. The assistant director nervously tries to calm the mother down, begging her to be patient. But there's a problem. The actual director is a big shot, and if he finds out about their little scheme, it's all over. In a flashback, the mother smugly confirms she's prepared, having hired a private tutor for her son. They glance over at Seong-guk, confident that a practiced child like Jae-hee will easily outshine him. The assistant then leans in to coach the boy, trying to get him to practice his lines. He tells the child to just repeat after him, a simple enough task. But all Jae-hee can muster is a simple "ah," a sound that brings a sinister smile to the assistant's face. Back in the present, the studio lights flare to life as the final audition is announced. The winner will be the baby who can pronounce the lines naturally, and both Seong-guk and Jae-hee are now on stage, ready to perform. From the sidelines, So-young sends him all her support as Seong-guk clenches his fist, ready to focus. The director doesn't waste a second, immediately shouting for the action to begin. The assistant explains that their score will depend on how well they follow directions. With his corporate mind, Seong-guk knows exactly what to do. Get the best camera angle by heading straight for the director. But the practiced Jae-hee crawls in the completely wrong direction, causing his mother to panic. Amused by the display, the director decides to just ignore the wandering baby and start the test with Seong-guk. The assistant director snaps to attention, quickly agreeing to move on to the line reading. She kneels down, thinking this will be a piece of cake. Unlike their practice boy, this kid knows nothing. He's definitely going to fail. She smirks, getting ready to feed him a simple line to repeat. But before she can even finish, Seong-guk beams and perfectly says, "Appa." The assistant director is completely floored. How could this untrained baby be so perfect? But the director just smirks, his instincts proven right once again. This kid was the one. Not willing to accept defeat, Jae-hui's mother rushes forward, demanding they watch her son. The director just gives her a tired look, noting that she's holding the child so tightly it's a wonder he can breathe. When prompted to say the line, poor Jae-hui can only stammer and strain. And then, the pressure is too much, and he completely breaks down, wailing for all to hear. His mother is in utter disbelief, her mind racing. This wasn't supposed to happen. She mutters that she trained him for this, and the director's expression, sharpens training? The assistant director, sensing a disaster, quickly announces that the audition is over. And Seong-guk? He just sits there, a smug little victor. There's no turning back now. But when the final results are posted, the winner is announced as Lee Jae-hee. Kim So-young stares in utter disbelief, her mind refusing to accept what she's seeing. Standing in the hallway, she mutters that this can't possibly be right. She turns to the assistant director, protesting that Seong-guk's performance was perfect. Her frustration boils over. How could they choose a kid who just acted cute? Suddenly, a condescending voice cuts in, mocking her for aiming so high with so little. It's Jae-hee's mother, her expression dripping with superiority as she asks if So-young knows her place. She sneers that for a low-class kid, getting second place is a victory in itself. With a final, venomous smirk, she patronizingly says So-young must have worked so hard. Then she turns to leave, leaving So-young trembling, her hands clenched into fists of silent fury. Her mind reels. How could that woman say such cruel things right in front of her son? But as she trembles with rage, a tiny hand tugs at her shirt, as if telling her to calm down. Seong-guk isn't upset at all. In fact, he's got a smug little smirk, thinking this is exactly how he predicted it would go. And right on cue, frantic footsteps echo down the hall as someone calls out for her. It's director Kwak Junha, running towards them and desperately asking for a moment of their time. Of course, Seong-guk knew this would happen. The competition was rigged from the start. He'd seen this kind of corruption countless times in his past life, people simply buying their way to the top. But fighting a losing battle is pointless. A true businessman aims for a much bigger prize. Not the win, but the connections that come from it. And the director is practically sweating with eagerness. So-young is completely baffled by the sudden attention, but Seong-guk knows he's played them all perfectly. The director starts with a pained apology, admitting the audition was rigged by the higher-ups. He even apologizes to Seong-guk for the dirty scene, but our baby genius is just thinking, get to the point. And here it is. The director begs So-young to please come to the commercial shoot next week. This is exactly what Seong-guk was aiming for, not a one-time gig, but a stepping stone to fame and fortune. He envisions a future where he's a crowned king on the director's shoulders, leaving the competition in tears. With a greedy glint in his eye, he thinks, I'm going to reel this director in and make a fortune. So-young, still confused, asks why they're needed, and the director explains they always prepare backup models. He confesses they're extremely anxious about the winners, who are apparently a nightmare to work with. Then, to her absolute shock, the director bows a full 90 degrees, desperately pleading for them to help out. So-young worries if Seong-guk will be okay, but he just looks up at her with a confident smirk, as if to say, me? I've got this handled. Before his mother can even answer, Seong-guk makes the decision with dollar signs in his eyes. Yes, absolutely, they're going. The director laughs heartily, impressed by the baby's apparent understanding, and wishing all child actors were this professional. He quickly hands So-young his business card, eager to secure her contact information for future projects. And so, a week later, they find themselves arriving at the commercial filming location just outside of Seoul. So-young looks around the forest set in absolute awe, taking in the sight of the professional crew at work. A staff member spots them from a distance, calling out to Seong-guk's mother and waving them over. As she gets closer, they see it's the assistant director from the audition, greeting them with a friendly smile. But Seong-guk's expression immediately sours. He recognizes her as the corrupt AD who tried to rig the competition. Oblivious to his glare, she confirms they're the backup models and offers to lead them to the waiting room. So-young follows along, but Seong-guk remains wary, his eyes locked on the woman he already knows he can't trust. But as Seong-guk looks past her, his eyes widen in shock at what he sees on set. It's the third-generation washing machine from his own company, Samjeon. He remembers it well, a revolutionary product that sent their stock soaring and made his grandfather ecstatic. His nostalgic moment is shattered, however, by the arrival of a furious woman and her family. She storms toward them, demanding to know why the people who failed the audition are even here. So-young fires back, telling the woman to watch her foul language and explaining the director asked them to be backups. The assistant director quickly tries to mediate, telling the irate mother it's just a precaution in case her son gets sick, but the woman just scoffs, boasting that her perfect Jae-hee doesn't need a substitute for such an easy job. A quick glance at her son, however, reveals he's already a crying, slobbering mess, a fact not lost on Seong-guk. Ignoring her child's distress, the mother waves them away, telling them they're useless and should just leave. But the argument is cut short by the arrival of the lead actress, Im Seon-mi, drawn in by the noise. She glides onto the set, a true star, and asks if these are the babies she'll be working with today. The assistant director quickly introduces the audition winner, Jae-hee, and the backup model, Seong-guk. Seon-mi coos, introducing herself as his Nuna for the day. But the moment she reaches out, Jae-hee shrieks and pulls away. Her sweet smile instantly evaporates, replaced by a flash of pure, unfiltered annoyance. With a dismissive shrug, she decides he's not interested and turns her back on him, leaving his mother speechless. Her gaze then falls on the backup, and Seong-guk, seeing his golden opportunity, flashes his most winning smile. He eagerly reaches for the actress, and Seon-mi is immediately taken with the friendly little guy. As he happily snuggles into her arms, So-young proudly notes that her son is just a very affectionate baby. This charming scene gives the assistant director a brilliant idea, while Jae-hee's mother can only watch in utter, seething disbelief. Jae-hee's mother absolutely loses it, grabbing Seon-mi's wrist and screaming nonsense at her, but the actress easily twists free, telling the woman to let go of her immediately. The tension skyrockets as a clash of wills erupts, with the furious mother on one side and our little chairman on the other. Just as the confrontation is about to get physical, a firm hand suddenly clamps down on the mother's arm. A man in a sharp suit calmly asks what's going on, leaving the aggressor completely speechless. Seon-mi's annoyed expression melts away into a dazzling smile as she recognizes the newcomer. She happily greets the vice chairman, who explains he just had to come see the shoot for their new product. But from across the set, Seong-guk stares in absolute, bone-chilling shock. No way. The man introduces himself as John Jae-hyung, the vice chairman of Samjeon. But for Seong-guk, he's only ever been one thing: father. His father from his past life is here, on this set, with a calm smile that hides a history Seong-guk remembers all too well. Seong-guk remembers his father wasn't as legendary as his grandfather, Chairman Jeon Jushin. But make no mistake, Jeon Jae-hyung was a highly competent vice chairman. He was celebrated as a future business leader, a capable man who guided Samjeon with a firm hand. As a businessman, he was a genius, but as a husband and a father, he was the absolute worst. Seeing him with Seon-mi now, a wave of disgust and buried memories washes over Seong-guk. His father always had countless mistresses, but when Seong-guk was 10, he introduced one woman in particular. She looked down at him with a predatory smile, feigning politeness. The young Seong-guk could only stare back in silent contempt as she asked him to take care of her. That woman, his father's mistress he had long since erased from his mind, was Im Seon-mi. And suddenly, it all makes a sickening kind of sense. She didn't just choose any kid for this shoot, she chose him. A voice from above notes that he seems like a smart kid, as a pair of expensive shoes steps into his line of sight. Leaning down with a polite but unsettling smile is a man Seong-guk knows all too well. His mind screams the word he thought he'd left behind: father. But the reunion is cut short when an assistant reminds the vice chairman it's time to head inside. Jae-hyung turns to his entourage, which of course includes Seon-mi, and smoothly announces his departure. With a final, chilling smile, he instructs them to take good care of the filming. The director's wife can only grimace, her face a mask of pure terror. Seong-guk gets it. No one, not even the wife of Daeokpung Paper's president, would dare defy Samjeon's vice chairman. This was the kind of man Jeon Jae-hyung was, a predator hiding behind a pleasant smile. He may have looked like a playboy, but in crucial moments, he wielded the absolute charisma of a corporate tyrant. That was his father. But before leaving, Jae-hyung gives the boy a gentle pat, telling him to take care during the shoot. He offers one last cryptic smile and simply says, "Then," before turning away. Seong-guk can only watch as the imposing figure of his past life's father walks away, and in that moment, a fire ignites in his eyes. This life will be different. He looks up at his new mother, realizing he's finally found something worth calling a family. A new ambition forms. He will protect these people, and one day, build a company even greater than Samjeon. With a quiet resolve, he promises himself that they will meet again, but on his terms. The intense moment is shattered as an assistant director yells for everyone to get ready. Staff members begin herding the parents and their children, telling them the director is on his way. So-young stands with the other families, holding Seong-guk as they all wait for the filming to begin. Seong-guk shakes his head, deciding his past life is just that, the past. Right now, he needs to focus on what's important, and a dark, determined aura surrounds him and his mother. He recalls the advertisement's concept. A simple, heartwarming story set in a picturesque forest villa. A mother lovingly washes her husband's sweat-stained shirt using the new Samjeon washing machine. The shirt comes out dazzlingly white, and the baby, overjoyed, rubs his cheek against it, calling for his dad. Seong-guk remembers this exact commercial. It was a massive hit that won awards and launched its child actor to stardom. A wicked, calculating grin spreads across his face as the gears in his mind start turning. This is his chance. He has to be the one in this ad, and luckily for him, the current audition is a disaster. The actress playing the mother is completely baffled, wondering what on earth is wrong with this baby. The child just keeps crying and flailing his arms, hitting her whenever she gets close. Even Kim So-young is baffled, wondering why that seemingly gentle child is suddenly throwing such a fit. But for Seong-guk, this chaos is music to his ears. It's all going according to his genius plan. Head given the poor, tormented kid a simple tip. If he fights back, he'll get to go home early. And through some strange baby-to-baby telepathy, the message was received loud and clear. Finally, the director snaps, declaring that this isn't working, and they'll shoot with the second model. The rival mother is aghast, screaming that her baby was the winner of the audition. But he's had enough. The shoot has been stalled for an hour because the kid won't stop slapping the actress. She scoffs, asking if he has any idea which powerful family she comes from. Pulling out a comically old phone, she sneers that the chairman of Daeokpung adores his grandchild. Her threat is clear. She's going to call him right now and have every single one of them fired. But her tirade is cut short by a sudden presence, leaving her utterly bewildered. Before she can even react, a sharp crack echoes as actress Im Seon-mi slaps her across the face. The entire crew, including the director and Seong-guk's stunned mother, freezes in shock. The woman stumbles back, hand clutching her stinging cheek, unable to process the assault. Im Seon-mi stands over her, eyes glowing with a cold, intimidating light. She calmly states how much she detests it when outsiders disrupt her set. Then, turning to the flustered director, she suggests they simply get back to work with the other baby. But as she turns to leave, the director suddenly calls out, his mind completely changed. He points directly at Seong-guk, a new fire in his eyes, declaring he wants to film with that kid. Im Seon-mi smiles, her plan a roaring success, and happily agrees to start the shoot over. And just like that, the spotlight shifts entirely onto little Seong-guk. The director barks an order for everyone to get on standby, leaving the rival mother on the floor in disbelief. She scrambles to her feet, absolutely livid, demanding to know why her son is being replaced. His mother holds him tight, trying to shield him from the woman's bitter insults about their family. But Seong-guk isn't listening. His mind flashes back to the red recording lights that followed him to his death. He remembers the swarms of press, the cameras flashing, a world where he was the powerful CEO, John Seong-guk. Back then, facing down his enemy's weapons was second nature to him. So now, as the real cameras roll, he knows exactly how to perform with a confidence that stuns the crew. Im Seon-mi holds him up, delivering her line perfectly as she presents her clean, fluffy baby to the world. And right on cue, Seong-guk grabs the shirt, beams at the camera, and utters his very first word, Appa. The director is completely floored, gushing over how adorable and perfect the take was. He immediately shouts for the main camera to hold its shot. All other angles will now focus on Seong-guk. The baby buries his face in the laundry, a picture of pure, innocent joy. He knows exactly where the lens is, locking eyes with it for the perfect shot. What is with this baby? The director thinks, stunned that he's looking right at the camera. Even the veteran actress Im Seon-mi is taken aback by her tiny co-star's talent. She can't believe it. How can a baby act with such precision? It's almost unnatural. The assistant director quickly cues her for the next part of the scene. Without missing a beat, Im Seon-mi delivers her line, playing off Seong-guk's perfect performance. Together, they create the ideal final shot for the commercial, a flawless and heartwarming scene. The director is absolutely beaming, his face glowing with satisfaction. It was perfect. "Cut!" he bellows, the entire set erupting in a wave of relief and awe at the flawless take. But as the day's shoot comes to a close, not everyone is happy with the outcome. The rival baby's grandmother starts throwing a fit, unable to believe her precious Jae-hui was upstaged. The director, however, has zero patience for it, bluntly reminding her that her grandson can't even act. Nearby, Kim So-young comforts her own son, who looks completely drained from his big performance. She tells him not to worry about the angry woman's shouting. That's when Im Seon-mi approaches, smoothly telling her that no amount of screaming will change the results. She scoffs at the pointless drama, especially when the other child was so uncooperative. Leaning in towards Seong-guk, she praises him as the best. Still amazed they wrapped the shoot in just 2 takes. But the rival grandmother completely snaps, grabbing her daughter and raging about the money she wasted. She then points a trembling finger at the director, accusing him of being bribed. The director sputters, momentarily caught off guard by the wild accusation. His shock quickly morphs into a dark promise to have a little chat with his assistant later. The grandmother, however, is far from finished, sneering that she doesn't need this pathetic commercial anyway. She storms off, threatening lawsuits as Seong-guk watches the ridiculous scene with a tired sigh. With the problem gone, the director quickly approaches Seong-guk's mother, apologizing for the chaos. Kim So-young simply offers a polite smile, saying he's worked hard today. Overwhelmed with gratitude, the director thanks them profusely, admitting Seong-guk truly saved the day. He assures them they're done for the day, and a hefty payment is coming, which is all Seong-guk wanted to hear. With the day's chaos over, Kim So-young happily asks her son if he's ready to head home. But from a distance, the famous actress Im Seon-mi watches them leave with a curious, thoughtful expression. A warm smile spreads across her face as she decides to approach Seong-guk's mother. Soon, they're all cruising down the highway after she generously offered them a ride in her van. The long day finally takes its toll, and Seong-guk is completely knocked out, drooling in his sleep. Im Seon-mi can't help but smile, remarking how cute he is and that he must have been tired. His mother thanks her for the luxurious ride, but the actress insists she's the one who should be grateful to Seong-guk. Kim So-young is utterly bewildered by the comment thanking her baby. The actress explains that Seong-guk was a brilliant lead actor today, allowing her to wrap up her work much earlier than expected. She recalls how his eyes perfectly followed the camera's light, showing a professional awareness no ordinary baby should possess. She gushes about how he instinctively acted in perfect rhythm with her, even knowing her best side for the camera. It wasn't just a fluke. He understood the flow of the shoot and delivered a performance that dominated the screen. To her, Seong-guk is already a complete, professional actor, which leaves his mother absolutely shell-shocked. Kim So-young stares at her sleeping son, unable to process what she's hearing. Seeing her confusion, the actress smiles and says that, in light of his talent, she'd like to make a suggestion. As if sensing a golden opportunity, Seong-guk's eyes flutter open. Im Seon-mi reaches out her hand, presenting an offer that seems to glow with promise. His mother can only gasp in disbelief at the sudden proposal. But inside, Seong-guk is wide awake, a triumphant grin spreading across his face as he realizes his plans are accelerating. And just like that, they arrive back at their humble rooftop home, but with a life-changing offer on the table. Their landlord arrives, slamming down a fat stack of cash, a whopping 4 million won. Seong-guk's parents are speechless as she explains the director insisted on paying a bonus. And our baby genius can barely contain his glee. This is exactly what he was hoping for. He knew it. Becoming a child actor was the fastest way to build his starting capital. As the money is handed over, his mind is already racing with investment plans for stocks and gold. His father is over the moon, shouting that he's never seen so much money in his entire life. But his mother, Kim So-young, is unusually quiet, her expression unreadable. Her husband asks what's wrong, and she simply mentions the landlord. Then she pulls out a business card, revealing it's a gift from the actress Im Seon-mi. A fact the landlord is just now discovering, staring at her phone in absolute disbelief. Not just any card, but one from the famous Sinsung Entertainment. The landlord realizes the actress must have been seriously impressed with Seong-guk. She spells it out for the stunned parents, a direct offer to become an exclusive child actor. An offer our baby genius accepts with a smug little nod, as if it were obvious. The landlord asks if they're really trying to make their baby a celebrity, but his parents are just as lost. She mulls it over. While unexpected, it would be a huge opportunity if he succeeded. But his mother, Kim So-young, suddenly cuts in, telling everyone not to worry. She's heard of the agency and declares she'll look into its powerful CEO. And more importantly, she'll find out exactly how they treat their talent. Seong-guk watches in surprise, impressed that his mother is willing to go to such lengths for him. The landlord wraps things up with a confident smile, congratulating Seong-guk on his commercial debut. She announces the ad will air in 2 weeks before turning to leave for work. But just as she's about to go, So Young calls out, stopping her in her tracks. The landlord asks if she's feeling uneasy, but that's not it at all. So Young finally asks the question that's been bothering her. Why is she helping them so much? She's the one who recognized his talent and has always stepped up for their family. The landlord's simple, honest answer that she just wanted to support them leaves So Young speechless. She then opens up, revealing she's been on her own since she was young, and it was a tough life. Seeing a young, hardworking couple like them move in reminded her of her own struggles. She just wanted to cheer them on, though she humbly dismisses her kindness as just being nosy. So Young is left stunned, processing the landlord's unexpected kindness. Then, with a burst of emotion, she asks if she can call her Annie, like an older sister. The landlord's eyes widen, completely caught off guard by the offer to be treated like family. But a warm smile spreads across her face. She's touched by how kind-hearted this household is. So Young's expression absolutely explodes with joy, her hope fulfilled. As they agree to their new, closer relationship, baby Seongguk watches from the doorway, taking it all in. He seems to understand everything perfectly, even as his brother Taeguk crawls up, wondering what's so interesting. Outside, the two women hold hands, a genuine bond now formed between them. The story then jumps forward 2 weeks, landing us outside a restaurant late at night. The owner cheerfully reports to someone off-screen that they've closed up shop for the day, just as instructed. And the person doting on Seongguk is none other than Park Won, the owner of the restaurant and his father's boss. Has so invested that he closed his entire shop early, just so everyone could watch Seongguk's commercial on the big screen. Seongguk is absolutely mortified, thinking if this old man wasn't his dad's boss, he'd never tolerate this kind of cheek pinching. But since the man did him a favor, he decides to let it slide for today, even as the affection makes his head spin. Just as the family gets settled, the sound of a heel clicks at the doorway as a new arrival asks if she's late. It's the landlord. So Young immediately rushes over, happily welcoming her to their little viewing party. The landlord smiles, clearly touched to be included. It feels like they're all watching a movie together. With everyone gathered, the father, Ji-seong, excitedly tells them all to take a seat because it's finally starting. The TV screen flashes to life, the opening lines of the laundry detergent commercial echoing through the restaurant. And there they are, the famous actress Im Seon, me and our baby genius, making his official on-screen debut. The landlord and So Young are immediately captivated, their eyes wide with excitement. The commercial kicks off, showcasing the brand new Samjeon turbo washer. On screen, the beautiful actress Im Seon Mi holds the baby actor, cooing about how soft the laundry is. Then comes the money shot. The baby looks up with sparkling eyes and utters a single, heart-melting word, "Daddy." The room absolutely loses it. So Young gives it a perfect 10, as Ji-seong and Park Won are overcome with emotion. Park Won claps enthusiastically, declaring the performance absolutely perfect. The landlord agrees it was amazing, while the real Seongguk watches on, unimpressed by the fuss. Internally, however, he's quite smug, noting the editing is so good it might win an award. But his quiet satisfaction is instantly ruined by his father, who grabs him for an overwhelmingly proud kiss. As Ji-seong gushes about his perfect son, Seongguk silently begs him to stop while elsewhere, a phone begins to ring. Park Won answers the restaurant phone, casually telling the caller they're closed for the day. But the voice on the other end sends a jolt of shock through his entire body. It's director Kwak Junha, the man behind Seongguk's commercial. He explains that he has an urgent matter to discuss with the baby's family. Elsewhere, a handsome, blonde-haired actor gives a confident smirk, a new player on the board. The next thing they know, the family finds themselves standing before a massive broadcast station. Director Kwak is there to greet them personally, shaking a very proud Ji-seong's hand. He then leans down with a warm smile to say hello to the little star of the show. And Seongguk, with perfect recognition, points right at him and shouts his title, "Director!" The man is stunned by the baby's vocabulary, but So Young just laughs, saying he's just learning to talk. So Young tries to pass it off, explaining he babbles all the time, but inside, Seongguk is ready to perform. The director, however, is completely sold, already imagining giving this baby genius even more complex lines. Seongguk is practically glowing with pride, certain he can memorize any script they throw at him. Beaming with excitement for the future, director Kwak gestures for the family to take a seat. He then gets right to the point, revealing he wants to cast Seongguk as the star of a new show. He slaps the proposal down on the table, its bold title reading, "Just Baby." The concept? A parenting reality show where 5 famous idols will live with and raise Seongguk. But just as he's about to announce which group it is, the door to the conference room slides open. A man with brilliant blonde hair introduces himself as Taeyoung, the leader of Just. leaving So-young completely flustered. And with a charming smile in his eyes, he says he's looking forward to working with them. It's the same confident actor from before. The idol's smile is dazzling, a practiced charm that could melt glaciers. So-young immediately erupts into a full-blown fangirl scream, much to her husband's disbelief. Tae-young notes her reaction with a playful smirk, correctly guessing she knows his group. He humbly adds that they still have a long way to go, a perfect line to win over any parent. But as the idol shines, Ji-seong's face twists in pure envy, a reaction Seong-guk finds pathetic. The director promises they'll meet the other members once filming begins, and So-young is thrilled. But a sudden thought stops her. She snaps back to reality, her excitement turning to worry. Grabbing her son, she asks if this whole production might be too overwhelming for a baby. Director Kwok immediately jumps in, insisting that Seong-guk is the absolute heart of the program. He praises the baby's incredible empathy and expressions, all while Seong-guk smugly soaks it all in. The director insists they can't imagine anyone else in the lead, and Seong-guk mentally agrees this is a must-do deal. Then, a spark of memory ignites in his mind, a wicked grin spreading across his face as he realizes something huge. He remembers this show from his past life. The unique concept of idols raising a baby captivated the entire nation. It became a cultural phenomenon, the very first show to establish the parenting reality genre. This is it, the perfect show to build his fortune as a child star, and he eagerly bangs the table to seal the deal. But his father, Ji-seong, completely misses the point, his own expression growing dark with doubt. Noticing the shift, the director asks if there's a problem, sensing the deal might be slipping away. Ji-seong finally speaks up, worried that constant TV exposure will prevent Seong-guk from having a normal childhood. He just wanted to raise an ordinary, beloved son, not a celebrity, a sentiment that shocks the room. But just as the father's heartfelt plea hangs in the air, Tae-young, the idol, suddenly speaks up. He reveals that he was a child actor too, and he understands the pressure of constant attention. But he has zero regrets, because he had a talent for performing, and was given the perfect stage to shine. Tae-young then turns the question on the stunned father, asking why he can't seem to trust his own son. If the boy has the ability to shine, he reasons, then his father should give him that opportunity. Ji-seong looks down at his son, a sudden wave of pride hitting him. His boy is more talented than anyone. He finally smiles, accepting that if it's his son's destiny to be a star, then he understands. With a firm handshake, Ji-seong entrusts Seong-guk to the director, asking him to take good care of him. The deal is made, and the team for Korea's first ever parenting reality show is officially formed. As the countdown begins, Ji-seong is a nervous wreck signing the contract just 12 days before the shoot. But Seong-guk is a natural, effortlessly charming the camera during a concept shoot just before filming starts. And finally, after all the preparation, the first day of filming has arrived. The other stars of the show make their grand entrance. The K-pop group, Just. We've got the leader, Tae-hyung, and the charming Lucas. Then there's the playful Jaehyun, and the cool Byeomseon. And rounding out the group is Michael, who looks like he's about to devour the camera whole. The idols greet the family, and while the wife is absolutely losing her mind, Ji-seong just looks uncomfortable. Jaehyun singles out the wife, noting he heard she was a fan, which sends Ji-seong into a silent, jealous rage. The show's PD then makes a huge announcement. They'll be filming entirely at Just's dorm. With spirits high, he rallies the crew, reminding them the station has huge hopes for this project. But little Seong-guk overhears the director's real strategy. Forget the script, keep it natural. This just got interesting. And suddenly, it clicks for Seong-guk. He knows these guys from his past life, back when they were just bowing to him, the chairman of Samjeon. He eyes them with disdain. So these are the same idols who used to perform at his company events. Michael leans in with a cocky grin, remarking that the baby isn't even that cute. But before his hand can make contact, Seong-guk's tiny fist smacks it away with surprising force. The disrespect. Michael stares at his reddened hand in disbelief as Tae-young calls him out for not washing up after a smoke break. While his dad frets over him, Seong-guk fumes. That Korean-American punk is just as much trouble as he remembered. A brilliant, almost maniacal smile spreads across his face. That's it. From now on, Hes directing this show. The other idols, however, are completely smitten, with Tae-hyung blushing over how cute the little guy is. But Michael isn't buying it. From the back, he shoots a dark, vengeful smirk. They'll see. With everyone gathered, the show's PD claps his hands together, laying out the plan. It's a 3-day pre-filming session at the Idols dorm to create 3 pilot episodes. During the day, staff will be present, but at night, it's observation cameras only. As for Seong-guk's parents, they'll be staying at a nearby hotel, which immediately worries them. The PD beats his chest, promising he understands their anxiety and will guard Seongguk with his life. The idols chime in, with Taehyung and Lucas confidently telling the parents to leave everything to them. And just like that, with reassurances made, filming officially kicks off at the Just dorm. The assistant director clears his throat, reading the opening narration for the first scene. It paints a picture of 5 young men in a semi-basement, dreaming of stardom as the idol group Just. Their ordinary lives take an extraordinary turn when a baby suddenly arrives at their doorstep. The cameras roll, and Seongguk stares blankly at his new caretakers. Taehyung forces a smile, but the awkward silence is deafening. The 5 idols just stare at the baby, completely unsure how to start. Watching from the side, Seongguk's mother whispers anxiously about the lack of a script. The production crew also holds its breath, noticing the idols are totally frozen. They're at a loss, whispering amongst themselves what you're even supposed to say to a baby. Seongguk scoffs internally. Amateurs. These rookies don't have a clue what they're doing. Fine. It seems he'll have to take the lead, acting like a normal baby in a new place. And with that decision made, he unleashes a torrent of crocodile tears. The idols immediately fly into a panic, scrambling to figure out how to calm him down. The group's leader, Taehyung, tries to soothe him, but his hold is so awkward it only makes things worse. Seeing the disaster, Jaehyun steps in, confidently offering to take the crying baby. And just like that, the moment he's in Jaehyun's arms, Seongguk's tears vanish as he snuggles in. Jaehyun smirks, smugly declaring that of course the baby calm down babies just love handsome faces. Seongguk internally agrees. It's just as he thought. These idols are simpler than they look. As the others start bickering, he takes a moment to properly analyze his new caretakers. First, there's Taehyung, the responsible leader, playing the role of the classic dad. Then Jaehyun, the narcissistic pretty boy who surprisingly has a gentle, motherly touch. Lucas is the fun, athletic type, the perfect energetic big brother to play with. And finally Byamseon, the quiet, kind one. He realizes this is the perfect setup for a family show. And finally, there's Michael, the clueless one complaining that kids are too much of a hassle. Seongguk decides he'd make a great villain. But for the show's sake, he'll just be the rival. With his cast decided, Jaehyun suddenly notices something is off. He realizes Seongguk needs a diaper change, and Taehyung immediately panics, having never touched one before. But Michael steps forward, radiating confidence, boasting that he raised 3 siblings back home. He takes the baby, assuring everyone that this is absolutely nothing for an expert like him. Seongguk just gives a little smirk, his cheeks puffing out as he prepares his counterattack. Michael's confident expression freezes as he senses a sudden, ominous warmth, and a golden stream erupts directly into his face, shattering his pride in an instant. Seongguk feels incredibly refreshed, wondering why his new rival isn't even reacting to his little welcome gift. A stunned silence hangs in the air as Michael stands frozen, drenched by the attack. Taehyung stares, his brain struggling to process what just happened to his fellow idol. Michael finally snaps, absolutely furious, but Taehyung quickly grabs him, yelling that his opponent is just a baby. The production crew, however, is losing their minds with laughter. This is comedy gold. The PD can't hold back his grin. This shoot is an undeniable success, all thanks to one little baby's perfect timing. After that chaotic scene, the sun begins to set outside the studio. The PD finally calls it, announcing a 2-hour break before they have to start the evening shoot. The idols collapse onto the couch, completely drained, and lamenting how tough reality TV is without a script. Meanwhile, Seongguk is back in his father's arms, being praised for doing such a good job today. His mother coos, telling him he must be hungry and offering him his favorite snack, a banana. Seongguk happily munches away, thinking how weird it is that he now loves bananas. Just then, Taehyung approaches his father, thanking him for letting him watch the shoot. The idol laughs, telling Jiseong there's no need for formalities between them. But his friendly smile hides a sharp observation. That baby, Seongguk, is truly fascinating. He recalls how the baby expertly provoked Michael, immersing everyone in the drama. Even when the idols were just acting naturally, Seongguk somehow created perfect, entertaining scenes. Jaehyun smugly held the baby, feeling like a flawless flower boy, while Taehyung looked on, baffled. Seongguk's mother voices her own suspicions. It's like he knows everyone's role and plays along. Jiseong nervously agrees, trying to laugh it off with Taehyung as just a coincidence, right? But Seongguk knows the truth. He's shining brighter than anyone could have ever expected. But elsewhere, one of the idols is absolutely fuming, fresh out of the shower. Michael can't stop thinking about that damn brat Seongguk. He seethes, wondering why a true artist like himself is stuck on babysitting duty. Just then, the assistant director appears, holding a bowl of baby food for Seongguk's dinner. She silently judges his foul attitude, thinking he's just another rude foreigner. But before she can put it away, Michael suddenly snatches the bowl from her hand. A dark, twisted smile spreads across his face as he decides to make this dull job more interesting. He pulls a hidden packet of chili sauce from his pocket, ready to create a scene worth watching. After all, how dare that little baby humiliate him earlier? Now, with a sinister grin, he prepares to pour his spicy revenge right into the baby's meal. With the hidden cameras finally in place, the production crew makes their exit. The sun sets, and the idol group Just is officially left alone for their reality show shoot. And immediately, the pressure hits them like a truck. This whole real entertainment thing is harder than it looks. Byamseon can't shake the feeling of being watched, wondering how they're supposed to relax with lenses everywhere. Lucas is already whining about dinner, admitting he has absolutely no idea how to cook. Jaehyun takes the drama to a new level, collapsing as if starved, while Seongguk just calmly watches the chaos. Taehyung, ever the leader, tries to rally the troops, reminding them that Seongguk needs his baby food. But right on cue, Michael appears with a bright, unsettling smile, holding a bowl and claiming it's all taken care of. Taehyung's eyes narrow with suspicion. After being a total pain all day, why is Michael suddenly so helpful? Michael's friendly mask drops, his expression turning sinister as he declares with chilling intent that he will be the one to feed the baby. Seongguk eyes him warily. Something about this whole act feels completely off. Michael leans in with a sickeningly sweet smile, offering up the baby food. But just as the spoon gets close, Seongguk's tiny hand shoots out and snatches it away. He takes a big, cheerful bite, looking like the most adorable baby in the world. Then, he turns and offers the spoon to a stunned Michael, much to Taehyung's delight. But the baby's innocent expression darkens into a chilling command. He's telling Michael to eat it first. The others are confused, with Michael internally panicking, refusing to eat something meant for a kid. Seeing Michael hesitate, Taehyung swoops in, eager to accept Seongguk's kindness for himself. Without missing a beat, Seongguk redirects the spoon, shoving it right into the leader's open mouth. A moment of stunned silence is followed by pure, unadulterated horror on Taehyung's face. Jaehyun rushes over in a panic, asking Taehyung what's wrong as the idol gags. Meanwhile, Seongguk seethes with rage, knowing his food was tampered with, just as he suspected. In his mind, he's a demon king condemning the terrified Michael to death for daring to mess with his meal. Taehyung finally chokes out the answer. The baby food tastes like hot sauce. The accusation hangs in the air, and all eyes immediately snap toward the guilty-looking Michael. Cornered, he confesses, trying to laugh it off as a simple prank for the camera. He claims it's all for the sake of entertainment. But Taehyung and a trembling Jaehyun are not amused. Jaehyun absolutely explodes, grabbing Michael and screaming at him for pulling such a dangerous stunt. As the idols fight, a figure quietly approaches the forgotten baby on the floor. It's Taehyung, kneeling to apologize for Michael's childish behavior, completely unaware of who's really in charge. As the fight rages on, Taehyung furiously defends the baby, insisting Seongguk is smart enough to understand everything. Watching them, Seongguk smirks to himself, thinking these idols actually have some potential after all. He decides then and there to guide them properly, letting out a gleeful baby laugh at his brilliant plan. Sometime later, after the show has finally aired, the family, along with their landlord, stare in absolute shock at some unbelievable news. The landlord confirms what they've heard. The first episode of Just, Baby, scored a staggering 20% viewership rating. Seongguk's father can hardly believe it, stammering that a 20% rating is beyond amazing, it's huge. Their landlord coolly explains that even the network's biggest shows top out at 15%, putting their success into perspective. Elsewhere, the show's director weeps with joy over the phone, confirming the show is officially scheduled for regular programming. The landlord smiles down at the little genius, warmly congratulating Seongguk on his incredible achievement. Seongguk crosses his arms, basking in the glory. Of course it was a hit. With him in charge, it was only natural. But he clenches his tiny fist, knowing this is just the first step. He can't get complacent now. His true ambition flashes before his eyes. Money, success, and rising to become the absolute top of the corporate world. He lets out a triumphant baby laugh, which his mother simply interprets as the cackle of a very, very unusual child. Shifting gears, his mother nervously approaches their landlord, admitting she has something important to ask. She reveals that someone from Sinsung Entertainment, a major agency, actually came to their house. With a dark expression, she recalls how they congratulated her on the show's success, even bringing a fruit basket as a gift. The memory is vivid, men in suits extending a formal invitation from their CEO, Shin Sung-jong himself. It wasn't just a suggestion, but a clear directive to visit the agency when she had the time. Panicked, she asks what they should do, but the landlord's sharp gaze reveals she's one step ahead, having already looked into them. Sinsung Entertainment, she explains, has immense power, but the rumors surrounding their CEO are unsettling. There are even whispers of connections to gangsters, a word that sends a jolt of pure fear through the young couple. But the landlord, ever the strategist, calmly suggests they should just go and see for themselves. It's hard to refuse an invitation from CEO Shin, so Shell accompany them to hear the offer firsthand. Listening in, Seong-guk mulls over the name Sinsung Entertainment, Shinseung-jung. Why does that sound so familiar? And then it hits him with the force of a freight train, a memory from his past life surfaces, and his eyes go wide with horror. He starts babbling frantically, trying to scream, "No, wait, stop!" But only baby noises come out, because he remembers that man, and he remembers his parents walking right into that very office. Shin Seung-jung isn't someone you just meet. He's a shark who traps you with an unbreakable contract. And with a predatory smile, the CEO gestures for them to sit, the offer already feeling like a threat. The landlord maintains her professional calm, thanking the CEO while Seong-guk glares, knowing this is a den of snakes. She cuts right to the chase, asking why they were summoned, and the CEO smirks, claiming it's for something good for our Seong-guk. The sheer audacity of that phrase makes Seong-guk's blood boil. Our Seong-guk? Since when? He thrashes in protest, a desperate warning his mother mistakes for a simple tantrum. Then, the CEO lays his cards on the table, coolly stating that he's talking about an exclusive contract. One of his goons presents a folder, boasting that this is a chance to partner with Korea's #1 agency. His mother gasps when she hears the proposed term, an exclusive deal for a whopping 10 years. The agent tries to sweeten the pot, name-dropping the top-tier celebrities Sinsung Entertainment manages. They're told the terms are generous, a special offer. But the landlord isn't swayed by words. She'll read it herself. And as her eyes scan the fine print, her calm demeanor cracks, revealing a simmering, ice-cold fury. She lays it out cold. A 10-year exclusive contract with a 7-3 profit split. The CEO leans in with a predatory smile, clarifying that, of course, his agency gets the 70%. Seong-guk can't believe it. Taking 70% for 10 years? This is a slave contract. It's their signature move, sucking rising stars dry while everyone else thinks it's a golden opportunity. But for Seong-guk, this is personal. He remembers this man, Shin Seung-jung, exactly as he was. In his past life, Sin-sung was practically in the pocket of his father, Vice Chairman Jeon Jae-hyung. His father would steer Samjeon's ad campaigns to Sin-sung, and in return, the CEO would bow and scrape. A loyalty that eventually led to his downfall, with a prison sentence for threatening his own celebrities. Back in the present, the CEO spouts empty promises about making Seong-guk a legendary actor, but his smug expression betrays his real plan: milk the kid for all he's worth before he fades away. The landlord has seen enough. This isn't an opportunity. It's a trap for suckers with no backing. With Seong-guk cheering her on, she looks the CEO dead in the eye and declines his contract. Shin Seung-jung just chuckles, feigning curiosity. Why would anyone turn down such a golden ticket? She lays it out plainly. A 10-year term with a 70-30 split is completely unreasonable. It's not just unfair. It's a terrible investment for them, because Seong-guk's value will only grow. The CEO's smile fades. He patronizingly suggests she doesn't understand the entertainment industry. He lectures them about how small the child actor market is, and Seong-guk seethes. This bastard! Then he crosses the line, wondering aloud what happens if the boy's face changes and his value plummets. The mother is furious, shielding her son's ears while the CEO just scoffs at her reaction. But Seong-guk isn't worried. He thinks this old toad will be the one getting uglier with age. Unable to hold back his adult fury, Seong-guk lets out a piercing baby shriek. But the landlord has had enough, standing up to declare that he simply lacks vision and they're leaving. The CEO sneers, trying to dismiss her by asking why an outsider is meddling in family affairs. The mother's eyes flash with defiance as she proudly announces that she's not an outsider. She's his manager. Though caught off guard, the landlord embraces her new title, confirming she has every right to speak. She then draws on her advertising experience, confidently stating his slave contract is completely unfair. As they turn to leave, Shin Seung-jung's face twists into a mask of pure, humiliated rage. He slumps in his chair, muttering under his breath that they are going to regret this decision. But as they walk out, the air is thick with tension, the unspoken threat hanging over them. Suddenly, the CEO blocks their path, his voice dripping with menace as he threatens to blacklist them from the entire industry. But the landlord just smirks, utterly unimpressed, telling him they'll see about that. She turns her back on him, leading So Young and the baby out of the building. So Young glances at her with concern as the landlord seethes, calling the CEO human garbage, a sentiment that Seong-guk wholeheartedly agrees with, fuming in his mother's arms. Once outside, the landlord's first thought is for So Young, checking if the confrontation shocked her. But So Young is resolute, insisting she's fine and that they have no need for a company like that. The landlord's confidence returns with a smile as she suggests they just head for the bus stop. But then So Young asks the question hanging in the air. Will she really become his manager? The question catches her off guard, but Seong-guk thinks to himself that it's actually a great idea. He knows better than anyone that in business, talented people are everywhere, but trustworthy allies are rare. She has industry knowledge, and more importantly, Seong-guk knows she's proven herself trustworthy. The landlord tries to brush it off, admitting with a blush that she's not really an expert. But Seong-guk isn't taking no for an answer. Reaching out to her with a look of pure intent, he lets out a happy shout, his baby babble clearly saying, "You, join my team." So Young points out that even her son seems to adore the landlord. Then, her expression turns serious as she begs her to help protect Seong-guk's future. The heartfelt plea strikes a chord, and the landlord realizes this could be a new dream for her, too. With a determined smile, she accepts the position, and So Young pulls her into an ecstatic hug. They're already dreaming big, talking about the incredible fortune they're going to make together. Meanwhile, in a dark office, a report is being delivered to the Sinsung chairman about the new manager, Kim Mi-young. The Sinsung chairman scoffs at the news, dismissing Seong-guk's new team as a bunch of nobodies. With a chilling smile, he decides it's time to teach them a lesson on how cruel the industry can be, ordering his men to call the reporters. Meanwhile, on the set of the show, chaos erupts as Taehyung desperately tries to stop a fight. Michael is absolutely losing it, furious that all the bananas are going to Seong-guk while he gets none. But the little kid, Beomseon, just glares back, defiantly stuffing his face to spite him. The production staff finds this entire childish meltdown absolutely hilarious, a perfect scene for the camera. His fellow idols can only watch in disbelief, Jaehyun facepalming at Michael's ridiculous tantrum. The argument escalates until Beomseon snaps, landing a solid slap right across Michael's face. Michael freezes, completely stunned. How dare this little brat lay a hand on his senior? But before he can retaliate, a commanding voice cuts through the air, and the entire building seems to turn to ice. The show's producer can't hold back his laughter at the sheer absurdity of the situation. He finally calls a wrap on the morning shoot, announcing it's time for a lunch break. His eyes then land on a welcome visitor, none other than Seong-guk's mother. The producer happily makes his way over to greet her. He asks if she's finding it difficult having to wait around on the chaotic set, but she just smiles warmly, thanking him for his concern for her and her unborn child. After asking about her due date, the producer's expression turns a bit more serious. He carefully brings up the topic on everyone's mind: Michael's behavior. He explains that from a broadcast perspective, their rivalry is golden, a perfect Tom and Jerry dynamic. But he admits he was worried Michael's constant antagonism might be upsetting her personally. But to his surprise, Seong-guk's mother just grins, finding their little fights quite entertaining herself. She gives him a final, reassuring smile, leaving the producer utterly stunned by her composure. He just watches her go, a whirlwind of thoughts running through his mind. Nearby, Taehyung stretches out, ready for lunch, while the producer just sighs, completely drained. Meanwhile, Seong-guk is in a food coma, feeling the drowsiness kick in after a big meal. He's just about to drift off, or so it seems. But a dark shadow falls over him. It's Michael, his eyes glowing with menace. The idol leans in close, his face twisted with rage, accusing the baby of hitting him earlier. Seong-guk can't believe the audacity, fuming at this ill-mannered brat. But on screen, the public eats it up, seeing it as a cute rivalry between jealous brothers. Seong-guk finally snaps, pointing a tiny finger and screaming that this punk idol has crossed the line. Michael just scoffs, completely unimpressed by the so-called crazy baby and his temper. To shut him up, he reaches out and gives the baby's cheek a hard, punishing pinch. A genuine yelp of pain escapes Seong-guk, his tough facade crumbling instantly. The sudden, loud wail catches Michael completely off guard, making him jump back in surprise. But just as he's trying to quiet the baby down, a stern voice cuts right through the chaos. Michael freezes, turning to see who dared to interrupt him. It's his manager, her eyes like daggers, asking him exactly what he thinks he's doing. Oh, Seong-guk is loving this, a smug little grin spreading across his face. Well done, manager. She lays down the law, warning Michael to keep his hands to himself, which only makes the idol's blood boil. Michael scoffs, demanding to know why she's so protective of some insignificant kid. But the manager's comeback is swift, reminding him how many commercials he's landed thanks to that insignificant child. She pulls Seong-guk close, ordering Michael to act like a professional and stop abusing a baby. With a final, chilling glare, she makes it clear that this behavior will not be tolerated. Michael is left shaking, his hands clenched in pure, humiliated rage. How dare she speak to him, a true artist, like that? He didn't come to Korea to be a babysitter, while Seong-guk peeks over her shoulder, clearly enjoying the show. Stewing alone, he obsesses over the other members' glares and desperately wishes this whole program would just fail. He convinces himself he doesn't need this show anyway, and a malicious idea begins to form. Snatching a nearby phone, he barks into the receiver, ready to put his plan into motion. On the other end of the line, a single name is uttered: Shinseung Entertainment. Michael's plan is in motion. Meanwhile, at the TV station, the rest of the cast and crew are gathering, completely unaware. The show's PD welcomes everyone to a special production meeting. He gives a special thanks to Taehyung, who humbly insists it's his duty as the group's leader to be there. He also warmly welcomes Seong-guk's family, who are now considered part of their own. But before they get to business, the PD has a surprise. Performance bonuses for everyone. The show's ratings have exploded, smashing through the 30% mark, and the higher-ups are ecstatic. With the finale approaching, he hands out thick wads of cash, leaving even the superstar idols speechless. With the celebration handled, he slams a document on the table, revealing the meeting's true purpose. The network wants a 90-minute Christmas special to capitalize on their incredible success. The PD kicks off his pitch, noting that Seong-guk is walking and running now, perfect for a more active special. He paints a picture of a festive Christmas episode, with Seong-guk and the idols in cute holiday costumes. The idea of a party with dancing sounds perfect for the camera, and Seong-guk's mother is visibly delighted. Seeing her positive reaction, the director grins, ready to hash out the details, but he's suddenly cut off. An assistant director bursts into the meeting room, her face pale with panic. There's a huge problem. She explains that a news article has just dropped, and it's about Seong-guk's family. The headline is a gut punch, a vicious hit piece accusing his parents of greed and labor exploitation. And just like that, the poison spreads, becoming the lead story on the evening news. The anchors tease their top story, a shocking family controversy surrounding the beloved child actor, John Seong-guk. They lean into the camera, gravely discussing the concerning article about him being exploited by his own parents. The TV clicks off, but the anchor's words hang in the air, an irresponsible report, yet one that has the public deeply concerned. In the heavy silence that follows, the entire team, including his family, is paralyzed by the sudden, vicious scandal. His mother is the first to break, her face pale with fear as she wonders what on earth they're going to do. The director, however, just scoffs, brushing it off as jealous tabloid gossip that always follows a successful show. His manager isn't convinced, her eyes narrowing as she vows to find out exactly why such an article was published. But before the adults can spiral further, a tiny, indignant voice cuts through the room, questioning their weak response. All eyes snap towards Seong-guk, who puffs out his chest with a look of pure, unadulterated annoyance. He stomps forward, his little shadow casting an imposing presence over the director as he calls him out. With a sharp point of his finger, he asserts that the director's nonchalant attitude is precisely the problem. Isn't that right? The director can only stare back, a bead of sweat trickling down his face, utterly dumbfounded by the baby's rebuke. While his father reels from the disrespect, Seong-guk internally lays out the cold, hard truth. This is a power struggle. In his mind, the seasoned chairman emerges, analyzing the situation with chilling clarity. They must strike first to win. He stares down the director, demanding he use his connections and take proper action. Please. The message, however blunt, lands perfectly. The director's face breaks into a smile as he admits the kid is right. Seong-guk gives a tiny, satisfied nod. Finally, someone is showing some backbone. Now in charge, the director warns the family to lay low, as reporters will surely be lurking. His mother's face falls with worry. This means Seong-guk has to stop filming. But his manager immediately steps forward, volunteering to take care of him, and his mother's expression brightens instantly. The manager turns to the director, ready to discuss strategy, earning a look of pure, trusting admiration from the mother. With a reassuring bow, the director promises to handle everything, urging them not to worry too much. Under a lone street lamp, a thought hangs in the air. This chaos will pass soon. The assistant director rushes to find Director Kwok, interrupting the quiet night. She asks if he's done, but his grim expression says it all. He cuts right to the point, his voice low as he brings up the slanderous article. It claims an insider reported Seong-guk's parents were interfering, and her face drains of color. His eyes, she frantically denies it, and he seems to believe her, which only deepens the mystery of who the traitor is. His mind flashes back to a different time. A cold winter night spent ringing a charity bell in the snow. Across the street, a happy couple celebrates the first snowfall of Christmas. The man's face is lit with pure joy, a stark contrast to the director's own lonely memory. And speaking of cold nights, A heavily disguised figure pushes a stroller through the snow. The nearby couple can't help but whisper sunglasses at night? Definitely suspicious. Suddenly, a happy little squeal erupts from under the blue blanket. The manager freezes, frantically trying to shush the baby. That was close. She immediately regrets her decision, remembering she promised the director they'd stay inside. But she just couldn't take being cooped up anymore and needed to get some fresh air. Besides, she was taking a walk to meet her husband after work, and he's absolutely touched. She tries to calm Seong-guk, reminding him they need to lay low for a bit longer. But for the former chairman, the humiliation is unbearable, trapped in a stroller, unable to even walk on his own 2 feet. Unaware of his internal crisis, she happily pushes on, overhearing chatter about the show Just Baby. Her ears perk up as the couple gushes over the show's Christmas special. They swoon over the memory of Taehyung as Santa and Seong-guk as a tiny reindeer. But the real star, they agree, was the grumpy snowman Seong-guk, which they found unbearably cute. The manager swells with pride, thinking these fans have excellent taste. But her smile freezes when one of them asks if the other saw that article. They start discussing the rumors that his parents are greedy and Seong-guk is being manipulated. One finds it absurd for a toddler, but the other admits he does seem unusually smart, a comment that infuriates the baby genius. As the light changes, the couple moves to cross the street, leaving the manager rooted to the spot. She stops the stroller, her heart sinking as Seong-guk looks up at her, sensing her sudden fear. Then, a pair of sneakers steps into view, stopping directly in front of them. The figure is Seong-guk's father, Ji-seong, who jogs over with a beaming smile, surprised to see them. He's overjoyed they came to meet him, though he gently chides them for being out in the cold. But his happy expression melts away when he sees his wife's face, tears streaming from her eyes. He immediately asks what happened, as Seong-guk realizes the rumors have become a serious threat. The scene shifts to an office, where an enraged Ji-seong slams his hand on a whiteboard. He declares that this has to stop, vowing to protect his family no matter what. The director, Kwak Yun-ha, can only offer a sincere apology for the situation. He explains that Seong-guk's immense popularity is making it impossible to contain the gossip. After a tense silence, the director taps the table, an idea forming in his mind. He proposes a direct, head-on approach, asking if the couple would be willing to try it. The director's solution is a live interview, a high-stakes gamble to face the public directly. Ji-seong is stunned by the idea, but Kwak Jun-ha assures him it's the only way. And so, on the last day of the year, December 31st, they head to the broadcast station. Meanwhile, the Just Baby year-end special is on air, featuring the idol group and Seong-guk. The members cheerfully reminisce about the year, all while a very grumpy Seong-guk is passed around. The program ends with a promise to return for a New Year's special after a short break. Watching from a dark control room, a silver-haired producer quietly observes the broadcast. His screen then switches to the live feed of the press conference he's arranged. Ji-seong and his wife take a shaky breath, preparing to tell their story to the world. The producer smirks, knowing he's right. A press conference is the perfect tool to control the narrative. A staff member tries to calm the couple, telling them not to be nervous since it's a quiet affair. As the crew does a final check, Ji-seong and his wife sit in silence, the weight of the moment sinking in. His wife takes a deep breath, admitting just how anxious she really is. Ji-seong suddenly apologizes, catching her completely off guard. Hes consumed by guilt, feeling he's put her through too much trouble so close to her due date. But she reassures him, her words filled with pride for him stepping up, moving him to tears. Just as they share a warm embrace, a voice cuts through the tender moment. It's Kim Mi-young, holding a very unimpressed Seong-guk, asking if they're ready. She admits she was shocked by their sudden decision to hold a live interview. After all, she'd always seen them as just an ordinary, struggling couple. A perception Ji-seong seems to have carefully crafted. Seong-guk internally questions this sudden, bold move, finding it a bit much. His parents, however, are completely lost in the moment, doting on their pretty son. His mother pulls him into a tight, loving embrace, calling him her precious child. She whispers for him to trust them. They'll make sure to get rid of all the bad rumors. And in that instant, it dawns on Seong-guk they're doing all this for him. He buries his face into her shoulder, a rare show of affection that leaves his mother speechless. Watching from the side, Kim Mi-young smirks while the assistant director is completely flustered by the sweet display. The man is clearly touched by the wholesome family moment. He quickly composes himself and steps out, cheerfully announcing that the director can come in. But as the interview preparations are finalized, a dark thought crosses Seong-guk's mind. Just as he ponders this, Tae-young bursts in, demanding to know what they're talking about. A live interview? The assistant director sweats bullets, explaining they tried to handle the rumors quietly, but reporters swarmed them. It's obvious to everyone now. There's a mole in their midst, leaking information to the press. Outside, The hallway is a chaotic mess of cameras and microphones, with Taehyung caught right in the middle. The director spots him, just as others in the room recognize the leader of the famous idol group. Taehyung is frantic, shouting that this madness needs to stop. The pressure is immense, even for a seasoned idol. But the director can only look on with regret, admitting it's too late. The interview has already started. And indeed, his parents are already seated at the table, facing a blinding barrage of camera flashes. They're completely overwhelmed, his mother shrinking behind his father as the reporters shout their questions. But just as the chaos reaches its peak, a single, powerful voice cuts through the noise, demanding silence. It's Seongguk's mother who steps forward, pleading with them to stop, her hand resting protectively on her pregnant belly. But the reporters are like sharks. One demands an explanation, and the father agrees, as long as they calm down. With the camera rolling, he begins to speak, explaining that false articles have been published about their family. He tells them their story, how he and his wife grew up as orphans with nothing but each other. They worked day and night, taking any job they could find, proud of the diligent life they'd built from scratch. Everything changed when a neighbor, the silver-haired producer, discovered Seongguk's incredible talent. With tears in his eyes, the father makes his final plea. They are not parents who would ever torment their own son. The reporter scoffs, completely unmoved, asking how anyone could possibly believe them now. Their questions turn vicious, demanding to see bank accounts and proof of how much money they've made. Watching this unfold, Seongguk's face contorts with pure rage. These vultures have crossed the line. His mother reaches for him. But it's too late. The chairman's fury has been unleashed. With a mighty roar, Seongguk lunges forward, shouting for them to stop it. He screams at the reporters not to bully his mom and dad. His inner monologue, however, is far more vicious, cursing them out for their insolence. In the control room, Taehyung can only stare in disbelief as the director snaps to attention. Director Kwak Junha immediately orders the assistant director to cut the live broadcast now. His father, Jeon Ji-seong, rushes to his side, his heart swelling with emotion. He pulls his son into a tight hug, apologizing for his poor words but so proud of his boy. Seongguk pats his father's back, then turns to check on his mother. But she's pale and sweating, clutching her stomach as she reveals she's having contractions. The word contractions sends both father and son into a state of pure, unadulterated panic. In an instant, they're racing through the city streets, the wail of an ambulance siren cutting through the air. Inside the chaotic vehicle, Seongguk tries to coach his mother, telling her to take deep breaths. His father, meanwhile, is a mess, pleading with his wife to just hang on until they get to the hospital. She forces a smile, trying to tell Seongguk she's okay, but the agony on her face betrays her words. The father completely unravels, realizing he knows absolutely nothing about childbirth from this life or the last. Even Seongguk, the reborn corporate titan, feels a wave of helplessness wash over him. What can he do? The ambulance speeds onward, a vessel of panic and hope hurtling toward its destination. And after all the fear and uncertainty, the air fills with the overwhelming relief of tearful joy. Seongguk, now a proud older brother, gently holds the newest addition to their family. The whole family gathers around, absolutely mesmerized by the newest member, Jeon Min-guk. Kim Mi-young congratulates the new mother, acknowledging how much she's been through. But his mom just beams, assuring everyone she feels great thanks to all their help. Mi-young can't help but fawn over the baby, remarking that he's just as adorable as Seongguk. She reaches out a finger, wanting to poke one of those irresistibly chubby cheeks, only to get her hand slapped away with a sharp, sudden smack. Seongguk glares, his protective instincts flaring as he scolds her for touching a newborn so carelessly. He fiercely demands that she go wash her hands first, the chairman's authority leaking out. Mi-young is stunned but also impressed. He's already acting like a responsible big brother. He thinks back to his troublemaker siblings from his past life, and vows that this time, he'll raise his brother properly. With a sinister grin, Seongguk looms over his baby brother, his grand plan for proper child-rearing already in motion. The show's producer appears, asking Ji-seong if he can film this precious moment between the brothers. Elsewhere, the director and PD see the viewer forums are on fire with concern for Seongguk's family. Permission granted, the producer zooms in, capturing the sweet scene of Seongguk holding the sleeping newborn. The director, however, has a smug look on his face, telling a worried Ji-seong that everything is fine now. Ji-seong is left puzzled as the director cryptically explains that the whole situation is nearly resolved. That's because they've caught the rat. A pager slams onto a table, followed by a sharp demand to explain. The traitor is Michael, one of the idols, who stares in shock at his own pager, wondering how he was found out. Taehyung, the group's leader, begins his accusation, pointing out all the strange leaks that have been happening lately. Michael starts to sweat bullets as Tae-young lists off inside information that somehow made its way to the press. Michael tries to play dumb, demanding to know what he supposedly did wrong. But Tae-young reveals his suspicions were so strong, he had Lucas keep an eye on him the whole time. And thanks to that little tale, they found out everything. He cuts right to the chase, demanding Michael explain his relationship with CEO Shin Seung-jong of Shin-sung Entertainment. Michael's face freezes in pure, unadulterated panic. Has been caught. Tae-young continues, explaining how Seongguk's manager was already onto the rival CEO. The final nail in the coffin, the number on Michael's pager traces directly back to Shin-sung. The other members stare in disgust, realizing he helped a corporate thug make Seongguk's family suffer. With a look of utter disappointment, Tae-young asks what could have possibly been going through his head. But it's too late for answers, because now both Michael and the CEO will have to answer to the public. The fallout is immediate, as police escort a hooded CEO Shin Seung-jong through a storm of reporters. He plays the victim, frantically shouting that he knows absolutely nothing about any of this. Watching the news from the hospital, Seongguk is stunned by the swift downfall of the CEO and Michael. The show's PD arrives to apologize, explaining that Tae-young will take full responsibility for Michael's actions. As a gesture of goodwill, the idol group Just and the broadcasting station will cover all the hospital bills. Seongguk's mother is still fuming, muttering that she ought to beat that Michael kid to a pulp herself. But Seongguk just smiles, thanking the PD for the private room that allows his family to recover together. The PD is relieved, saying that if the bad rumors just disappear, that's all they could ask for. He assures them not to worry thanks to their grandfather's interview. Public opinion has completely flipped in their favor. And as for the rest, the manager is already preparing a legal war, ready to teach those reporters a lesson. To give the family time, the PD announces the show will take a 2-month break from broadcasting. Seongguk worries that such a long hiatus might be a problem for the show's popularity. But the PD just smiles warmly, telling him not to worry and to focus on resting with his family. 2 months fly by, and we see the family happy and healthy, ready to return in the spring. Time passes, and as the cherry blossoms bloom in March, the city is buzzing with anticipation. On the news, an anchor excitedly announces that there's more good news to share. A woman watches intently, wiping away tears of joy as she hears the national baby is finally coming back. She turns from the TV and wraps her arms around a man sitting on the couch, calling him honey. It's the actress Im Seon-mi, and the man she's holding is none other than Vice Chairman John Jae-hyung. And as he watches the news about his nephew, a cold, calculating smirk plays on his lips. She leans in close, asking her man just what has him so captivated. On the screen, a rerun of Just, Baby, is playing, featuring the ever-charming Seongguk. She playfully asks if he recognizes the little star, but Jae-hyung seems to have conveniently forgotten. With a little smirk, she reminds him they met that very child on the set of the Spinwash commercial. A light bulb seems to go off in her head, and she murmurs that it all makes sense now. He finally admits it, the boy caught his eye, and there's something strangely intriguing about him. And on the TV, that same intriguing child laughs without a care in the world. She knows exactly why, hopping onto his lap to declare that the boy is a bona fide genius. A genius? Jae-hyung scoffs internally, dismissing him as just another cute kid with temporary fame. But she leans in, reminding him that while her career may have his backing, her eye for true talent is all her own. She explains that Shin-sung Entertainment tried to exploit that very child, and now their entire company is collapsing. Jae-hyung is stunned. He asks if she wasn't with that same agency. She just smiles, confirming that's exactly why she's trying to terminate her awful contract and get out. Pulling her closer, he asks what her plans are after she leaves. With a confident glint in her eye, she admits she has a very interesting idea brewing. Then she drops the pitch. If he's really interested, he should consider investing in Seongguk. The weight of that suggestion hangs in the air as the scene shifts to a humble neighborhood. A mother's voice calls out that it's mealtime, a pot of seaweed soup steaming on the stove. It's Seongguk's family, his mother happily serving him and his siblings. And our little genius, far from the world of corporate schemes, simply savors the delicious smell of home. His mother is pleasantly surprised, commenting on how good their manager's cooking is. The manager then offers a warm bowl to a very grateful So-young. So-young thanks her for always preparing their meals, but the manager just brushes it off as her duty. She insists, however, that the manager goes above and beyond, even bringing fruit without asking for payment. A little flustered, the manager shyly admits it's because she thinks of them as family. The confession hits So-young right in the heart, her eyes sparkling with emotion. Meanwhile, Seongguk is having a very different family moment, yelling at his baby brother. He fiercely protects his food, declaring that Minguk only gets milk. Their mother chuckles, thinking childcare must be easier since the baby copies him, but Seongguk knows better. For him, This isn't a cute phase, it's the simple, exhausting truth that childcare is hell. The constant crying is driving Seong-guk absolutely insane, wondering why his baby brother cries at all hours. He's completely sleep-deprived, practically begging the wide-awake infant to just go to sleep for once. It's relentless. He can't even sneak off to the bathroom without Min-guk wailing for his attention. He remembers his grand plan, to have a loyal follower this time, not like the rude siblings from his past. But this is a whole different kind of challenge, with the baby's unwavering adoration becoming a heavy burden. Utterly exhausted, he pleads with Min-guk, telling him his big brother is just too tired for this. The baby just stares back with impossibly wide, innocent eyes, letting out a questioning little coo. And with that single look, Seong-guk's resolve is completely shattered, his heart pierced by the cuteness. Fine, just this once. He gives in, grabbing the bottle to feed his little brother himself. Watching from the side, his mother laughs at the sight of a baby taking care of a baby. And So-young can't help but agree. Their mother turns to So-young, proudly stating that Seong-guk is truly the most filial son. She then pivots, suddenly asking if they've considered moving to a new place. As their landlady, she admits it's a bit awkward to say, but this house is far too small and old for 2 growing kids. So-young begins to protest about their finances, but their mother cuts her off with a sly grin, asking what she'd say if money were to suddenly appear. Confused, So-young leans in as their mother gestures for her to come closer, a secret hanging in the air. She whispers the unbelievable news. She just got a call from Samjeon Electronics. The corporate titan wants to sign Seong-guk as their exclusive model. So-young can't believe her ears. While in the background, the future star is just trying to keep his baby brother from crying. Their mother confirms it's a serious offer, and the contract terms are already being sent over. The weight of this opportunity crashes down on So-young, her mind filled with visions of gold bars and endless cash. So-young is still processing the news, but their manager calmly suggests they should eat first. After all, she reminds them, they have that meeting at the broadcasting station for first, baby. She smiles smugly, adding that the station is sending a car, so there's really no need to rush. But just as she says that, a knock echoes through the house. Could their ride be here already? She opens the door, expecting to greet someone from the production team. Instead, she freezes, her eyes widening in disbelief at the person standing before her. So-young and Seong-guk look up from the floor, equally caught off guard by the visitor. It's Michael, the idol from Just, his expression unreadable as he looks down at them. He steps inside, his tall frame making their small home feel even more cramped. So-young demands to know why he's here, but little Seong-guk is ecstatic, reaching out for his friend. But Seong-guk's mind is racing, recalling how Michael sided with Sin-sung and sold them out. His manager's voice cuts through the tension, demanding to know why the idol is here. She fears he's come to cause more harm, but her accusations are suddenly interrupted. The door opens wider to reveal Tae-young, the leader of Just, with a cheerful greeting. He gives a quiet Michael a friendly pat, acknowledging that his friend probably startled them. Tae-young explains they wanted to visit and, more importantly, brought Michael along to apologize. Prodded by his leader, Michael finally looks up, his face full of regret as he offers a quiet sorry. He bows his head to the family, admitting that he was completely in the wrong. Seong-guk is internally fuming, thinking one apology can't fix everything, but he forces out a thank you. His mother, however, offers a gentle smile, guessing Michael must have had his reasons. Seong-guk and his manager share a weary facepalm, both silently agreeing to be more vigilant from now on. His mother, however, is simply touched by the apology, thinking to herself that the boy is just too nice. As Michael stands there quietly, Seong-guk glares up at him, a new resolve forming in his mind. If his parents are going to be this lenient, then he'll just have to be twice as sharp to protect them. Tae-young cheerfully breaks the tension, announcing that it's probably time for them to get going. Sometime later, the family arrives at the familiar MVC broadcasting station for their next schedule. Inside, a familiar voice rings out as director Kwak Junha's face lights up with pure joy. Forgetting all his earlier frustrations, Seong-guk runs towards him with his arms wide open. The director happily kneels down, catching the little actor in a warm, heartfelt hug. He chuckles, surprised and delighted that the usually aloof Seong-guk is greeting him so warmly today. Still, in the director's arms, Seong-guk closes his eyes, a blissful smile on his face as he announces he's had an epiphany. With a sudden burst of fiery energy, he declares that he was made for work, he will live for it and die on the job. He collapses dramatically, crying to the bewildered director that he's sick of childcare and needs to act. Director Kwak then spots his mother arriving and turns to greet her warmly. His eyes then land on the baby in her arms, Jeon Min-guk, whose own eyes are already welling up with tears. The director can't help but smile, remarking on how much cuter the little brother has gotten. But his compliment is immediately met with a piercing wail as Min-guk cries out for his Hyung. The director flinches back in shock, but Seong-guk's mother calmly explains that Min-guk always wants to be close to his brother. Realizing the baby is crying because he can't see him, Seong-guk panics, silently begging the director to save him and start filming. The director finally puts the pieces together, greeting the newly arrived manager, and noting how things have changed in just 2 months. With a huge grin, Director Kwok announces that since everyone's here, they can finally get down to business. He lays out the plan, 20 episodes left, wrapping up filming around September. A sly glint flashes in his eyes as he reveals the theme for their first shoot back. Their location? A beautiful, private cherry blossom picnic. On set, his co-stars Taeyoung and Jae-yoon spot Seong-guk and are absolutely stunned. He's been styled into a literal spring fairy, dressed in an impossibly adorable pink bear outfit. Taeyoung teases him, asking if he enjoys the praise, and Seong-guk just soaks it all in with a smug little smile. The assistant director then calls for all cast members to gather, as filming is about to begin. Jae-yoon can't resist scooping up the little star, ready to carry him to the set. But from a nearby car, hidden eyes watch on, a quiet squeak betraying their jealousy. A man in a suit reports from his car, confirming he's arrived at the filming location as ordered. The person on the other end is none other than the imposing vice chairman, John Jae-hyung. Jae-hyung himself is watching from a separate vehicle, his expression unreadable. He wonders if he really needed to come, but his eyes are glued to the scene of Seong-guk with the idols. Later, back in his office, an older secretary finishes delivering a business report. Jae-hyung stops him before he can leave, asking for an update on a specific matter. He wants to know the status of the exclusive contract offer for the child star, Jeon Seong-guk. The secretary reports that the parents are overwhelmed by the offer, so Jae-hyung tells him to back off for now. When asked for his personal opinion, the secretary admits the contract seems excessive for a rookie child, but Jae-hyung just leans back with a knowing smile, musing that there's an undeniable connection to the boy that makes him worth it. He can't shake this feeling, this strange sense of a deep, unbreakable blood tie. Telling his assistant to wait, the vice chairman steps out, needing to confirm something with his own 2 eyes. His sudden, imposing presence immediately catches the attention of the idols on set. Taeyoung spots him first, pointing out the powerful figure striding purposefully towards them. But it's Seong-guk who truly understands. His heart freezes. That's the vice chairman of Samjeon. A single, impossible word forms in his mind as the man's reflection fills his tiny eye. He looks up at the towering figure of the man who was, in another life, his father. The shock is overwhelming. To see his past life's father here, what kind of man was John Jae-hyung, really? He was the eldest son of Samjeon's founder, groomed from the very beginning to be the heir. But where his grandfather was a conquering king, Jae-hyung was a modern ruler, obsessed only with performance and results. Yes, performance-oriented was the perfect word to define the man he once called father. He was a cold machine who cared for nothing but absolute, quantifiable results. This obsession extended to everything: his company, his wife who withered under the pressure, and of course, to his own children. His other kids, Taeguk and Mi-jin, could never meet his impossible standards and were crushed by inferiority. But him? He wasn't just a son. He was a genius who effortlessly shattered every expectation. It's safe to say their relationship was complicated, to put it mildly. And now, standing before him again, that same suffocating tension returns. Jae-hyung's face remains an unreadable mask, a faint, almost mocking smile playing on his lips. Seong-guk can only sigh internally. Hez his father, and Hez his son, how incredibly annoying. The word escapes his lips before he can stop it. Father? A warm, disarming smile spreads across Jae-hyung's face, but it doesn't reach his eyes. Seong-guk immediately regrets everything. It was a mistake, a complete slip of the tongue. Jae-hyung steps forward, casually greeting him by name as he pats the little bear hood. He crouches down, asking if Seong-guk remembers him from the commercial shoot. But our boy quickly denies it. His mind is screaming, "Deny, deny, deny, play dumb." But Jae-hyung's expression sharpens, asking why. Then, did he call him father? He leans in, the pressure suffocating. Damn, he forgot just how persistent this man could be. Just as he's cornered, an unfamiliar voice calls out, breaking the intense moment. It's his parents, rushing over, absolutely stunned, to see the vice chairman of Samjeon Group here. Jae-hyung smiles warmly, claiming he was just hoping to quietly see Seong-guk and didn't mean to interrupt. He explains to the stunned parents that he simply had to see the boy in person. Looking at Seong-guk, he thinks to himself that those bright eyes remind him of his younger self. Yes, seeing him like this only makes him more certain of his suspicions. He then pivots to the mother, asking if she's checked the contract he sent over. Before she can even stammer out a reply, Seong-guk, seeing his chance, blurts out the one thing on his mind. Money. His mother frantically covers his mouth, mortified, as he keeps demanding cash from his rich father. But instead of being offended, Jae-hyung just bursts into laughter, completely charmed by the audacity. He pats the boy's head, promising he'll prepare all the money he needs. With a satisfied smile, he tells them he'll be in touch when they're ready, leaving the family in absolute shock. His mother, completely flustered, can only stammer out a confirmation. They both watch in a daze as the vice chairman's car finally drives away. Seong-guk stares after him, his mind drifting back to his father from a past life. He never thought they'd cross paths again, especially not as a chaebol and a commoner's baby. But he remembers the pride in his father's eyes, entrusting him with a major project. He recalls that feeling of being acknowledged, of being the son his father relied on. A tiny, confident smirk plays on his lips, a ghost of the old chairman's ambition. Suddenly, the director's voice cuts through his thoughts, yelling for everyone to get back on set. Seong-guk snaps out of it. Right, the past is done. His current life is what matters now. With his mind made up, Seong-guk dives headfirst into filming. The seasons change, and with each special episode, the show becomes a runaway hit. From Children's Day antics to a summer vacation special, their fame skyrocketed. But as autumn rolled in, their success brought an entirely new kind of problem. Hordes of screaming fans for the idol group just began showing up everywhere. His manager can only sigh, completely overwhelmed by the chaos and wondering how they keep finding their secret locations. She holds Seong-guk tight, complaining that filming is nearly impossible with these obsessive Sasang fans. Warning him to be careful, she puts him down, and the little chairman toddles off, a plan already forming in his mind. He looks over at the boys, now a national sensation, and can't help but smirk. These kids have grown up quite a bit. The idol group just had exploded, becoming a top-tier sensation in just half a year. And our little chairman wasn't doing too bad either, becoming a certified advertising star. The show's directors were practically swimming in cash, enjoying some hefty bonuses. But as his manager and the assistant director spoke, the mood turned serious. The show was ending, with only 1 or 2 shoots left before it was all over. Seong-guk felt a pang of bittersweet nostalgia, but his thoughts were cut short by a hand reaching from the darkness. It clamped down on his wrist with a sudden, unyielding strength. He froze, his eyes widening in shock as a voice called his name. A mysterious figure held him fast, asking for a single, ominous favor. The mysterious figure is revealed to be Taehyung, the idol leader, who quickly shushes Seong-guk. Seong-guk scoffs internally. Even while hiding, the guy's first thought is about obsessive fans. He asks what kind of help the idol needs, but their secret meeting is cut short by an approaching figure. It's the assistant director, wondering why they're loitering in the stairwell instead of being on set. Cornered, Taehyung blurts out his grand plan. He wants Seong-guk to choose their group's next title track. And just like that, this private request is turned into a full-blown filming segment. The show's PD, smelling great content, eagerly asks Taehyung to explain what's going on. Now in his element, the idol smiles for the camera and announces their upcoming album. He explains that the members are completely deadlocked, unable to agree on the lead single. So, in a stroke of genius, he proudly declares he's leaving the entire decision to Seong-guk. While the crew has their doubts, Seong-guk puts on the headphones with the intense focus of a world-class producer. Taehyung smirks, admitting to the camera that the group was hesitant about this idea at first. But he recalls how Seong-guk has subtly guided them over the past year, teaching them valuable lessons. Since their time together is ending, they wanted his mark on their album, and now the members anxiously await his choice. After a long, dramatic pause, Seong-guk finally removes the headphones, his decision made. Jae-hyun leans in close, unable to hide his anticipation as he asks for the verdict. Internally, Seong-guk commends them for their wisdom. Asking the one person who knows the future is the smartest move they could make. With a confident flourish, his tiny finger lands squarely on one of the demo CDs. Jae-hyun erupts with joy, boasting that he knew Seong-guk had good taste, while Byeomseon is just stunned. Taehyung grins, explaining to a confused Byeomseon that the chosen song was produced by their very own Jae-hyun. Apparently, the song Seong-guk chose was so unique that everyone but its composer wanted it buried as a B-side. But our little genius just smirks, because of course he picked that one. He remembers it clearly from his past life. The song It's a Lie was a massive sleeper hit, topping the charts for 5 weeks straight. It became so inescapable that even he, a corporate shark with no interest in music, had accidentally memorized the lyrics. Byeomseon, however, is still freaking out, trying to get Seong-guk to reconsider his choice. But the baby is having none of it, firmly planting his hand on the CD once more. This absolute, unshakable confidence from a 1-year-old is enough to make Taehyung stop and think. Seong-guk holds up the CD, his decision final. A slow smile spreads across Taehyung's face. He's decided to trust the baby's gut feeling. With their leader on board, the group celebrates, promising to work hard to promote the song their little producer picked out. The show was a smash hit, and the song Seongguk chose dominated the forums, proving his genius producer instincts. And with the show's conclusion, it was time for the final episode's rap party. His manager leads him toward the venue, but as he peeks inside, it's completely dark. A flicker of memory, he recalls the Just members acting suspiciously, definitely planning something. Well, whatever it is, he decides to just play along like the kid they think he is, and steps inside. The second he does, the room explodes in a shower of confetti and a roar of celebration. It's not just a rap party, it's a surprise birthday party, with the entire group presenting him with a cake. Taehyung and Jaehyun lead the group in a heartfelt rendition of Happy Birthday. Byamseon, camera in hand, grins and explains they wanted to celebrate his birthday properly alongside the finale, and Seongguk can only stand there, trembling, utterly speechless at this genuine display of affection. And just like that, the hardened chairman breaks, letting out a pure, unadulterated shout of joy. He might have seen it coming, but actually being celebrated feels amazing, as Taehyung and Jaehyun toss him into the air. To make things even better, the show's PD unveils the real prize, a massive Korean beef feast for everyone. Seongguk's eyes lock onto the sizzling meat, a luxury even his ghostly memories of Michael can't quite believe. The taste is so heavenly that Lucas is literally sobbing into his plate, earning a bewildered look from Jaehyun. Byamseon just laughs, ruffling Seongguk's hair as the kid enters full-on combat meal mode. With glasses of all kinds raised high, from fancy wine to a kid's mug, they prepare a toast. It's a heartfelt thank you for all their hard work, with Seongguk at the very center of the celebration. Watching from a distance, Kim So-young feels a warmth spread through her chest, genuinely touched by the scene. But her quiet moment is shattered, as an older man in a suit approaches, asking for her by name and leaving her completely stunned. The man introduces himself as Secretary Yang, sent on behalf of Vice Chairman John Jae-hyung, with a small gift. Kim So-young's jaw drops as she opens the box to find incredibly rare and valuable wild ginseng. With the pleasantries out of the way, the secretary smoothly mentions a contract he'd like her to review. Still reeling from the gift, she enthusiastically agrees, promising to visit the company as soon as possible. A few days later, they find themselves standing before the massive, imposing headquarters of the Samjeon Group. His manager worries that So-young should be resting, but she's a woman of her word and insists on keeping her promise. Seongguk, however, is laser-focused. He knows this is no time to be tired, he needs his full concentration. He remembers his father from his past life, a cunning man who never made a deal he didn't profit from. Puffing out his chest, he prepares for a battle of wits, determined to figure out the vice chairman's true intentions. A staff member greets them with a warm smile, welcoming them right into the heart of Samjeon headquarters. She announces that the vice chairman is waiting for them, and So-young can't help but feel a little starstruck. With a heavy sound, the grand doors swing open, revealing a room bathed in light. A man stands with his back to them, gazing out at the city skyline, finally acknowledging their arrival. The sheer presence of the man is overwhelming, and even Seongguk feels a jolt of recognition. The vice chairman turns, a faint smile on his lips as he greets the boy by name Seongguk. They're seated at a large table as Secretary Yang serves tea and refreshments with practiced ease. But Seongguk's eyes lock onto the cookies, his absolute favorite from his past life. This can't be a coincidence. While his mother and manager enjoy the hospitality, Seongguk cautiously tries a cookie, his mind racing. The vice chairman cuts through the pleasantries, getting straight to the point about the contract. His manager speaks up, admitting the offer is generous, almost suspiciously so, for a 3-year exclusive deal. The manager mentions a 150 million won signing bonus, and Seongguk does a literal spit take. The vice chairman simply confirms the absurd number, leaving the manager blushing and speechless. But Seongguk isn't impressed, has suspicious. The terms are too good, especially from his past life father. He glares, trying to figure out the man's angle, as the vice chairman notes his surprise with a knowing smirk. His manager voices their shared concern, admitting frankly that he doesn't understand the reason for such a large offer. The vice chairman smoothly labels it an investment, a word that only deepens their distrust. He then calls for Secretary Yang, who presents Seongguk's mother with a pamphlet. It's for the Samjeon Scholarship, a program designed to discover and support outstanding talent. His mother is absolutely stunned to hear that the company considers her little Seongguk a gifted child. The manager, however, isn't buying it. He thinks the kid is clever, sure, but this is too much, and he moves to intervene. But the vice chairman stops him, explaining that in his eyes, Seongguk is special, smart, and gutsy. He tells the boy's flustered mother that, with the right support, he'll grow into someone truly excellent. Overwhelmed by the praise, she can only stammer out that of course he will. The manager looks on in disbelief, But Seongguk himself is completely unfazed, his expression grim. He stares forward, his mind racing as he processes the true meaning behind this offer. He remembers this trait from his past life. His father was obsessed with results and coveted talented people, and he has to admit, the man's judgment is spot on. A silent vow forms, fueled by a burning ambition. He will become the best, more capable than anyone. His mother panics at his intense baby babble, but the vice chairman just lets out a satisfied laugh. He's impressed, noting that this child possesses a fighting spirit that even his own sons lack. The vice chairman's eyes gleam. This child's spirit has only strengthened his resolve to support him. He offers the contract again, leaving the manager and Seongguk's mother speechless. As he departs, he tells them to take their time, knowing full well the offer is too good to refuse. Later that night, after the kids are put to bed, the family's quiet home feels heavy with the decision. Ji-seong thanks his wife, but the day's events are clearly weighing on both of them. He sits with the contract, asking for her opinion, but she can only admit her own confusion. He, on the other hand, is absolutely floored, staring at the 150 million figure in disbelief. But his wife confesses she's not excited, she's scared. The thought of a man as powerful as the Samjeon vice chairman taking an interest in their son is terrifying. She fears a deal this good must have a catch, unaware that Seongguk is wide awake, listening to every word. Listening from his crib, Seongguk completely understands his mother's fear. For a couple that struggled for every penny, a contract of this size is naturally intimidating. He likens their mindset to a flea raised in a jar, forever limited by its past confines. The cruelest part of poverty, he reflects, is how it makes people fear grand opportunities. He realizes he'll have to step in and persuade them, especially his mother. But before he can act, his father suddenly grabs his wife. His tone completely changed. The abrupt shift from fear to desperate hope catches even Seongguk off guard. Ji-seong pleads with her to think about it. This contract could give their son a different life. He imagines a future where Seongguk attends good schools and lands a respectable job. A life as impressive as the Samjeon vice chairman himself, and the argument finally stuns her into silence. Internally, Seongguk is cheering him on. Yes. That's it, Dad. Talk about the future. His father, overwhelmed with emotion, finally agrees to take this one desperate chance for hope. As if on cue, a polite knock sounds at their front door. A sharply dressed man from Samjeon Group greets them with a warm, reassuring smile. It's Secretary Yang, here to finalize the contract. Noting the vice chairman was pleased by their quick response. He presents the revised document, confirming all the changes they'd requested. A clause protecting Seongguk from overwork is included, and his mother sighs in genuine relief. But just as she reaches for the pen, the secretary stops her, saying there's one small thing. His friendly mask drops, replaced by a chilling grin, as he mentions Samjeon has a few changes of their own. The room goes cold as the family and Seongguk realize they've just walked straight into a trap. Secretary Yang leans in, his voice dripping with false sincerity, asking if they'd mind a few changes from Samjeon's side. The mother's face contorts in fear, her voice trembling as she asks what he means. With a smug grin, he pulls out two documents, a Samjeon stock forecast and a brochure for a luxury apartment. But before he can explain the bribe, a tiny hand snatches the papers right out of his. The entire room freezes as Seongguk, a mere baby, glares down at the corporate documents. His mind races, instantly grasping the situation. This isn't a contract, it's a golden leash. The secretary, momentarily stunned, tries to coax the papers back, saying they're for adults to look at. But Seongguk's eyes darken with understanding. He silently questions the man. What exactly is the meaning of this? The words finally sink in for his mother. Stocks and an apartment, the sheer weight of the offer is suffocating. Then, the genius vanishes. Seongguk looks up with a dazzling, innocent smile, pretending to be just a curious baby. He offers the documents back with a cute smile, but Secretary Yang is still completely flustered by the situation. Meanwhile, Vice Chairman Jae-hyung watches from afar, thinking how ridiculous this is, but he's committed. He'll play along with this little act, all to uncover his father's grand scheme, and Seongguk is the key. Suddenly, Seongguk drops the charade and proudly exclaims that he can read, stunning his mother. Secretary Yang's face twists in disbelief. A 3-year-old prodigy? This is more than he bargained for. His mother asks how he learned, and he nonchalantly replies that he picked it up from TV and newspapers. That's all the confirmation Secretary Yang needs. The vice chairman was right. This child is a genius worth the investment. He eagerly begins to explain the real offer, reminding them of the 50 million won reduced from the contract fee. Then comes the bombshell. They'll be given Samjeon stocks worth that exact amount, leaving his mother speechless. And to top it all off, a premium apartment in Jamsil, a golden cage, and Seongguk sees it for exactly what it is. His mother stammers that it's too much, but Seongguk is already dissecting the offer. He sees the trap, a tempting reward to ensure loyalty, but payment is delayed for 2 years. It's his father's classic move, dangling wealth to make people serve him without question. But Seongguk grins, recognizing his father's style. He's more than ready for this game. Switching back to his toddler act, he grabs Secretary Yang, demanding they sign the contract immediately. His mother tries to pull him away, but he throws a full-blown tantrum, screaming that he wants the deal. Internally, he's frantic. He knows the future value of those stocks, and that apartment is astronomical. Just as his mother is about to refuse, Kim So-young grabs her arm, telling her to wait. She gently insists this is a precious opportunity for Seongguk and their family. So-young then turns to a stunned Secretary Yang and formally accepts the generous terms. But So-young has a counter-proposal. The contract is too big for an individual, so they'll establish a company just for him. A dedicated agency that will exist for the sole purpose of managing and protecting Seongguk. Secretary Yang is ecstatic, his face lighting up at the brilliant idea of a one-person agency, SKJ Entertainment. Seongguk can barely contain his smug satisfaction. This is the perfect move, especially with more deals on the horizon. He's practically buzzing with excitement. This is the first company to ever bear his name in this new life. Though, he admits, the idea originally came from his trusty manager, Kim, a few days ago in a flash of brilliance. But his vision extends far beyond a simple agency. He plans to grow this small seed into a massive global empire. Secretary Yang, completely on board, eagerly offers his full assistance in establishing the company. With everyone in agreement, Seongguk moves to finalize the deal, ready to press his official stamp on the documents. The whole family watches, beaming with pride, as he clutches the stamp, thinking to himself, "It's all mine." And so, as night falls, the monumental deal is finally done. Back home, Seongguk relaxes while his father, Ji-seong, pores over the contracts, his mind reeling. Stocks, a new apartment, and a son who can read. It's all happening so fast he can barely process it. The money is great, but the biggest shock remains. Is his son actually a super genius? His wife, So-young, walks in on his frantic moment, gently telling him to put their son down. She has a surprise for them all. It's time for dinner. Ji-seong is stunned to see bulgogi and fish on the table, a feast they couldn't afford until now. So-young smiles, explaining she used a small part of Seongguk's advance payment for a little luxury. She even suggests mixing some of the meat into baby Min-guk's food, his first taste ever. Seongguk gives his enthusiastic approval, happy to share his success with his little brother. With a fork and spoon in hand, Seongguk declares that being stingy with food is a thing of the past. The family enjoys their meal together, a picture of warmth and newfound happiness. So-young then turns to her husband, asking how the conversation with his boss went. Ji-seong recalls the moment he told his boss he wanted to strike out on his own, and the old man simply nodded, saying it was time. The news is a shock to everyone at the table. His boss actually encouraged him to open his own shop. Ji-seong explains that, thanks to Seongguk's earnings, they might be able to afford a commercial space in just 2 years. Overjoyed, So-young tells him it's a wonderful idea, and that he should absolutely go for it. Even Seongguk chimes in with his full support, leaving his father beaming with pride. Ji-seong pats his son's head, thankful that he now has a dream to pursue, while Seongguk internally scoffs 2 years, hell by a dozen buildings by then. But elsewhere, in a dark high-rise office, a mysterious voice reminds Secretary Yang that he was the one who put the kid on the vice chairman's radar. A silver-haired producer is on the phone, casually asking for a little update on a certain situation. Her eyes narrow as she listens intently to the report coming in. So, they signed an exclusive contract with Samjeon, and even started a one-person agency? She hangs up the phone with a satisfied, almost predatory smirk. But the man she's reporting to, Shin Seung-jung, is absolutely seething with rage. She calmly relays the news. John Seong-guk has officially aligned with Samjeon and founded his own company. The old man's fury erupts as he slams his hands down, calling them cursed bastards. How dare they mess with him, the head of Shinsung, and flaunt it so brazenly. His eyes burn with pure hatred. He makes a silent vow that he will not let this go. He declares hell ruined them completely, though his producer seems to think that's a terrible idea. She calmly explains that Seongguk isn't the same person he used to be. The producer then hits him with the real threat. He's daring to touch Vice Chairman Jeon Jae-hyung's prize asset. She reminds him of the contract, of the Vice Chairman's immense expectations for the boy, and she lets the implication hang in the air. Does he really think Jae-hyung would forgive him for ruining this? Backed into a corner, Shin Seung-jung can only lash out, screaming at her to get out of his office. But as she walks away, he's already folding, demanding the contract renewal documents be brought to him. The producer glances at another expiring contract. This one for the actress Im Seon-mi, realizing her boss is truly lost. And at that very moment, Im Seon-mi herself rips the document apart, vowing she's no longer the same person she was 7 years ago. Far from all the corporate drama, a much more peaceful scene unfolds. Our baby genius, Seong-guk, is simply enjoying a relaxing spa day with a cucumber mask. He can't help but sigh in contentment. This simple cucumber mask feels amazing. His mother, so young, tends to him while his baby brother sleeps. A small moment of peace in their newly changed lives. Since the contract, their one-person agency has exploded, and manager Kim Mi-young is now buried in paperwork, loving every second of it. Dad, meanwhile, has finally set his dream in motion, opening a Bossum restaurant in 2 years. And he's putting in the work, going through some brutal training to master the secret kimchi recipe. Mom, however, is stuck on baby duty, trying to calm a wailing Min-guk, while Seong-guk covers his ears in annoyance. Yet even with all that stress, she still makes time for her older son's skincare routine. He thinks back to his past life, paying fortunes for treatments, but nothing compares to this. She gently touches his cheek, thinking what a good filial son she has, completely unaware of the corporate titan inside. As she leaves him to rest, Seong-guk soaks in the quiet, feeling a profound sense of peace he hasn't known in decades. His moment of peace is interrupted by a thought. It's time for the chart announcement. He turns his attention to the TV, ready to check on his latest investment. And right on cue, the idol group Just is declared number 1. He smirks, munching on a cucumber, feeling smug about the hit song he chose for them. As they perform, he silently reminds them to be grateful for his genius. But his self-congratulation is cut short by an unexpected voice from the entryway. His mother is greeting a visitor, someone claiming to be from Samjeon Group. His tiny legs carry him as fast as they can towards the front door. There stands a suspicious figure, completely disguised in a coat, hat, and mask. Seong-guk stares, his mind racing. Just who is this person? Through the visitor's dark sunglasses, Seong-guk sees his own confused reflection, a cucumber slice still stuck to his forehead. The disguised figure suddenly lunges, gushing over how cute he is, and trying to scoop him into a hug. His mother instantly intercepts, shielding him and demanding to know who this stranger is. Flustered, the visitor apologizes, explaining she was just so happy to see him again as she removes her disguise. And beneath the hat and mask is a radiant, smiling face, the famous actress, Im Seon-mi. Seong-guk and his mother are completely floored by the reveal. A-list celebrity Im Seon-mi is in their living room. After the initial shock, things settle down as a cup of coffee is prepared for their guest. His mother cautiously offers her the drink, inviting the top star to make herself comfortable. Seon-mi sits gratefully at their small table, beaming with joy, while Seong-guk continues to eye her with suspicion. Finally, his mother nervously asks the question on everyone's mind. What on earth is she doing here? With a sudden bow, Im Seon-mi bursts into a tearful apology that she's been holding back this whole time. She confesses it was all her fault for recommending Shin-sung Entertainment, leaving Seong-guk and his mother stunned. She insists she only wanted to work with him, never imagining CEO Shin Sung-jung would resort to such vile tactics. But Seong-guk remains unmoved by the display, his mind already racing, analyzing her true motives. He recalls from his past life that Seon-mi and the CEO were merely business associates, nothing more. He also remembers she was a cunning woman who had an affair with his father, but she wasn't one to harm people directly. That's it, her strategy isn't to make enemies, but to put powerful people in her debt. With a simple sigh, he mutters that it's fine, catching the emotional actress completely off guard. His mother beams, telling Seon-mi that her apology is more than enough for them. Overwhelmed by their simple kindness, the A-list celebrity is now the one who's truly moved to tears. Seon-mi immediately gets cozy with his mother, insisting they're family before casually asking about Samjeon. But Seong-guk, ever the little chairman, cuts right through the act, asking what business she has with them. The actress playfully praises his quick development, while his mom is just stunned that he spoke so clearly. Seon-mi explains she's just here to deliver a contract document she picked up from Secretary Yang. She holds the folder out to him, but then pauses, a sly smile creeping onto her face. Before she hands it over, she mentions she heard something interesting. A dark, ambitious glint flashes in her eyes as she brings up his plan for a one-person agency. And then comes the bombshell. She wants to join, leaving Seong-guk completely speechless. Her sinister aura vanishes in an instant, replaced by a dazzling smile as she repeats her offer. His mother is left sputtering, wondering how she knew, as Seong-guk grapples with this insane proposal. She cheerfully admits she had to beg Secretary Yang for the details since she's a Samsung model too. Her tone then shifts, explaining to a stunned So Young that her contract with Shin-sung Entertainment just ended. With a pained expression, She claims she was deeply disappointed in their CEO and has no reason to stay. She wants to join an agency that cares for its actors like a real family, and the sentiment immediately touches his mother's heart. Seonmi presses her advantage, telling So Young to think of it as a great opportunity for everyone involved. She paints herself as an angelic figure who can bring them fame and money, and his mother is completely mesmerized. But her inner thoughts reveal a darker motive. If she secures a spot, she can move things exactly the way she wants. So, she asks if they should sign, and while his mother eagerly agrees, a tiny voice cuts through with a firm no way. Both women whip around, shocked by the sudden and absolute rejection. It's Seongguk, arms crossed, declaring with all his might that this deal is absolutely not happening. His mother can barely believe her ears, stammering if he really just said no way. She immediately scolds him for being rude, but Seonmi just smiles, calmly asking for his reason. Lacking a logical explanation he can voice, Seongguk resorts to the ultimate baby protest. A dramatic face, plant on the floor. His mom, flustered, tries to brush it off as a strange tantrum, telling Seonmi they can just ignore him and talk. So Seongguk escalates, unleashing his ultimate move, the floor-rolling, red-faced, ear-splitting wail. The sheer intensity of the meltdown leaves both his mother and Seonmi completely stunned. His mom panics, thinking to herself that he's never, ever thrown a fit like this before. The commotion is so loud it wakes his baby brother Minguk, who wonders why his Hyung is crying, and with two screaming babies on her hands, So Young's patience finally shatters. She apologizes profusely to Seonmi, grabs Seongguk, and drags him away, leaving the actress to watch with a satisfied smile. Alone with him now, Seonmi leans in with a sly smile, asking why he dislikes his Nuna so much. She playfully pokes his cheek, genuinely curious about the baby's intense hatred for her. But Seongguk has had enough, and with a surprising burst of speed, he smacks her hand away. It's simple, he thinks. Her ulterior motives are just so painfully obvious. She's a classic opportunist, a sly fox, who never does anything that won't benefit her in the long run. He can see right through her. She's just making a small investment, hoping for a big payoff later. But his future company will be built on loyalty, filled only with people he can truly trust. He especially has no use for a woman who would happily spill information to his father. The sharp smack echoes, and the sheer audacity of the baby's defiance leaves Seonmi utterly stunned. Her playful smirk vanishes, replaced by a look of pure, unfiltered shock. The sudden tension makes his twin brother, Minguk, burst into tears, and his mother quickly apologizes for the commotion. But Seonmi doesn't seem offended at all. In fact, a slow, knowing smile spreads across her face. She realizes this baby is more than he seems, and now she's even more determined to join his future agency. Seongguk, however, remains completely unimpressed, thinking to himself, "Try all you want." The actress then places a folder on the floor, casually mentioning it's the documents he was waiting for. With a dramatic wave and a flash of sunglasses, she promises to see him again very soon. As she leaves like a storm, his mother is left baffled, but Seongguk is already deep in thought. He isn't dismissing Seonmi's talent, but he needs someone who will be a loyal member of his team. He's building an empire, not a temporary stop for opportunistic stars, and a wicked grin forms on his face. But his corporate scheming is cut short when his mother finally snaps, scolding him for his terrible manners. But the tiny chairman tries to argue back, protesting that he wasn't throwing a tantrum. He desperately points to the folder, shouting that the crucial Samsung documents are right there. His mother, Kim So-young, is still mid-lecture and clearly not finished scolding him. But when she finally opens it, her annoyance melts into pure shock. It's an official contract request from Namjeon Electronics for Seongguk to be their exclusive model. And just like that, they arrive at the filming location, with Seongguk already dressed for the part. His mother looks around in awe, amazed by the beautiful studio so close to the city. A man rushes over to greet them, calling out to Seongguk and his mother with a wide smile. Seongguk, ever the professional, immediately greets the director with practiced charm. The director explains that Namjeon must have been seriously impressed to handpick him for this project. The director can't help but fawn over Seongguk, remarking on how handsome he's become. He proudly points out the sponsored outfit they sent over, saying it looks fantastic on him. But Seongguk's professional smile cracks when he hears the brand name, Petite Cochon Little Pig. As he internally fumes about his chubby cheeks, a sleek, unassuming car pulls up nearby. Inside, Vice Chairman John Jae-hyung watches the studio entrance with a neutral expression. His eyes land on the director, playfully lifting a squirming Seongguk into the air. A faint, almost nostalgic smile touches Jae-hyung's lips as he murmurs that it's been a while. A voice from the passenger seat observes that this must be the child he sponsors so diligently. Jae-hyung's expression hardens slightly as he confirms, his gaze never leaving the boy. because looming over this entire situation is the immense pressure and influence of his own father. Chairman John himself arrives on set, being carefully helped from his car by Jae-hyung, but the old man straightens up with a confident smile, looking anything but frail. He scoffs at their caution, telling them not to treat him like a feeble old man. After all, he knows his recent illness was just a calculated performance for the media. His gaze then lands on Seong-guk, and he questions the proposal for a noisy commercial starring a child. He grills his son, reminding him that Samjeon has always maintained a dignified and classy image. Jae-hyung defends the move as a necessary change, a way to shed the company's stiff reputation. The chairman's expression sours, twisting his son's words into an insult against his own legacy, forcing a flustered denial. He waves it off, telling Jae-hyung to do as he pleases, though his son knows this sharp old man is just testing his resolve. But then, the real question: why this kid? Jae-hyung coolly replies that it's nothing more than an investment in the future. An investment? The chairman scoffs at the very idea. What could a little brat like that possibly have to offer Samjeon Group? Meanwhile, Jae-hyung's wife, the famous actress Im Seon-mi, reveals her own plans to join Seong-guk's one-man agency. With a sly smile, she calls it an investment, just like her husband did. She explains that the industry has changed. Seong-guk's friendly image is exactly what the public wants now. She sees it clearly. The boy is a genius at marketing, and she's hitching her wagon to his rising star. Back in the present, Jae-hyung smirks, telling his father that this kid is going to be a huge shot. But the chairman is still unconvinced until Jae-hyung drops a truly shocking fact. That little kid can already read. He even mocks the old man, reminding him he didn't learn to read until he was 5, while Seong-guk is only 3. The chairman's face falls, a wave of regret washing over him as he thinks if only that child were his. Jae-hyung's cold eyes reflect his father's harsh judgment. The chairman walks away, muttering how none of his grandkids are up to his standards, a sentiment Jae-hyung can only agree with. Miles away, Seong-guk's ears twitch. He has a funny feeling someone's talking about him, but he shakes it off, his focus entirely on the script. Has absolutely certain this ad will dictate Samjeon's entire future. He'll nail this performance, and his own value will skyrocket right along with the company's. Suddenly, his name is called, and he looks up to see the members of the idol group just rushing toward him. It's a chaotic reunion as the boys shove each other out of the way, all desperate to see the little star. Jae-hyun immediately starts charming Seong-guk's mother, which earns him a furious glare from the boy. Their leader, Tae-young, cuts through the noise with a bright smile, asking Seong-guk if he's been doing well. Seong-guk grins back, confirming he has, and notes that it looks like they've been doing great too. And he's right, the boys from Just are practically glowing with success. His father explains to his baffled mother that they owe it all to Seong-guk, their little savior. The song he picked for them has been #1 for 30 straight weeks, setting a new record. Seong-guk just smirks, soaking in their praise. Yeah, you're welcome, you little punks. He points a tiny, demanding finger, reminding them that, since they listened to him, it's time to pay up. Tae-hyung just laughs, hoisting the little mastermind into the air, shouting that of course they'll repay him. The whole group crowds in, promising to do anything he asks, startling the kid with their sudden intensity. But that word, anything, hangs in the air as Seong-guk's expression darkens with new schemes. Just then, the director claps his hands, announcing that it's time to start filming. With an enthusiastic cheer, the set comes to life, ready for action. Tae-young holds Seong-guk, completely starstruck by the scale of the production he's now a part of. Meanwhile, staff members are rushing around, trying to herd the other idols into position for the shoot. The group's leader is stunned by the sheer number of cameras, but Seong-guk is quiet, his sharp eyes scanning everything. Suddenly, he yanks on Tae-young's collar, demanding his attention with a serious expression. He cuts right through the chaos with a simple question: "Where's Michael?" The question hangs in the air, silencing everyone nearby. The other members and staff look around in a dawning panic. He's right. Michael is nowhere to be seen. Tae-hyung kneels down, a troubled look on his face, forced to explain the messy situation to their tiny benefactor. He drops the bomb. Michael, well, you could say he's no longer part of the group. The news shocks Seong-guk to his core. What? Why? Both of them are practically screaming now, as Tae-hyung struggles to explain that he just up and left. Turns out, after being scolded, Michael got sulky, decided he missed his family, and quit on the spot, booking a flight straight to LA. Seong-guk is floored. They didn't even get a chance to stop him, but wait, this is new. A shocking realization hits him. The future has changed. In his past life, Michael caused endless scandals but stuck around. Everything had been following the script of his past life perfectly, except for one crucial variable: he met me. If he could change that, could he change other things? Could he change his own lonely, tragic end? The chilling memory of the IMF crisis flashes through his mind, a reminder of the disasters he knows are coming. He snapped out of his thoughts by a sudden, angry shout from across the room. Seongguk whips his head around, startled by the commotion. It's the other members. Lucas is desperately trying to break up a fight between Jaehyun and Beomseon. The two are at each other's throats, grabbing collars and screaming in a full-blown brawl. Seongguk can only stare in disbelief, demanding to know what on earth is happening now. Jaehyun explodes, convinced Beomseon is looking down on him for his acting. But Beomseon just stares back, coldly stating it's not his skill, but his terrible attitude that's the problem. Lucas, trying to keep the peace, challenges him if he thinks Jaehyun's so bad. Why doesn't he try it himself? A flicker of determination crosses Beomseon's face. Fine. Hell, show them how it's done. And with that, he launches into the most ridiculously over-the-top performance imaginable for a vacuum cleaner commercial. The sheer cringe is overwhelming, leaving the other members absolutely horrified by his beautiful acting. But for Seongguk, it's a light bulb moment. He finally understands the core issue with Jaehyun's performance. See, Jaehyun is the perfect pure idol, loved for his soft personality and cute demeanor. It's a persona that works wonders on stage, charming legions of adoring fans. Beomseon, however, is the exact opposite, blunt and serious, which might just make him the better actor. So, with a plan forming in his mind, Seongguk grabs a hold of the unsuspecting idol. He looks up with a bright, innocent smile and tells Beomseon that he should try acting. The others immediately jump on the idea, with Jaehyun practically daring him to do it. Beomseon is completely caught off guard. He was just trying to be serious. But Seongguk gives him a double thumbs up, his eyes sparkling with absolute confidence. Cornered and maybe a little intrigued, Beomseon reluctantly agrees to give it a shot. He takes a deep breath, getting into a character no one ever expected to see, and then he explodes, screaming in disgust about how he could possibly live in such a filthy place. The next moment, he's fawning over the vacuum cleaner, his face a mask of pure, unadulterated awe. Jaehyun and Lucas can only stare in utter disbelief. Is that really Beomseon? Even Beomseon himself is blushing, shocked by his own hidden talent. The assistant director is absolutely floored, immediately suggesting they give the role to him instead. Seongguk considers it, knowing Jaehyun's pride isn't so fragile that he can't accept a better performance. And just like that, Jaehyun lights up, beaming with genuine praise for his fellow member. He throws an arm around Beomseon, asking if he's finally realized why he was being pushed to be serious. Watching them, Seongguk smiles. This is perfect. Now things can finally move forward as they should. But then, a sudden, sharp realization cuts through his satisfaction. Seeing them all together, laughing and supporting one another, this feeling is completely new. In his past life, this moment never happened. Jaehyun and Beomseon split off, their relationship strained until the end. But now, a future is being rewritten, with Jaehyun playfully encouraging him and Beomseon admitting he wants to try. A new fire lights within Seongguk. This time, he will surpass his past life. Jaehyun calls him over, his cheerful voice a symbol of the new path he's forging for them. With a bright smile, Seongguk runs towards them, feeling like he can accomplish anything. After a long and grueling day of shooting, night finally falls. He's completely drained, leaning against his guardian while his family waits nearby. This tiny body isn't built for this kind of work. All he wants is to go home and collapse. But just as they're about to leave, a silhouette appears in the darkness, startling them. It's the actress, Im Seon-mi, who greets them with a radiant, almost blinding smile. She announces she's here to help his team, conveniently offering a ride in her fancy car. Seongguk immediately sees through her act, but frankly, he's too exhausted to care about her schemes tonight. And her help apparently includes booking a private dinner at a ridiculously high-end restaurant. They're greeted with the utmost formality as they step inside the luxurious establishment. Seon-mi cheerfully ushers them in, but Seongguk suddenly freezes in his tracks. His mind flashes back. This isn't just any restaurant. It's his favorite black bean noodle spot from his past life. As everyone takes their seats, he can only stare, completely overwhelmed by a wave of nostalgia. He remembers sneaking away as the powerful chairman, just to come here and eat in peace. To see this glorious dish again, something he thought was lost to him for at least a decade, it's a miracle. Without a second thought, he dives in, while his guardian nervously notes how expensive everything looks. Seon-mi watches with a smug smile, confident this display of sincerity will win him over to her agency. Then she casually adds that they've also taken care of Chairman Shin Sung-jung, leaving his guardian speechless. She coolly explains that Vice Chairman Jae-hyung showed no remorse for wronging Seongguk, even spreading vile rumors. So, her agency simply gave the old man a little lesson, leaving Chairman Shin looking utterly defeated. His manager can only stare in disbelief, suddenly noticing Seongguk has already finished his entire meal. But Seongguk just licks his lips, a satisfied smile on his face. This kind of sincerity, he can work with this. He turns to the surprised actress and casually invites her to join them at the table. With a sudden burst of energy, he declares that he's completely on board with her proposal. Seonmi lights up, assuming the amazing food won him over. But Seongguk's mind is elsewhere. He's just received confirmation of a critical fact. The future can indeed be changed. And if that's true, then perhaps even a woman like Im Seonmi could become something more. A reliable ally, he thinks, as she excitedly tells his mother that he's finally agreed to join her. His mother, however, is a bit more cautious, telling the eager actress she'll discuss it with her husband first. And later that night, the family meeting commences. After hearing the proposal, Seongguk's father thoughtfully considers the situation before slamming his foot down, declaring he's completely against it. Everyone is stunned by his firm opposition to bringing Im Seonmi into their agency. He passionately argues that they can't call themselves an agency when they have no office or staff. His wife's eyes widen in realization. Her husband has a very, very good point. But Seongguk, ever the strategist, has already factored that in, and he still votes yes. After all, finding a reliable employee who won't just run off with his money is the real challenge. And just like that, a brilliant idea seems to strike him. As the family debates, a brilliant idea suddenly explodes in Seongguk's mind. His father is still focused on the logistics, arguing they need to hire staff, and the manager has to agree. His mother adds that at the very least, a company needs a trustworthy accountant to handle the money. That's his cue. Seongguk suddenly runs off, returning with a book held high for his mom. It's a textbook on accounting principles, and the name written on the cover is none other than Kim So-young. The manager and his mother stare in disbelief. The solution was right in front of them this whole time. So-young blushes, completely flustered that her old secret has just been brought into the light. The manager asks if it's true, and she shyly admits she graduated from commercial high school and briefly worked as an accountant. She confesses she's been thinking about working again, but trails off, insecure about her past experience. But Seongguk cuts her off with a huge, encouraging smile, insisting that she can absolutely do it. His mother is overcome with emotion, but Seongguk plays it cool, saying it's just for a small startup. But inside, his mind is racing. Trust is more important than experience, making his mom the perfect candidate. The manager and Mi-young immediately back him up, encouraging So-young to take the chance she's been waiting for. With newfound determination, she clenches her fists and declares she'll do her best. Much to everyone's delight, Seongguk beams, thinking how noble he is for supporting his mother's passion and talent. Of course, the real reason is much simpler. With her in charge, his money is finally safe. Mi-young then takes the lead, offering up the vacant unit in her building as a rent-free office space. She grins, reminding them that this is her business too, a sentiment Seongguk wholeheartedly approves of. With the team assembled, Seongguk throws his hands up, rallying them to make their new company a massive success. The scene then shifts to a quiet rooftop, the air still, as someone calls out from nearby. And the visitor is none other than top actress Im Seonmi, arriving with a bright smile and a watermelon as a gift. Kim Mi-young is completely stunned to see her, but Seonmi just flashes a peace sign, saying she came to see their new office. She looks around the tiny space, complimenting the professional setup of desks and supplies. Mi-young feels a little embarrassed by their humble start, but Seonmi quickly reassures her, saying she prefers a clean and efficient space. After all, what good is a huge, flashy office when it just attracts the attention of vultures like Chairman Shin Sung-jung? Speaking of which, she pulls out a newspaper she brought along for them. She unfolds it to reveal a massive headline. She's officially changing agencies to join Seongguk's company. Mi-young can't believe the news is already out, but Seonmi just grins, teasing that she's stuck with her now. Her smile is warm and genuine. She's clearly thrilled with her decision to join them. Finally, she asks where their little CEO is, just as Mi-young invites her in, eager to get that watermelon. Mi-young explains their little CEO is currently busy with his big brother duties, and the sight that greets Im Seonmi is so adorable she can barely contain herself. Seongguk, however, is just putting on a show, welcoming his new top actress with a calculated display of cuteness. Mi-young adds that his baby brother, Min-guk, has started crawling and is surprisingly fast. In fact, the little guy is practically glued to his brother's side at all times. The women see a dutiful son struggling with his clingy sibling, but Seongguk is internally screaming. Seonmi claps her hands, thinking this is perfect timing now that Min-guk is a bit older. She announces an upcoming event, the 10th birthday party for Vice Chairman Jeon Jae-hyung's son, Tae-guk. Mi-young is stunned by the news of a party at the Samjeon Hotel, but for Seongguk, this isn't just a party, it's a battlefield he now has to enter. The name Taeguk triggers a flood of bad memories of his reckless, useless brother from his past life. And now, in this new life, he's about to meet that very same person all over again. His baby brother Minguk, however, is all smiles, completely unaware of Seongguk's inner turmoil. Cradling the infant, Seongguk tries to convince himself this one is different, he has to be. But the baby's constant, affectionate clinging is already starting to get on his last nerve. Suddenly, the date of the party, July 8th, rings a bell in the back of his mind. He racks his brain, trying to recall why that specific date feels so familiar, so important. Later that night, the family is sound asleep, a rare moment of peace in the household. But that peace is shattered by the sudden, jarring ring of the telephone. His mother, groggy and confused, picks up the receiver, wondering who could possibly be calling at this hour. Seongguk stirs from his sleep, overhearing his mother on the phone with Secretary Yang. His feet hit the floor as he silently creeps out of bed, drawn by the urgent tone. Peeking around the corner, he listens as she confirms the party preparations are complete, but there's a problem. The party has been indefinitely postponed? His eyes fly open in shock. Hearing the words "breaking news," he doesn't hesitate for a second, sprinting toward the television. He flicks it on, the screen bursting to life in the dim room. The sudden light wakes his older brother, who groggily asks what's going on. But Seongguk finally understands this is why July 8th had been nagging at him. He stands transfixed as a special news report flashes across the screen. The anchor solemnly announces the death of North Korea's supreme leader, Kim Il-sung. His parents can only stare in shock, his mother wondering what on earth could have happened. But Seongguk knows. It all clicks into place. July 8th, 1994, the day Kim Il-sung died. This single event derailed peace talks and threw the entire international community into a state of high tension. While some naively hoped for unification, the reality was a brutal period of suffering known as the March of Hardship. Seongguk, however, isn't focused on the politics. He's thinking about the consequences, the inevitable chaos. His birthday party being delayed is nothing. His eyes widen as a far more important thought strikes him: the stock market must be in absolute turmoil. He looks at his dad, asking if the market dropped a lot, and if he even knows how to check his stocks. His father proudly explains that Samjeon's vice president gave him some shares, so he's actually been studying. A brilliant idea sparks in Seongguk's mind. This is his chance. He grabs his confused father, practically shaking with urgency, insisting they have to buy stocks right now. With the news of the North Korean leader's death, the stock market plummeted as people panic-sold, fearing war. But to Seongguk, this is the golden rule: buy at the knees and sell at the shoulders. This is the perfect time. His father is completely bewildered as his son points frantically at the screen, demanding he buy a specific stock. It's the defense industry stocks, and Seongguk insists they use the money he earned to buy them immediately. When his dad hesitates, Seongguk deploys his ultimate weapon, a full-blown toddler tantrum, declaring a hunger strike. His poor parents are at a loss, wondering what to do. His wife worries he might actually starve himself. The father whispers a plan to just pretend to buy the stocks, thinking it's just a random kid's fit. But Seongguk overhears, his eyes glowing with a demonic red aura. He will not be treated like an idiot. Completely terrified, his father recoils. His wife nervously suggests just buying a little as a birthday gift. The dad reluctantly agrees to buy a single share, while a smug Seongguk knows that's all he needs to get started. And just as he predicted, that single share skyrockets, increasing tenfold, and leaving his parents utterly stunned. With his credibility established, Seongguk can finally focus on the real challenges, the major events looming in the future. He may be small, but his resolve is ironclad. He will protect this family, no matter what it takes. Their newfound wealth soon leads them to the prestigious Samjeon Hotel, a place far beyond their usual world. They've been invited to a birthday party for someone named Jeon Taeguk, an event clearly for the upper crust. Inside, the sheer opulence of the celebration leaves his parents speechless, completely overwhelmed by the lavish display. His mother holds him close, whispering how incredible it is that a 10-year-old's party could be this grand. But Seongguk is completely unfazed, thinking to himself that this is absolutely nothing special. In fact, he knows the government forced them to scale it down, making this modest party a pale imitation of what it could have been. So when his mother asks if he's ready, he confidently strides forward, prepared to enter a world he once commanded. As he walks in, the air is thick with the panicked whispers of adults, murmuring about war and political chaos. But Seongguk, a tiny figure in a sharp suit, strides forward with the confidence of a king. A familiar, smiling face greets him. It's Secretary Yang, looking well, accompanied by a young boy. Yang warmly welcomes the entire family, explaining he'd been waiting for their arrival. He then gestures to his son, who politely introduces himself as Yang Cheolsu. The name sends a jolt through Seongguk's mind. a name he knows all too well. A memory flashes. In his past life, this very boy was a kid he personally took care of. Now, the roles are reversed, as this older boy extends a hand to the toddler chairman. Cheolsu takes the lead, guiding the little Seongguk toward their seats like a protective older brother. His mother thinks it's sweet, but Seongguk is already calculating this boy was a remarkable talent, even back then. But as he's led away, a flash of brown hair catches his eye, and he instinctively reaches out. His mind goes blank. No, it couldn't possibly be her. A face from a lifetime ago appears in his memory. A girl named Jonghee. Cheolsu notices his stare and asks if he knows the daughter of Soon Steel. Seongguk tries to play it cool, muttering that he thinks he saw her somewhere, but inside, he's reeling. Of course he knows her. She was his first love from his past life. He remembers everything, how he'd even thought of marriage, only for her to break up with him during the IMF crisis. Her father had given her an ultimatum, and she chose to save her family's company over him. Back then, he resented her for it. But now, as a man who understands the weight of family, he gets it. He whispers that the IMF was the real problem, leaving Cheolsu completely baffled by the toddler's strange comment. Shaking off the past, Seongguk turns to leave, telling his family it was nothing. But before he can take a step, a foot juts out, deliberately tripping him. He goes down hard, skidding across the polished floor as his family looks on in shock. His mother cries out his name, completely stunned by his sudden fall. They all rush to his side, realizing immediately that someone tripped him on purpose. Seongguk pushes himself up, his chin scraped and his eyes burning with fury. Who the hell did that? His gaze lands on a smug-looking boy with his arms crossed, clearly the culprit. Ah, of course. It's Jeon Taeguk, the brat his father dotes on, and Seongguk's anger begins to boil. Taeguk scoffs, wondering aloud why someone so insignificant was even invited to his party. And with a surge of pure rage, Seongguk lunges forward and delivers a vicious slap across the boy's face. The sharp crack of the slap echoes as Taeguk stumbles back, his face a mask of pure disbelief. But Seongguk stands firm, his tiny body radiating an aura of absolute fury, his family frozen in the background. The adults rush in, his mother crying his name while Taeguk's father shouts for his own son. When his mother demands to know what he's doing, Seongguk points an accusing finger, declaring that Taeguk started it. Taeguk's father grabs the boy, but the little brat just plays the victim, asking if he'd really believe that kid over his own son. Not taking any chances, the father calls out to another boy, Cheolsu, who flinches at being put on the spot. Cornered, Cheolsu quietly admits that Taeguk did indeed trip Seongguk, sending the bully into a rage. His mother tries to tell him he shouldn't hit people, but Seongguk roars back that the punk absolutely deserved it. In his mind, he's seen this 1,000 times before, the classic bully who preys on those he thinks are weak. And he knows from long, hard experience that with a brat like this, you have to bite back, or they'll never stop. A man named Secretary Yang finally steps in, telling Taeguk that's enough, he was at fault too. He leans in with a quiet warning. If he makes any more of a scene, the vice president won't like it. Seongguk smirks, realizing the kid is still scared stiff at the mere mention of his own father, even in this life. With the situation handled, his mother's gentle hand reaches for him, calling him over. She pulls him into a warm hug, patting his back and asking if he was hurt. Across the room, Secretary Yang tries to comfort Taeguk, pointing out his scraped knee. But the boy's fight is gone. He just tugs on the man's sleeve, asking where his mom is. The secretary offers a tired excuse about her being late for work, a line the boy has clearly heard before. Tears stream down Taeguk's face as he realizes neither of his parents came for him, not even on his birthday. The boy finally snaps, screaming that he doesn't even want this stupid birthday party. Secretary Yang can only watch helplessly as Taeguk slumps into his seat, trying to hide his tears. From across the room, Seongguk's new mother murmurs that it just doesn't feel right seeing a kid so alone. His father, Ji-seong, watches with a grim expression, wondering if this is just how the elite operate. Seongguk looks on, and a familiar feeling begins to stir. This scene is all too familiar. He flashes back to his past life, when his mother was always busy, and his father was a man who never cared for such sentimental things. Of course, back then, he hadn't cared either, too busy celebrating his own glamorous birthday. He was the young master, basking in the praise of powerful men from politics and business. But as he looks back at the present, at the sight of Taeguk sniffling all by himself, the memory feels a lot less glamorous. He can't help but think how pitiful Taeguk looks, sobbing all alone at his own party. On stage, Secretary Yang tries to liven things up, thanking the guests for attending. He announces that the meal and a special performance have been prepared for everyone's enjoyment. But Seongguk is completely blindsided when he learns his mother ordered him jjajangmyeon. He happily digs into the noodles, his mother watching with a fond smile at his simple tastes. Just as he's getting comfortable, the host returns to the podium to introduce the main event. And to everyone's surprise, the nation's top idol group, Just, takes the stage. Seongguk freezes, his face smeared with black bean sauce, utterly shocked by the reveal. A nearby girl immediately loses her mind, screaming for her idol, while Seongguk just looks on, unimpressed. The girl beside him absolutely loses it, screaming an idol's name at the top of her lungs. Ah, so that's her type. Seongguk makes a mental note, thoroughly unimpressed. On stage, the members of Just continue their perfectly choreographed performance for the crowd. Suddenly, the group's leader, Taehyung, catches his eye with a familiar wink and a casual greeting. To his horror, even his own mother is blushing and fawning over them. And Seongguk feels betrayed. He has to admit though, Secretary Yang played this perfectly, using food and a show to calm the chaos. But as his gaze wanders, it snags on a small, lonely figure sitting off to the side. It's that kid, Taeguk, all by himself with silent tears rolling down his cheeks. Seongguk scoffs. The boy is hopeless, but seeing him sniffling alone just doesn't sit right. He's still fuming, wondering what kind of parents would just leave their son crying alone. The thought is cut short by a sudden gasp from Secretary Yang at the podium. A grand announcement echoes through the hall. Vice President Jeon Jae-young and his wife have arrived. The room immediately shifts, welcoming the power couple with a wave of applause. His former father's eyes find him in the crowd almost instantly, a small, knowing smile on his face. But it's the woman beside him that makes Seongguk's heart stop, her gaze coolly assessing him. In a flash of horrifying recognition, he realizes it's his mother from his past life. She looks him up and down before flatly declaring that he's cute, her face devoid of any warmth. And just like that, all the memories of her cold, sharp personality come rushing back. She was the Iron Lady, a woman who only ever knew work. He tries to greet her, but she immediately shuts him down, telling him to sit and behave. His new mother remarks how they all look like a happy family, but Seongguk knows the truth. His past life was a cold void, a family bound by money and achievement, not love. But this time is different. With his new family, he feels a warmth he's never known. A new future seemed to stretch out before him, bright and full of promise. Back in the summer of 1995, a 5-year-old Jeon Seongguk was ready to take on the world. But the memory fades to a sterile hospital room, his new parents watching over him with desperate eyes. And there he is, unconscious, a ventilator breathing for him as they beg him to please wake up. But the darkness of the hospital fades, replaced by the bright sun of a summer day in 1995. The family is moving into a new apartment, and the last of their things are being set in place. With a proud thumbs up, the head mover announces that the job is done. Everything arranged just as they asked. Ji-seong gratefully shakes his hand, remarking how smoothly everything went, thanks to Samjeon's premium service. The mover smiles, ready to head out after a job well done. But before he can leave, Ji-seong stops him with a thought. He calls out for Seongguk, reminding him that he needs to thank the men for their hard work. And a small figure comes pattering into the room, asking if he was called. There he is, Jeon Seongguk, 5 years old, bright-eyed and full of life. The mover's face lights up in recognition, suddenly flustered as he admits he's a huge fan of their family from the show Just Baby. As a final gift, the mover presents a teddy bear his wife made, just for Seongguk. The boy's face erupts in a genuinely joyful smile as he hugs the toy tightly. With the starstruck movers finally gone, the family waves them off, their new life about to begin. Ji-seong's wife peeks out, telling him their other son is asleep and it's time to celebrate. Because starting today, this massive, beautiful apartment building is their new home. They wander through the pristine rooms, absolutely speechless at the sparkling new space. His parents are overwhelmed, thinking the vice president of Samjeon must be an incredibly generous man. But Seongguk puffs out his chest, knowing this wasn't charity, it was a reward he earned. He recalls the handshake, the deal he brokered to be Samjeon's exclusive model, in exchange for stock in this very apartment which his father, Jaehyung, delivered ahead of schedule. While his mother heads off to sort the kitchen, Seongguk knows the official story is just a cover. This was all thanks to his contribution to Samjeon's next-gen image project, one of Jaehyung's top priorities. A project so successful it rocketed Samjeon Electronics past its competitors to become #1, and he can't help but feel he deserves all the credit, having worked like an ox to make it happen. Even his grandfather, Chairman Jeon Jushin, was reportedly thrilled with the outcome. Still, Seongguk pouts, feeling he should have gotten a bigger bonus for his efforts. His father notices his mood, and playfully asks what he wants to do today to celebrate. But Seongguk's mind is already elsewhere, analyzing the bearish stock market on the news. He turns to his dad with a simple, yet profound instruction. Buy more Samjeon Electronics stock. Ji-seong hesitates, pointing out its recent drop, but Seongguk scoffs at such a short-sighted view. He knows the legend of Samjin Semiconductor is about to begin, a move that will multiply its value. So he insists, with all the authority a toddler can muster, that they need to buy Samjian Electronics now. His father, understandably, asks if this is just based on some childish gut feeling, and when Songguk confirms it is, Jiseong immediately panics, realizing he has to buy it. After all, his son has become his personal stock manager, once recommending a defense stock that soared tenfold. Since that day, despite his initial doubts, he always asks Seongguk which stocks look promising. At this point, his faith is absolute. If his genius son says buy, then they buy, no questions asked. Seongguk appreciates his father's simple trust. But a new question forms in his mind. He asks his dad why he's so obsessed with stocks, a suspicious glare darkening his face. Jiseong flinches, stammering that it's just cool and fun to make money, but his reaction is anything but convincing. The truth comes out: his father's secret dream is to save up and give his wife the proper wedding she never had. Seongguk is stunned into silence, the pure, heartfelt reason catching him completely off guard. His dad, blushing furiously, begs him to keep this a secret from his mom, especially the part about the stocks. Moved by his father's devotion, Seongguk gives a confident thumbs up, promising to help him achieve his goal. Just then, a tiny voice calls out for his big brother. It's Jaeon Min-guk, his 3-year-old sibling, toddling over with a book and sleepy eyes, asking for a story. Seongguk glances over and sees their mom is completely swamped with work in the kitchen. So he sighs, telling his little brother to come here, and Min-guk happily runs into his arms. His father watches with a warm smile as Seongguk settles down to read to his little brother. But as he opens the book, his eyes go wide. The 3-year-old has brought him crime and punishment. His father can only watch in disbelief as Seongguk actually starts reading the grim novel to his toddler brother. But this isn't story time. Seongguk has been personally tutoring Min-guk. He's giving him the full Chibol treatment, economics, humanities, even foreign languages. And he's impressed. This kid has real potential, unlike that idiot Taeguk from his past life. A dark grin spreads across his face. He'll raise his brother to be the perfect, competent subordinate. Just then, his scheming is interrupted by the sound of the phone. His mother answers, and Seongguk's sharp ears immediately tune in. It's his manager, Kim Mi-young, happily confirming that their big move is complete. A smug look crosses Seongguk's face as he remembers his company is also running smoothly. He thinks to himself that putting her in charge was the right call, and it's already time to think about her next job. She's practically giddy, hearing about a big Samjin Electronics event where the vice president will be attending. Seongguk, however, is less than thrilled. Great. He'll have to see that old boomer again. His mother happily confirms she's going, promising to see her friend there tomorrow. But as she does, a dark and sudden memory flashes forward: a man bumping into someone at an event. It looks just like a Samjin promotional event, crowded with unsuspecting people. Then, the horrifying sound of the building itself beginning to crack apart. The walls splinter and groan, a premonition of total structural collapse. The next day, however, the sun is shining as a car pulls up to their new apartment. Kim Mi-young steps out, having been invited by Seongguk's mother. His mom smiles, explaining she figured Mi-young was busy and decided to bring her along to the event. Mi-young just smiles, explaining that no matter how busy SKJ gets, being Seongguk's manager is her true main job. She looks around for a moment, wondering where her star client has gotten to. And there he is, popping up with a bright smile, all decked out in a cool headband for their trip. She can't help but laugh, complimenting how great he looks and ruffling his hair. With everyone gathered, they're finally ready to head out straight to the Samjian event hall. As they drive, Mi-young starts a business talk, mentioning a recent conversation she had with Im Seon-mi. She reveals their plan to move the SKJ office to Gangnam, which catches Seongguk's mother by surprise. His mom worries about the cost, but Mi-young just gives a confident smirk, assuring her it's perfectly manageable. After all, SKJ Entertainment has been signing more and more celebrities. A prime location is crucial for visibility. She even adds that Seongguk himself approved the idea, leaving his mother stunned by her son's hidden influence. His mother turns to ask him about it, only to find her son completely silent. He's totally passed out, a little trickle of drool escaping his lips. The big business talk wore him right out. Mi-young chuckles, explaining that he spent the whole morning looking after his little brother Min-guk. And by looking after, she means being used as a human jungle gym by the clingy toddler. As Mi-young announces their arrival, they pull up to a fancy-looking department store. His mother glances back at the sleeping Seongguk, deciding she'll carry him inside herself. He deserves a little more rest before the event begins. But as he's being carried, Seongguk starts to stir, wondering why his bed feels so shaky. He opens his eyes to find himself on his mother's back as she walks with Mi-young. "Mom," he blurts out, completely caught off guard as she smiles, happy to see he's awake. His eyes fly open in shock. A Samjeon event? How did he end up here? He squirms on his mother's back, flustered and demanding to be put down, blaming his exhaustion on his little brother. She finally sets him on his feet, just as a man in a suit approaches, welcoming them with a warm smile. He introduces himself as the PR director of the department store, clearly having been waiting for them. The director then leads the family down a hallway, explaining he's prepared a waiting room for them. Seongguk is still trying to process everything, asking his mom why they're at a department store. She just gives him a sly grin, explaining that the event is at a famous location, and they're just passing through the staff section. As he follows, his mind starts working, trying to remember the big-name department stores from this era. But something's off. A look of pure horror dawns on his face. For a famous store, this place is a complete wreck. Cracked walls, sagging floors. This place isn't just old, it's about to fall apart. A cold sweat breaks out on Seongguk's brow as a terrible feeling washes over him. Something is fundamentally wrong here. A forgotten memory clawing at the edge of his mind. He whips around, his voice filled with panic, demanding to know the name of this department store. His mother, caught off guard by his intensity, simply tells him the name of the place. The moment he hears Yunbit department store, his world shatters into a million pieces. Yunbit, that name echoes from a nightmare in his past life. He remembers the news reports of its sudden, catastrophic collapse one summer day. And then the final, horrifying truth slams into him. The date of that unprecedented disaster is today. His mind goes blank with sheer terror, crushed by the weight of knowing what's about to happen. He desperately tries to recall the details, but the memory is a painful, fragmented blur. In his past life, he was overseas on his father's orders when the disaster struck. He only heard about it later, a faint radio broadcast mentioning countless casualties. But the specifics are lost until a hand on his shoulder yanks him back to the horrifying present. His mother's voice is filled with concern, asking him if he's feeling sick. He can only stare back, his face a mask of pure, unadulterated terror. A flash of memory hits him like a lightning bolt. His mother, broken and bleeding in his first life. The image of his younger self, helpless and crying, fuels his panic. He can't let that happen again. He grabs her hand, his voice cracking as he begs her to leave with him, quickly. He starts pulling her away, ignoring her confused protests. There's no time to explain, only to run. But his desperate escape is cut short by the arrival of the vice president, John Jae-hyung. The man steps forward, his voice calm as he greets Seongguk, noting it's been a while. He leans down with a practiced smile, asking if something's wrong, pointing out how pale the boy looks. In that moment, Seongguk snaps, grabbing onto the man he once knew as his father. He screams with every ounce of his being that they have to cancel the event, right now. Jae-hyung's friendly facade shatters, his eyes turning cold and analytical at this sudden, insane demand. A jolt of clarity hits Seongguk. This man, his former father, would never listen to a child's irrational plea. He can't just demand they scrap an event that took months to plan, not with his family watching in confusion. Then, the memory of the radio broadcast hits him, a crucial detail about which building collapsed. So he changes his plea, clinging to the vice president's leg and begging him to just change the location. His mind races. He can't stop the collapse, but he can minimize the damage. So with everything he has, he begs the vice president to listen. Just change the event location, he screams, his small fists clenched. Jae-hyung is utterly baffled by this sudden, frantic demand. Seongguk tries to explain, insisting they must move to Building B immediately. His family watches in shock, remembering the news report that Building B was the one that barely fell. He has to trust this memory, clinging tighter to the man's leg. His mother rushes over, grabbing him and asking what's gotten into him. She tries to pull him away, apologizing profusely for her son's strange behavior. But Jae-hyung isn't angry. He's thinking, a flicker of consideration in his eyes. Just then, one of Jae-hyung's assistants rushes toward him, his face pale with panic. He stammers out that there's a huge problem with the event hall. And he's not exaggerating. The place is a sea of people, shaking and groaning under the strain. Staff members try desperately to calm the crowd, their voices lost in the roar. It's a tidal wave of bodies, completely out of control. The assistant bows deeply, apologizing for the absolute mess. Nearby, Seongguk's family watches the chaos unfold, noting how the crowd size exploded in the afternoon. But Jae-hyung just smirks, a knowing look on his face. The report was delayed for an obvious reason. The local department head tried to handle it himself, hoping the vice president wouldn't see the disaster. And Seongguk finally understands the news of his arrival, with just brought in triple the expected guests. The building is groaning, threatening to give way at any second. And it all clicks for Seongguk, so that's what his father was trying to tell him. The suggestion to change the venue, it wasn't a casual remark, it was a warning. A flash of relief hits him. His father understands the danger they're in. He immediately tries to make a run for it, yelling that they have to get to Building B now. But Jae-hyung is already handling it, turning to his own secretary with a stern command. He asks if Building B can accommodate this many people, and the secretary confirms there's a cultural hall. Good, Jae-hyung says. We'll relocate, but the department head suddenly looks panicked. He quickly objects, insisting the other place isn't ready and that they can manage the crowd here. But from behind them, Seongguk screams out a defiant no. He knows staying is a death sentence. He screams at the men, urging them to go, to move, to get out of there. The thought consumes him. He has to save them all, no matter what it takes. Jae-hyung's face hardens, the boy's desperate cries echoing his own grim premonition. With a single glance, he overrules the department head and orders Secretary Yang to move everyone to Building B. The department head stammers, trying to stop them, pleading with the vice president to wait. He desperately claims Building B's ventilation is broken, that the air conditioning is out. But Jae-hyung is unmoved, reasoning that being a little hot is far better than being crushed to death. As Secretary Yang physically drags the protesting man away, Seongguk watches with a flicker of hope. A wave of relief washes over him. Yes, with this, his family will finally be safe. But his sharp eyes have already found the next step, a fire alarm on the wall. With his family safe, Seongguk's mind locks onto the next target, the fire alarm. He dashes towards the wall, knowing he has to warn everyone else in the building. But of course, it's blocked by a pile of boxes, a blatant fire code violation. He clambers up, his small hands stretching desperately for the button. Hes so close, just a little more, but his child's body just can't reach. Suddenly, his mother yanks him back, screaming that it's dangerous. He thrashes in her arms, trying to yell that he has to sound the alarm for everyone's sake. But the strain is too much. His vision blurs as a wave of dizziness washes over him. He goes limp in her arms, collapsing as she cries out his name in pure terror. Her shriek echoes down the hall, whipping Jae-hyung and his men around in alarm. His mother cradles his limp body, screaming for anyone to help her son. Jae-hyung rushes to her side, demanding to know what's wrong, as she explains Seongguk suddenly collapsed, burning with fever. Without a second's hesitation, he scoops the child into his arms, deciding it'll be faster if he carries him himself. But even as his body fails, Seongguk's mind is still fighting, desperately trying to warn them. His last conscious thought is a plea to save them all before the darkness finally takes him. The wheels of a gurney screech across the polished hospital floor. Medical staff race him through the emergency room, a doctor shouting to clear the way for a pediatric emergency. The initial report comes in fast. Vitals are stable, but he's suffering from a high fever and convulsions. His mother breaks down completely, blaming herself, as Kim Mi-young rushes to console her. But Jae-hyung has no time for tears. He confronts a doctor, demanding to see the hospital director, and the man's eyes widen in shock, recognizing the vice president of Samjeon. The steady beep of a heart monitor is the first thing that cuts through the darkness. Slowly, Seongguk's eyes flutter open, consciousness finally returning. He takes in the sterile room, realizing with a jolt that he's in a hospital. His gaze falls upon his mother, slumped over his bed, exhausted from her vigil. He tries to call out to her, but as she begins to stir, a voice from a nearby TV grabs his attention. A grim news report flashes across the screen. Hundreds of casualties in a breaking story. And then he sees it, the rubble of the Yunbit department store, the very disaster he tried to prevent. His mother finally jolts awake, her fear melting into pure relief as she pulls him into a desperate hug. The whole family is there, surrounding a room filled with gifts, their worried faces now bright with joy. And as his mother smothers him with affection, he's not a reborn chairman, just a son being loved. He looks around, confused by the mountain of gifts and fan mail. His father tearfully explains that his fans sent everything when they heard Head collapsed. The real shocker? He's been unconscious for 3 whole days. Just then, a doctor enters with a reassuring smile and a clean bill of health. Turns out, it was just a case of extreme stress and exhaustion, though his little brother Minguk isn't taking any chances. The doctor advises them to manage his stress levels before taking his leave. His aunt, Kim Mi-young, sighs in relief, just happy he's not seriously hurt. The entire family gathers around him, their message clear: just stay healthy, son. He closes his eyes, feeling a wave of guilt for putting them through this. But as his mother embraces him, another urgent matter starts to creep into his mind. He looks around, a sense of dread creeping in as he asks what happened. His mother's face is grim, her silence speaking volumes before she even utters a word. She tells him there was an accident, and his heart plummets into his stomach. A big one, the kind he had been desperately trying to prevent. News reports flash across the screen, confirming his worst fears. The Yunbit department store collapsed. He remembers watching the news in his past life, the day the great disaster finally struck. Over 300 casualties, and in that moment, he realizes he couldn't change a thing. He was so desperate, so sure he could avoid this, but it was all for nothing. Was this really the best he could do? Was this the limit of his power? He trembles, overwhelmed by failure, as his mother watches her son break down. But just as he spirals, a gentle hand rests on his head. His mother looks at him, admitting she doesn't always understand what goes on in his head, but she reveals that because he made them move the event, countless people were saved from the collapse. Seong-guk's eyes widen. Even his father, the vice president, was grateful. He was safe. She was safe. Mi-young was safe, all because of his warning. She tells him how proud she is, and the weight of his failure begins to lift. A single tear rolls down his cheek as the truth finally sinks in. He couldn't stop the disaster entirely, but he did change the future as much as he could. He collapses into his mother's arms, sobbing with relief, as Mi-young watches from the door. Seeing her family like this, Mi-young turns with resolve and picks up the phone. Mi-young makes the call, confirming Seong-guk is awake and thanking them for covering the hospital fees. In a high-rise office, the call is patched through to the executive suite. An assistant turns to the man gazing at the city below. Vice President John Jae-hyung. He delivers the news that his son, Seong-guk, has finally regained consciousness. Jae-hyung's first concern is his son's condition, and he's told the boy is perfectly healthy. With that confirmed, his mind instantly pivots to corporate strategy and damage control. He orders his assistant to personally visit Seong-guk with a fruit basket. The assistant, eager to please, promises to get on it right away. But as the man leaves, Jae-hyung is left alone, a calculating glint in his eyes. Something about his son's actions doesn't add up, and he's beginning to wonder what's really going on. He reflects on his son, Seong-guk, realizing the boy is a complete enigma. The day of the department store collapse flashes through his mind. So many Samjeon executives were supposed to be there. If they hadn't listened to that child's warning, it would have been a massacre. The company itself would have been shaken to its core, facing astronomical losses and potential bankruptcy. And it wasn't just that one incident. There's the strange closeness he feels, the boy's unnatural intelligence, and his inexplicable actions. Jae-hyung hardens his resolve. He needs to find out exactly what kind of child his son is. His investigation takes him far from the city, to a quiet, traditional house nestled in the countryside. Inside, a fortune teller taps her wooden block, a sharp sound cutting through the silence. She holds up a photo of Seong-guk, accusingly asking if he's the one who secretly hired people to get a child's horoscope. With a glint in his eye, Jae-hyung calmly confirms her suspicions. The fortune teller scoffs, claiming she doesn't watch TV and knows nothing of this famous child actor. But Jae-hyung is all business, asking her to divine the compatibility between himself, the boy, and Samjeon Corporation. She sighs, admitting she only serves the family because of a debt she owes to his father, the former chairman. Still, for old time's sake, she snaps open her fan, agreeing to look into their fates. The room darkens as her eyes begin to glow, asking if he's truly prepared to know how their destinies are entangled. With a sharp crack, she breaks a divination stick in two. Her prophecy is chilling and direct. Jae-hyung will be devoured. A vision of his son's smug face looms over him as she explains the boy will give a little, only to take everything. She reveals their families were fated to meet, a connection that has been mutually beneficial, but there's a catch. That child, she declares, is destined to one day sail the seas and rule the entire world. Her eyes glow with a chilling certainty. That boy will take everything from him. He will rise up, stepping on Jae-hyung's back to soar to even greater heights. But Jae-hyung, ever the strategist, pivots, asking about his own son, Tae-guk. The fortune teller practically scoffs. That kid? He's nothing special, just an ordinary boy. If he had an older brother, he'd be a complete nobody, living forever in a shadow. His only destiny is to live a quiet, completely uneventful life. She then leans in, testing him. Most men would run from a fate like this, but she knows he's not most men, is he? A wicked grin spreads across Jae-hyung's face. He's not scared, he's curious. The fortune teller erupts in laughter. Now this is the man she knows, a true predator. She tells him this is the mark of a true ruler, the instinct to keep your enemies close. Whether he chooses to nurture the boy or crush him, Seong-guk has already helped him. The fortune teller then reveals a stunning connection. That child saved her life in the department store collapse. He even begged relentlessly for them to continue searching the ruins for just one more week. A predatory grin spreads across Jae-hyung's face. This is the perfect opportunity to test the boy's worth. With his mind made up, he pulls out an old brick phone and makes a call. The fortune teller watches, knowing a major move is being made. Jae-hyung, with a chilling smile, begins to discuss his plan over the phone. The scene cuts away as a news alert flashes across the screen. The Samjeon group, on day 10, is suddenly leading the rescue effort at the department store ruins. The news breaks, and against all odds, a 13th survivor has been found, shocking Seong-guk's entire family. His mother, Mi-young, is brought to tears, exclaiming that her son was right all along. Seong-guk clenches his fist, a wave of genuine relief washing over him. He did it. He remembers his past life, where the search ended in just a week, and that survivor was found dead. He lets out a deep sigh. He's truly fortunate to have changed that person's fate. Mi-young pinches the bridge of her nose, recalling the absolute second-hand embarrassment she felt when her son was shamelessly begging the vice chairman for 30 million won. But now, she strokes his hair, realizing her son is truly special for having saved a life. His father proudly holds up a bank book, showing he kept his promise and donated 4 million won to the victims. Seong-guk's heart swells, remembering how his parents worried over him endlessly even after he left the hospital. He admits to himself that the tragedy had left him dazed, which is why his parents were so worried. But now, with a brilliant smile, he declares it's time to ease their minds for good. His parents are overjoyed, his father boasting about how proud he is of his donating son. But Seong-guk cuts the celebration short, telling his mother he's ready to go back to work. She insists he should play more, but he's adamant. He wants to work. His parents share a look, his father silently telling his wife to just let their strange son have his way. Seong-guk's eyes narrow with resolve. He has to work, because he knows what's coming next. The scene cuts to a chaotic film set, where a single word echoes in shock. What? Actress Im Seon-mi can't believe her ears. Her exclusive Samjeon contract isn't being renewed. A cameraman has to remind her they're still filming, and she stammers an apology, completely rattled. She tries to get his attention, but Seong-guk just strikes a pose, thinking they can talk later. He flashes a perfect capitalist smile for the camera, urging everyone to love Samjeon's new product. Finally, a staff member calls for a short break, giving them a window to talk. The moment they're off set, Im Seon-mi pulls him into her waiting room, demanding to know what that was all about. She's completely distraught, admitting she knew the contract was ending but can't fathom why Samjeon wouldn't renew. But Seong-guk just sits there, a sly look on his face, thinking this is all going perfectly according to his plan. The actress is utterly baffled by his reaction. How could this possibly be just right for him? He reflects internally that the child actor gig was never his real goal. It was just a way to earn money. Now that he has the seed capital, he can finally walk his own path and build a top-tier company. He tells her a businessman must do business, leaving her to realize this isn't some childish whim. She can't wrap her head around it. He's doing things even adults wouldn't dare. The fame and fortune of being a Samjeon model is a life-changing opportunity, and he's just throwing it away? But Seong-guk just smirks, thinking to himself that, of course, he'll be great at whatever he chooses. She has to ask if the CEO and the others actually approved this, and he gives her a confident thumbs up. The reality finally sinks in for Im Seon-mi. This kid isn't joking around. Just then, a nervous staff member peeks into the room, timidly trying to get her attention. He stammers, asking if their break is over, but behind him stand two imposing men in black suits and sunglasses. The sudden intrusion startles Seong-guk, who whips his head around to see what's going on. And there he is, flanked by his security, the vice chairman of Samjeon Group, Jeon Jae-hyung. He locks eyes with the boy, asking if it's true that his schedule is completely clear after today. Then, with an unnerving intensity, the vice chairman extends an invitation for dinner. Before Seong-guk can even process it, Jae-hyung scoops him up like a proud uncle. Completely flustered, the boy insists he's perfectly capable of walking on his own. Jae-hyung just laughs, asking if he doesn't like being held, leaving Seong-guk utterly baffled by this sudden change in personality. He can't help but be suspicious. Is this powerful man trying to sweet-talk him for some reason? Just then, Im Seon-mi announces her departure to the vice chairman, breaking the strange moment. She gives a soft smile, saying it was nice to see him, even if it was just for a little while. The air grows thick with unspoken words, and Seong-guk is caught right in the middle of the tension. Jae-hyung's expression hardens as he tells her he trusts that she understands the situation. She doesn't falter, replying that she knew from the very beginning that their relationship had an expiration date. Jae-hyung bluntly states that since Seong-guk is the future owner of Samjeon, any potential rumors must be squashed. The words hit Seong-guk like a lightning bolt as his mind flashes back to his past life. He realizes now she was cutting ties to ensure a clean succession for the company. With a final goodbye to the boy, Im Seon-mi turns and walks away without a single shred of regret. Seong-guk watches her go, a part of him impressed by her cold, decisive nature. But his train of thought is shattered by Jae-hyung's unsettlingly cheerful smile. Before he can even ask, he's being dragged off somewhere against his will. They arrive at an incredibly lavish building, its lights shining against the night sky. The doors part, and Seong-guk's eyes widen. It's his favorite Chinese restaurant. Suddenly, A familiar voice calls his name, and he turns in disbelief to see his mother. And not just his mother, but his father is here too, both of them looking completely bewildered. Jae-hyung ushers them inside, cheerfully announcing that someone is waiting for them. Seong-guk's mind races in panic. Who could possibly warrant calling his entire family here? Inside, a figure sits shrouded in shadow, radiating an aura of absolute authority. The light reveals the chairman of Samjeon Group, Jeon Jushin, his sharp eyes fixed on the boy. But before anyone can process the situation, a glorious feast is laid out on the table. All of Seong-guk's anxiety melts away as his eyes lock onto his favorite black bean noodles. The chairman's intimidating presence vanishes, replaced by a booming voice urging them to dig in. His parents, however, are frozen solid, the tension completely killing their appetite. Even Song-guk has to admit it's a little hard to enjoy a meal with the most powerful man he knows watching his every move. But for Seong-guk, black bean noodles are a serious matter, and he digs in with gusto. Still, as he slurps down a noodle, he can't help but wonder what is really going on here. Why would the former chairman of Samjeon, Jeon Jushin, suddenly appear before them? This was a legendary man who built an empire from nothing. Even his own father, the powerful vice chairman, had always deferred to the old man's authority. So why? Why would a man of his stature suddenly take an interest in him now? The chairman notices his son's unease, asking if the food isn't to his liking. Seong-guk's father can only stammer that it's delicious, sweat beading on his forehead. Finally, he musters his courage and asks the chairman why he and Seong-guk were summoned. The old man smiles, explaining it's only right to express his gratitude, since Seong-guk saved his son's life. But the chairman's gratitude has a much deeper, more serious edge to it. He says he had to personally meet the child his own son wants to adopt. Seong-guk's father turns to the vice chairman, stammering, but the man just smiles, asking what he thinks of the idea. He lays out the offer. The best education money can buy, from private kindergarten all the way to studying abroad. The boy's father can only stare, his mind completely short-circuiting at the proposal. The offer gets even better, a guaranteed executive track position at Samjeon Group upon adulthood. The vice chairman frames it as simple repayment for saving his life, a favor returned. But then he reveals the real reason. He sees Seong-guk's immense potential and wants to witness his growth. The old chairman nods in agreement, saying if his son wants it this badly, who is he to object? He turns to the boy, asking him directly, "Will you become this grandpa's grandchild?" Seong-guk analyzes the offer, sensing no immediate hidden motives from his father, or rather, his new uncle. But his old corporate instincts kick in. He knows this is more than simple sponsorship, yet it's an opportunity too good to pass up. With a brilliant smile, he concludes there's absolutely no reason to refuse such an awesome deal. He eagerly accepts, and the old chairman roars with laughter, delighted by the boy's bold declaration. Jae-hyung warns that as family, he'll be pushed hard, but Seong-guk just gives a confident smirk, ready for any challenge. The family sits down to eat, his biological father still reeling while the new family members look on with amusement. The chairman, utterly charmed, says he likes this kid, then turns to Jae-hyung with a new topic in mind. But Seong-guk interrupts, pointing a finger directly at his new grandpa, demanding he work less and take care of himself. The chairman is completely stunned into silence by the child's sudden and serious command. Seong-guk remembers his past life, how this respected man was a workaholic who drove himself to an early grave, a fate he now intends to prevent. He remembers nagging his grandpa in his past life, a desperate plea for the old man to stop working himself to death. So with fiery eyes, he screams his one, simple demand. Be healthy. The chairman's shock melts away into a booming, genuine laugh. His mother watches, completely moved by her son's fierce love, while Seong-guk's blush betrays his tough act. But the chairman's amusement quickly sharpens into a thoughtful, calculating gaze. The scene shifts, showing the old man in his true element, dismissing his subordinates with a quiet finality. His eyes turn cold and resolute, promising to follow up soon, a promise that leaves no room for argument. With a tight clench of his fist, a powerful decision has clearly been made. Back in the present, the tense corporate world feels a million miles away. The newly formed family gathers, as Ji-seong serves a special meal to celebrate their new beginning. And it's a feast fit for a family finally getting a moment to breathe. Seong-guk takes his first bite, his eyes widening in genuine surprise. It's actually delicious. Mi-young apologizes for missing the restaurant's opening, but Ji-seong insists she shouldn't worry. While the adults talk, Seong-guk is in his own world, happily munching away. He closes his eyes, thinking back on how incredibly hectic the past month has been for everyone. His father finally opened the store he'd always dreamed of, proudly standing before his new sign. His mother worked tirelessly alongside him, leaving Seong-guk to look after his little brother Min-guk. And of course, manager Kim was buried in work, trying to keep SKJ afloat. It couldn't have been easy, he thinks with a smirk, filling the void left by a megastar like him. His self-congratulatory moment is cut short as Mi-young leans in, asking if he's enjoying his break. Seong-guk puffs out his chest, proudly declaring that he did, in fact, do a lot of things he wanted to do. While his family sees a baby, he was secretly designing an investment portfolio to prepare for the coming IMF crisis. Yes, he thinks with a smug grin, it was a very meaningful and productive break indeed. But his mother interrupts, asking Mi-young to help persuade the boy, who's stubbornly refusing to go to kindergarten. Mi-young's expression hardens. She turns to Seong-guk, telling him that's simply not an option. He recoils in horror, shaking his head frantically. Absolutely not. How could he, a grown man on the inside, possibly be stuck among a bunch of snot-nosed kids? He has far too much to accomplish, to waste his time on something so childish. He shouts that he doesn't need it and can study on his own, but his protest is cut short by a sound from the door. The doorbell rings, and everyone's attention snaps toward the unexpected visitor. Mi-young peers through the peephole, her expression shifting to one of surprise. It's Secretary Yang, his face cast in shadow, looking unusually grim. Seong-guk tenses up immediately. Secretary Yang? Here? This can't be a social call. The man's aura is chilling, a dark premonition of the news he carries. His mother looks on, confused by the sudden tension, asking what's wrong with the man's expression. With a heavy heart and trembling hand, Secretary Yang reaches into his coat. He pulls out an obituary, tears in his eyes as he delivers the devastating news. Chairman Jean Jushin, the founder of Samjeon, has passed away. A news report confirms the cause of death was a heart attack before someone abruptly shuts off the TV. The family stands together in a somber, silent room, the weight of the moment settling heavily upon them. His aunt can't process it, remembering how full of life the chairman seemed just a month ago. Secretary Yang formally thanks them for coming, but Seong-guk's uncle insists it was their duty. The secretary explains the funeral is already a media circus, filled with the nation's elite. For Seong-guk's safety, it's too dangerous, but the boy can only think of his grandfather. His mind flashes back to a happier time, a painful memory of the warnings he gave that went unheeded. Tears finally fall as Seong-guk accepts this bitter truth. His stubbornness was inherited from the man he just lost. Wiping his eyes, he hardens his expression and makes a decision, telling them he's ready to go. Secretary Yang informs the parents he's taking Seong-guk to see the vice president. With a soft click, the door closes, separating the child from his family. He's led away, knowing his father, even in this chaos, specifically asked to see him. The door opens, and Secretary Yang formally announces the chairman's arrival. He presents the small boy to the man sitting by the window, Jeon Jae-hyung. Seong-guk takes a step forward, his mind racing. He's inheriting the burden of being an uncle before the funeral has even truly ended. But his thoughts are shattered when Jae-hyung addresses him as chairman. The man turns, a weary smile on his face, and asks if the boy is okay. Seong-guk knows his father isn't the type to accept comfort. But still, he looks him in the eye and tells him that he looks tired. The simple, honest observation hits Jae-hyung like a physical blow. He admits it's been difficult, doing something he's never done, calling a child here just to see him. Jae-hyung explains that trivial matters are behind him. Now, he must take responsibility for his brother. He feels the immense weight of his father's legacy, a corporate empire he must now grow. An empire he must one day pass to an heir capable of shouldering the entire burden. The question hangs in the air. And Seong-guk stammers sponsorship? What is he talking about? But Jae-hyung isn't interested in his parents' opinion. He's asking for Seong-guk's own decision. The choice is his. Seong-guk's hand tightens into a fist as he realizes the gravity of this test. And with a fire in his eyes, he makes his declaration. He accepts the offer. A flicker of a smile. A quiet good. This is exactly the answer Jae-hyung was looking for. The first step is already in motion. A transfer to the elite Samjeon kindergarten by next month. As the car door shuts, the final words linger. Prove you're a sprout worth investing in. And so, Seong-guk stands ready on his first day. This is where it all begins. The car pulls up to a grand, imposing building as Secretary Yang announces their arrival. This is Samjeon Kindergarten, the first battleground. Seong-guk grips his new uniform pin, feeling the weight of it all. Secretary Yang drones on about how wonderful the school is. But Seong-guk is already miles ahead, internally rolling his eyes. On the surface, it's a noble institution, established to find and support gifted children from all backgrounds. But its true purpose is far more exclusive. A private academy for the heirs of the political and business elite. The very idea of attending kindergarten as a grown man makes his inner self cringe in agony. But he has no choice. This is his father's test, and he absolutely has to pass it. As they approach, the school's principal steps out to greet them with a professional smile. Secretary Yang introduces the boy, thanking her for accepting such a sudden transfer into this prestigious institution. The principal confirms what Seong-guk already knew. An order from the vice president is absolute. She then introduces the woman who will be his homeroom teacher for Class A. Her name is Lee Ji-eun, and her smile is disarmingly sweet. Seong-guk's initial assessment? Not bad. With the formal handoff complete, the principal entrusts the boy to the teacher's care. Teacher Lee gently takes his hand, asking if he's ready to go meet his new classmates. But the welcome party waiting for him doesn't exactly look friendly. She leads him through the idyllic school grounds, a picture of perfect, unsettling normalcy. The teacher cheerfully explains that he'll have 5 friends in his class, but the thought just makes Seong-guk's head spin. She tells him they're all good kids and to play nice. He gives a quiet okay, but his mind is already elsewhere. 5 classmates. He begins to connect the dots, a grim suspicion forming about who they might be. His mind races, thinking there's one person in particular who must be here. As the classroom door slides open, the teacher cheerfully announces the arrival of a new friend, completely unaware of the tension in the air. And there they are, 5 children standing like a wall, their faces obscured by shadow, radiating an intense aura. He immediately starts identifying them. Kang Ju-seong, the grandson of the prosecutor general. Next, the arrogant-looking Kim Hyun-jung, grandson of the Samjeon Electronics CEO. Then Lee Si-hee and Seo Yo-rim, granddaughters of the hospital director and former minister of defense. And finally, the one he was waiting for, Jeon Mi-jin, daughter of the current Samjeon chairman, Jeon Jae-hyung. A wide grin spreads across Seong-guk's face. Just as had calculated, she was here. He recalls that in his past life, he was sent abroad for early education and missed this entire period. But now, he has the chance to meet her, as their teacher obliviously asks the class to welcome their new friend. But the welcome is immediately shot down by Kang Ju-seong, who scoffs at the teacher's old-fashioned ways. Kim Hyun-jung chimes in, yelling that they shouldn't be forced to greet anyone, as Seong-guk silently judges these rude little brats. So, he decides to play the game, stepping forward with a dazzling smile to politely introduce himself. The teacher is absolutely smitten by his manners, while Seong-guk inwardly seethes at the other little rascals. Completely overwhelmed, the teacher stammers that she'll go get snacks and textbooks. She leaves them alone to get to know each other, and an awkward, tense silence fills the room. But the silence is broken by Seo Yo-rim, who points a finger and says she knows him, he's the kid from TV. The other kids are confused, but she confirms he's practically a celebrity now. Kang Ju-seong, however, is completely unimpressed, crossing his arms and demanding to know about his family. He immediately starts flexing, boasting that his grandpa is the prosecutor general, and Hyun-jung's is the CEO of Samjeon Electronics. Kang Ju-seong points accusingly, demanding to know what kind of family Seong-guk comes from. Seong-guk can hardly believe it. These kids are already obsessed with their family's power. He prepares to troll them with a cheerful smile, claiming he doesn't even have a grandpa. But before he can, a quiet boy named Lee Si-hee nervously admits his parents just run a small restaurant. The other elite brats whisper in disgust, but Seong-guk thinks he actually likes this kid. Suddenly, their little social hierarchy squabble is cut short by a new arrival. A girl named Jeon Mi-jin steps forward, radiating an unshakable, almost royal confidence. She walks right past the others and gets uncomfortably close to Seong-guk, greeting him by name. With a sly smile, she tells him she saw him on TV too, and his polite mask begins to crumble. A wave of pure dread washes over him as he realizes, oh no, not her. She coyly asks what she likes about him, but Seong-guk's mind is screaming this face-crazed brat. He remembers it all too clearly from his past life. Her only criteria for men was their looks. Flustered, he stammers out that he thinks she's okay too, and her face just lights up. But as she gushes over his good looks, Kang Ju-seong storms over, absolutely furious. He demands to know why she's being nice to a nobody, but Mi-jin just casually tells him to be quiet. She scoffs, saying it's nice to finally see a decent face after looking at half-baked guys like them. She then turns her attention to the nervous Lee Si-hee, pulling him into the conversation. Blushing, the boy quickly agrees that Mi-jin is right, and that he thinks Seong-guk is good, too. And Seong-guk sees it instantly. The granddaughter of the Samjeon hospital director already has him wrapped around her finger. He sighs, realizing that to survive this classroom, he'll have to carefully navigate Jeon Mi-jin's den. But outside the classroom, unseen eyes are watching, a camera clicking away in the shadows. Elsewhere, a powerful woman is being briefed by her subordinate. The report is simple. That boy, Jeon Seong-guk, has just transferred into the same class as her daughter, Mi-jin. She listens with a cold, unreadable expression, noting that Secretary Yang himself handled the transfer. And back in the classroom, a sudden chill runs down Seong-guk's spine, feeling as if his name was just spoken by a demon. Her face hardens into a mask of fury, She orders her man to contact the chairman. His wife demands a conversation. The chairman, Jeon Jae-hyung, is clearly annoyed by her sudden appearance in his office. He reminds her of their purely business arrangement, but she cuts him off, bringing up the name Jeon Seong-guk. With a piercing gaze, she asks the one question that hangs in the air. Is that child his? Jae-hyung is floored, calling it nonsense, but she's not letting it go, questioning why he'd be enrolled in Samjeon kindergarten of all places. Jae-hyung is getting a migraine, insisting it's not like that, but his wife isn't buying it. He dares her to get a DNA test if she's so suspicious, but his defensive tone only fuels her doubt. Fed up, he tries to end the conversation, declaring he's leaving. He storms off, complaining he has no time for such trivial matters. But she isn't done with him yet. With her arms crossed and eyes glowing with certainty, she knows something is definitely going on. Meanwhile, back at the kindergarten, the teacher tries to begin the day's lesson. But one of the students, Seo Yo-rim, immediately pipes up, asking if the poor kid can even keep up. Kang Ju-seong smirks, backing her up and enjoying the chance to cause trouble. The whispers spread through the classroom, with the other kids betting Seong-guk can't even write his own name. And our reborn chairman can only sit there, seething with rage at these insufferable little brats. The teacher asks if he's all right, completely missing the murderous aura radiating from the furious chairman. But as the lessons begin, Seong-guk immediately puts the brats in their place, starting with a flawless performance in music class. He then breezes through arithmetic and even crafts a paper masterpiece, leaving his teachers utterly speechless. The other kids can only stare in awe, their earlier mockery replaced with whispers of him being a total genius. But all this praise only fuels Kang Ju-seong's rage, who clenches his fists in pure, unadulterated jealousy. Just then, a new face enters the classroom, a native English teacher named Thomas, ready to start the next lesson. The entire class eagerly shouts their greeting, but Seong-guk sits in stunned silence, a bead of sweat on his face. He suddenly realizes he might have gone a little too hard showing off his skills. After acing everything else, claiming he's also a self-taught English prodigy might just be too unbelievable. And from across the room, Kang Ju-seong spots it, the first crack in his rival's perfect armor. A smug grin spreads across Kang Ju-seong's face. For all his bragging, it seems the genius has a weakness. He relishes the moment, thinking aloud that maybe Seong-guk can't speak English after all. Seong-guk is internally spiraling as his teacher kindly suggests he can just sit this one out, but he quickly collects himself, gritting his teeth and announcing that he can, in fact, speak English. A moment later, he's conversing flawlessly with the native teacher, leaving Kang Ju-seong completely stunned. A female classmate, Jeon Minji, is immediately captivated, grabbing onto his arm and calling him incredible. He tries to brush her off, annoyed, muttering that this is just the basics. From the front of the room, teacher Lee Ji-yoon is just as starstruck, gushing about how amazing he is. This incredible display of talent gives her a brilliant idea. She decides to give him an intelligence test, the standard requirement for placement in the elite Class A. Even his rivals, Kang Ju-seong and Seo Yo-rim, can't hide their curiosity about his true intelligence. The teacher is thrilled, deciding to hold the test right after English class ends. Seong-guk smirks, thinking back to his past life's IQ of 150. This should be a piece of cake. Later that evening, the news of his exploits has reached his parents. His mother tells his father that not only did he ace the commercial, but he's also fluent in English. The revelation sends his dad into a cold sweat, genuinely terrified of his son's monstrous intellect. He grabs Seong-guk in a crushing hug, overwhelmed with pride and asking just what kind of genius he's raising. But inside, Seong-guk is screaming, "Genius?" Far from it. He's having a full-blown meltdown, remembering his test result, a measly 121. How could he score lower than in his past life? He collapses to the floor, utterly humiliated, leaving his poor parents completely baffled by his sudden despair. While his mom muses over his high emotional intelligence, his dad calls out to him. But Seong-guk cuts him off, tired of the genius talk. He has some hot info to share. He recalls how Jeon Minji carelessly bragged about her dad's work on a new factory. His father's mind immediately jumps to stocks, but Seong-guk smirks, revealing it's something much better. With a confident grin, he tells his dad they're going to buy land. The suggestion sends his father reeling, completely stunned by the sheer scale of the idea. Seong-guk leans in, whispering that Samjeon is building a new semiconductor plant, and he knows exactly where. Hwasong, the very land that will become Dongtan New Town. His dad starts sweating, admitting he's never touched real estate and is terrified. Seong-guk pressures him, asking if he doesn't trust his son, as his mother looks over, completely bewildered. But his mother interrupts, holding up a small card she found tucked away with his IQ results. Seong-guk plays dumb, acting as if he'd completely forgotten about it. He explains it's just a birthday invitation from Jeon Minji, causing both his parents to freeze in shock. An invitation from the Samjeon chairman's daughter to a party at the family's private residence. And so, on the day of the party, they arrive at the ridiculously lavish estate. Kim So-young and Kim Mi-young step out, looking up at the imposing mansion in disbelief. So-young is completely overwhelmed, and even Mi-young admits the place is downright intimidating. She notes how impressive a personal invitation is, but that he could have just ignored it as he steps out. Dressed in a fancy little suit and holding a bouquet, Seong-guk looks utterly miserable. Hess seething internally as if he gives a damn about Jeon Minji's birthday. Mi-young chides him that he should be happy to go, especially since Secretary Yang himself called to confirm. But Seong-guk is practically vibrating with annoyance, wishing he could just be analyzing stock charts instead. His mother, however, is consumed by a different anxiety, worrying if the flowers he insisted on are a proper gift. She frets that for a family this wealthy, a simple bouquet might look like they put in zero effort. He quickly shuts that down, confidently stating that she loves flowers, recalling her pathetic dream of getting a bouquet from a handsome guy. With that sorted, Mi-young tells them to have fun, and heads back to her car, ready to get back to work. She drives off after reminding him to call when it's over, ever the diligent manager. Left alone, So-young stares ahead, a little terrified, while Seong-guk prepares to enter the lion's den. They're met at the grand gates by a line of staff, with the head butler welcoming them by name. As he leads them down the immaculate path to the main house, So-young can only marvel at the sheer scale of it all. The doors swing open, revealing a hall bathed in golden light and dripping with opulence. Welcome to Jeon Minji's birthday party, an event fit for royalty. The air is thick with the chatter of high society, a world completely alien to So-young. As they step inside, the sheer luxury of the place hits her like a tidal wave. She whispers that it's like a palace, but Seong-guk just scoffs, calling it a slightly shiny house. To him, it's just the place he lived for a decade. But he knows for his mom, this is a different universe. Suddenly, a voice shrieks his name, and his calm demeanor shatters. Before he can react, he's tackled by the birthday girl herself, Jeon Minji, who's been waiting for him. Her eyes immediately lock onto the bouquet, sparkling with delight as she asks if it's for her. She pinches his cheek, declaring him her type, and all Seong-guk can do is endure it with a pained smile. With a shriek of delight, Minji announces to her mother that Seong-guk has finally arrived. She clings to him, proudly showing off her cute and handsome guest, much to his silent agony. But the woman who turns to face them is the definition of ice, her gaze utterly unimpressed. Seong-guk freezes, a wave of dread washing over him as he recognizes Minji's mother. His own mom, however, is oblivious, bowing deeply and thanking the woman for the invitation. With trembling hands, So-young presents her humble gift, a jar of homemade plum syrup. The woman doesn't even reach for it, coldly summoning a butler to take the package. But Seong-guk isn't having it, his expression hardening as he insists she accept it. He knows the effort his mother poured into this, carefully preparing the best plums by hand, and a part of him suddenly thinks this heartfelt gift is far too good for the likes of Jeon Minji. His eyes narrow, channeling all the indignation of his past life into a single, piercing glare. For a moment, the woman's cold composure shatters under the sheer intensity of his gaze. She recoils, genuinely unnerved, demanding to know why this little kid is staring her down. But just as quickly, the mask of icy disdain is back in place. She dismisses him entirely, turning away without another word. Instead, she addresses his mother, inviting her to meet the other parents with a practiced, hollow smile. Before Seong-guk can protest, Minji suddenly appears, grabbing his arm with cheerful excitement. She knows his weakness, tempting him with promises of a giant cake and his favorite food, galbijim. His resolve crumbles at the thought, and he allows himself to be led away like a lamb to the slaughter. Meanwhile, Minji's mother takes her seat at the head of the table, a queen returning to her throne. Seong-guk's mother, Kim So-young, immediately feels the crushing weight of a dozen judgmental eyes on her. The leader of the pack, Ju Seong's mother, watches her with a cold, appraising stare. Her cronies, the mothers of Yoram and Hyunjung, look on with similar expressions of bored superiority. After a brief introduction, So-young timidly greets the other parents, already feeling out of her depth. But the pleasantries are cut short, as Ju Seong's mother immediately starts the interrogation, asking what her family does. When So-young hesitates, the woman clarifies her invasive question, wanting to know what her husband does for a living. Completely flustered, she admits he runs a small Bossum restaurant in an apartment complex. The other mothers are practically scandalized. A mere restaurant? They immediately pivot, demanding to know which university she attended. The humiliation deepens as So-young has to quietly admit she never even went to college. A wave of shock and disgust washes over the elite mothers. In their eyes, she's nothing more than an uneducated commoner. A wave of pure, unadulterated shame crashes over So Young. She feels she truly doesn't belong here. One of the mothers slams her hand on the table, disgusted by this whole affair and worried it will tarnish her own child's reputation. So Young is so flustered she doesn't even recognize the French insult, feeling even more lost and out of place. The others sneer, whispering that So Young's family is clearly just coasting on their child's commercial success. The ringleader of the group simply smiles, savoring the complete and utter humiliation of her target. They openly declare that such an uncultured family must be separated from their own, lest their commonness rub off. But a sudden, furious shout cuts through the air, demanding shame upon them. And there he is, Jeon Seong-guk, standing with an aura of pure, chilling rage that silences the entire room. His eyes practically burn with contempt as he thinks how pathetic they are, looking down on someone for not knowing a few words of French. He levels a glare at the main instigator, his unspoken disappointment hitting her with the force of a slap. The memory of the insult still stings his mother being called unpleasant, utterly incompatible with their level. Her friend had joined in, sneering at a family she claimed was just selling their child's face for money. And Seong-guk had to stand there and listen, his small body trembling with a rage far beyond his years. Another child, completely oblivious, even asked him what was wrong, seeing only his silent distress. She naively explained the mothers were sharing secrets in French, as if it were some grand, impressive feat. The girl even boasted about her own mother's fluency, but Seong-guk knew better. He knew what true class looked like. He flashes back to his mother from his past life, a woman who spoke French with the effortless grace of a native. He remembers the quiet pride and deep respect he held for her, a feeling these shallow women would never understand. That memory fuels his fury, culminating in a single, sharp command that cuts through their gossip like a blade. His eyes burn with contempt as he tells the ringleader how utterly disappointed he is in her pathetic, classless behavior. The woman freezes, a cold sweat breaking out as the child's words hang in the air. The other mothers whisper amongst themselves, their minds struggling to process what they just heard. A child speaking perfect French? One of them tries to save face, nervously suggesting he must have just picked up a few phrases somewhere. But Seong-guk cuts her off, his voice sharp as he addresses her formally as lady. The term, coming from a mere toddler, is so laced with condescension that she practically vibrates with fury. He then launches into a full-blown tirade, mocking their pathetic, low-level French used for nothing more than petty gossip. His own mother, Kim So-young, can only stare in disbelief, her world completely tilted on its axis. He declares that his honest parents are 1,000 times better than people who hide their insults behind a foreign language. And the best part? The gossips can't even understand him, their supposed fluency exposed as a complete and utter sham. His aunt, Kim Mi-young, pulls him aside, demanding to know where he learned this, only to get a breezy, genius child excuse. He just picked it up from TV. Realizing he slipped up, Seong-guk frantically tries to explain it away as a simple mistake. But the rival mother isn't buying it. She's far more interested in his flawless, unaccented French. With a smug little grin, he sticks to his story. He's a genius who simply taught himself. Thoroughly defeated, the woman decides to retreat, telling her stunned friend she's leaving the party. But Seong-guk's voice cuts through the air, stopping her cold before she can escape. As his own mother watches in disbelief, he stands his ground, demanding a proper apology. The woman scoffs, arguing why she should apologize for words his mother didn't even understand. He fires back, calling her out on her shameful bullying, and demanding she act like a decent parent. Her face darkens with pure, unadulterated rage, completely cornered by a child. Finally, she turns, admitting her fault and apologizing, as Kim So-young holds her remarkable, terrifying son. His mother, ever the gentle soul, tries to smooth things over, much to Seong-guk's silent frustration. He watches the woman retreat, thinking his mother is just far too nice for her own good. But before he can stew on it, a pair of small hands suddenly grabs his face. The other children swarm him, their eyes wide with amazement that he could speak French. One little girl gushes that his pronunciation was just like a prince from a movie. Meanwhile, the old chairman Jeon Ju-shin approaches his daughter-in-law, asking if the boy is truly a genius. Without even waiting for an answer, he whips out his phone, needing to share this incredible news immediately. On the other end, Vice Chairman John Jae-hyung is stunned to hear that his son spoke perfect French. The old chairman excitedly recounts the whole tale, laughing about how Seong-guk shut down that gossiping bully. And hearing how his little boy put her in her place, Jae-hyung erupts into a fit of proud, booming laughter. His assistant seems a bit flustered by the vice chairman's uncharacteristic display of amusement. But Jae-hyung's mood shifts back to business, finding it hard to believe his son learned French just from TV. The facts are undeniable though. English and French, mastered by a child who is only 5 years old. The assistant pulls out a file, confirming Seongguk's kindergarten intelligence test showed an IQ of 121. It seems a bit low for his demonstrated skills, but it's officially genius level. Jae-hyung orders him to keep a close watch. Then, his eyes narrow with a cold, calculating light as he asks about the study abroad plans for 2 other family members. As his assistant confirms the arrangements, Jae-hyung gives a new order. Find one more spot at those private schools. The man is floored, realizing the vice chairman wants him to prepare a passport for little Seongguk. Jae-hyung leans back, the decision made. For now, he'll call it sponsorship, but he fully intends to nurture this talent properly. And just as this grand plan is set in motion, a doorbell chimes at the family's grand estate. A car glides to a stop before the grand gates, where the school's principal is already waiting. She bows deeply, welcoming the important visitor who has just arrived. The woman who emerges is none other than the imposing Madam Kim Young-hee, radiating pure, untouchable authority. Lowering her sunglasses, she greets the principal, who nervously welcomes her to the school. Myung-hee gets straight to the point. She's here to observe class as curriculum, but her real motive surfaces when the principal mentions the new student, John Seongguk. She declares that she needs to personally vet this child to see if he's suitable to be around her daughter. Eager to impress, the principal leads her down the hall, explaining that today is a special professional experience day. She boasts that a renowned pianist is giving a lecture, a perfect event for Myung-hee's musically gifted child. As they approach the classroom, the clear, beautiful notes of a piano performance already drift out to meet them. But as they peer inside, both the principal and Kim Young-hee freeze in utter disbelief. The one playing with such impossible skill is none other than the new student, John Seongguk. The principal is flustered, whispering about the sheer quality of his performance. He plays with the serene confidence of a master, a dazzling aura surrounding him. Myung-hee's sharp gaze narrows, her mind racing as the principal gushes about his artistic talent. A dark thought crosses her mind. This is a child who can truly do everything. Her memory flashes back to her own son, Taeguk, and the cold disappointment of her husband, John Jae-hyung. Taeguk was nothing special, just an average child with no outstanding talents to speak of. He was deemed unfit to inherit Samjeon, ignored by his father and even Chairman John Ju-shin. She remembers comforting her crying son, believing it was okay, but a seed of resentment was already planted. She had been so sure of her plan. Her son Taeguk was the only biological heir, destined to inherit everything. But that perfect, certain future all went terribly wrong. It was all because of that child, John Seongguk, who now basks in the adoration of the entire room. The other children flock to him, one girl gushing over his beautiful music, while a boy reluctantly admits it was good. Even the professional pianist, Jo Seongwon, is stunned, asking if he's ever taken lessons before. Seongguk cheekily thinks to himself, "Well, yes, in my past life, but not in this one." The pianist is floored, realizing he's in the presence of a true, unbelievable prodigy. Just then, the principal steps in, asking both Seongguk and the pianist to follow her for a moment. She leads them away from the crowd, shutting the door to a private office. The pianist asks what this is all about, and the principal calmly states she has an introduction to make. The woman is introduced as Madam Kim Young-hee, the formidable lady of the Samjeon Corporation. The pianist, Jo Seongwon, bows deeply, flustered to be in her presence. He thanks her for sponsoring his last concert, but she cuts right to the point, asking for his thoughts on Seongguk. The pianist can't hold back his excitement, gushing that the boy's performance was absolutely extraordinary. Hearing that Seongguk has never had lessons, he's reminded of his own youth, a nostalgic smile crossing his face. He declares the boy isn't merely gifted, he's a prodigy, a statement that shocks even the principal. Myung-hee's expression remains unreadable as she pivots, asking about another child named Mi-jin. The pianist's tone shifts, casually suggesting that for her, piano would be a nice cultural education. The principal is horrified by the blatant dismissal, but Myung-hee's face just darkens with a chilling aura. She comes to a cold, hard realization. Neither her son nor her daughter can ever hope to match Jeon Seong. But then, a dark, calculating smirk spreads across Myung-hee's face. This, she realizes, might just work out perfectly. She lays out her logic for the principal and the pianist. Jeon Jae-hyung is an old-fashioned man. He believes artists are too emotional for business, and would immediately dismiss any child with artistic talent as a potential successor. With a serene smile, she agrees that talent in the arts is very important and that they should all help the child's gift bloom. With that, she makes them a proposal. A little while later, Seongguk drags himself home, completely exhausted from his first day. He's met with the sight of his aunt, absolutely floored by a new toy piano and a mountain of music books. She explains the kindergarten called with unbelievable news. The famous pianist, Jo Seong-won, the one she's seen on TV, wants to give him weekly lessons personally. Mi-young is stunned by the sheer scale of this high-class education, but Seong-guk just puffs his cheeks, thinking he's used to people making a fuss over his genius. Still, something about this feels a little too convenient, with everyone suddenly pushing for him to be a pianist. The word echoes in Seong-guk's mind, a pianist. He remembers his past life, how he was a natural prodigy who easily impressed his grandfather, but he never pursued it professionally because he had an entire business empire to command. Lying on the floor, he smirks. Sure, he'll take the free lessons, but he has zero intention of becoming a musician this time either. His grand dream is far bigger. He sighs contentedly, thinking it's not easy being a genius everyone wants a piece of. His moment of smug reflection is broken by his little brother, Min-guk, asking what a career path is. Annoyed, Seong-guk pushes him away, telling him to go play by himself. This, of course, sends the toddler into a full-blown tantrum, wailing that he wants to play with his hyung. His mother's voice cuts through his thoughts, guilting him into playing with the little brother he'd been ignoring all day. The moment Seong-guk reluctantly agrees, Min-guk's tears of sadness instantly become tears of pure joy. While playing, Min-guk asks what a career path is, and Seong-guk gives him the cold, hard definition. He even lectures the toddler about earning his keep, which unexpectedly inspires Min-guk to declare he wants to be great, just like his hyung. Seong-guk is caught off guard like him? Min-guk nods enthusiastically, his admiration absolute. Now this is interesting. The little guy saw him working hard and wants to follow in his footsteps. For the first time, Seong-guk really looks at his brother, analyzing him not as a pest, but as a potential asset. He realizes Min-guk isn't just good-looking, he has a natural charm and cuteness that he himself could never replicate. And just like that, a brilliant, borderline exploitative idea sparks in his mind. He scrambles to his feet, frantically searching for the commercial script manager Kim had given him. And there it is, the Samjeon commercial script he was looking for. He turns to his adoring little brother, a sly, calculating grin spreading across his face. He asks Min-guk if he wants to try some script play, and the toddler's eyes light up with pure joy. Sometime later, Seong-guk arrives back home from kindergarten. His mother greets him, completely oblivious to the new project her eldest has been working on. She's stunned to find Seong-guk acting like a model older brother, praising Min-guk for his hard work. She's so touched by this change, but Seong-guk's inner thoughts are far less wholesome. This kid is worth raising. His odd choice of words leaves his mother a little confused, but he just tells her to wait and see. Because in his mind, the plan is simple. Train this cute little cash cow and make a fortune. The acting lessons begin immediately, with Min-guk enthusiastically agreeing to practice his expressions. Just as his mother muses that their ride must be here, the boys look up, a little confused. The doorbell rings, and to her shock, it's none other than Secretary Yang, greeting them with a warm smile. She assures him he's not early at all. They just need a moment to get the kids changed. With a sly grin, she then announces a special treat. They're all having dinner together at Dad's restaurant. Soon, they're on the road, heading out for their family dinner. Min-guk is absolutely buzzing with excitement, bouncing in his seat and urging his mom to go faster. Seong-guk, however, is less than thrilled, shooting a silent, annoyed glare at his boisterous little brother. But his irritation is cut short when a familiar melody drifts through the car. Secretary Yang is stunned that the boy recognizes it Chopin's Raindrop Prelude. He explains he'd heard Seong-guk liked piano, so he put on some classical music just for him. With a knowing smile, Secretary Yang finally asks if the rumors are true. Is Seong-guk planning to become a pianist? The boy is caught completely off guard by the sudden question. His mind instantly starts connecting the dots. Why is the secretary so invested in this? He quickly denies it, realizing there must be something more to the teachers constantly pushing him towards music. Then, with a confident smirk, he declares his true path. He's going to be a businessman. Secretary Yang looks genuinely surprised, asking if he's really sure about that. A wave of relief washes over the secretary. He knows the chairman will be thrilled to hear this. Their car soon pulls up to the lively front of Uncle Won's Bossum, their dinner destination. And before long, a glorious, steaming platter of extra-large garlic bossum is presented. The whole family gathers around, their eyes wide with excitement as Uncle Won himself serves his masterpiece. Little Min-guk is in absolute heaven, his cheeks puffed out with juicy, garlic-soaked bossum. Even Seong-guk can't help but praise his father, admitting his cooking skills have gotten even better. Their father beams with pride, while the restaurant's owner is just happy to see his food so well received. He gives a warm welcome to Secretary Yang, assuring him he's always welcome to join them. But the friendly atmosphere shatters as the secretary's expression turns serious. He came here for a reason. He turns his attention directly to a confused Seong-guk, who's still mid-chew. Then he drops the bombshell, a proposal for Seong, Gook to study abroad in America, shocking the entire family. He explains that the chairman's other children will be going, and it would be best if Seong-gook joined them. The boy's mother is torn, knowing a talent like him deserves a bigger stage, but the thought is daunting. Secretary Yang lays out the full plan: a year of gifted education, then enrollment in a top American private school. The timeline is laid out 2 to 3 years, and the parents' faces fall in utter shock. Little Min-guk starts to panic, crying out about his big brother leaving for so long. Secretary Yang tries to soothe him, calling it a trip to a good place, but Min-guk is having none of it. The boy erupts into a full-blown tantrum, wailing that his brother must stay with him. His mother tries to calm him down, but he just slams his little fists on the table, completely distraught. Despite being told to stop, the tears stream down his face, his heart breaking at the thought. But then, a calm voice cuts through the chaos as Seong-gook looks at his brother and makes his decision clear. Internally, he's just annoyed, wondering why this man is bothering him with such a pointless offer. Studying abroad in America? Please. He already did all of that in his previous life. Besides, accepting more support now would only make it harder to escape Samjeon's control in the future. He declares with childish conviction that he has far too much to do here in Korea. The adults are baffled. Things to do? What? Like going to kindergarten? But they have no idea. Seong-gook knows the clock is ticking, only 2 years left until the IMF crisis. He has a plan. Debut his brother as a child actor, a perfect little money tree to secure cash. He'll use his father and others to gather stocks and real estate, all to protect his family from the coming storm. So he gives them a simpler reason. He wants to stay with his mom and dad, a line that sends his father into tears. Secretary Yang sputters, trying to explain what a massive opportunity the boy is throwing away. But the mother cuts in with a knowing smile, thanking him for the incredible offer. She explains that sending their son so far away would be too hard, as Min-guk clings to his brother for dear life. With that, Secretary Yang finally relents, understanding he's been beaten. Secretary Yang tries one last time, suggesting Seong-gook can think it over, but the boy's mind is made up. He's not going. And with that, the offer is left on the table as time marches forward to a cold February in 1996. With the study abroad nonsense finally behind him, Seong-gook adjusts his glasses. It's time to begin. His first move, taking his little brother Min-guk, script in hand, to a child actor audition. The days blur into a whirlwind of activity, as Seong-gook juggles his many new responsibilities. At kindergarten, he's a mini-celebrity, constantly swarmed by what he can only describe as lunatics. Meanwhile, he acts as a guardian angel for his parents, whispering stock tips and real estate secrets. But his most important project, of course, is personally raising his little brother, Jeon Min-guk. Thanks to his amazing teacher, the kid is growing up faster and brighter than anyone expected. And on New Year's Day, the plan bears fruit as Min-guk declares his dream, to be an actor, just like his big bro. The parents are utterly blindsided by their youngest son's sudden declaration. And just like that, the day arrives. Jeon Min-guk's very first child actor audition. Seong-gook, playing the part of a seasoned manager, asks if his little brother is ready. Min-guk practically vibrates with excitement, shouting that he's all set to go. He dashes off with boundless energy, leaving their mothers watching from the doorway. His mom can't help but wonder where her boys get all their fiery determination. Still, a shadow of doubt crosses her face as she starts to worry. The world of acting is unforgiving, and memories of their own past struggles surface. But Kim Mi-young just offers a calm, reassuring smile. It's only an audition, she says. And besides, it's hosted by someone they know. She was right, of course, because this audition was being held at the familiar MVC building. And the moment they arrive, a familiar face rushes toward them, shouting Seong-gook's name. Forgetting his professional manager persona, Seong-gook happily calls out to his old friend. Director Kwak Junha scoops the boy into a massive hug, thrilled to see him again after so long. But their heartwarming reunion is cut short by a gentle reminder from his mother. Holding Min-guk, she scolds Seong-gook for his informal greeting, insisting he use the proper title. The director just waves it off with a warm smile, admitting it was actually nice to hear. She then mentions her surprise at seeing him in charge of such a major audition. With a proud grin, Director Kwak explains that it's all thanks to Seong-gook. Their Just Baby commercial was such a massive hit that MVC's executives put him in charge. The director even jokes that when he heard Seong-gook was coming, he almost scrapped the whole audition to plan a sequel instead. But Seong-gook just grins, pushing his little brother forward, announcing that today's star isn't him. The real talent, he declares, is the one and only Jeon Min-guk, who beams for the camera. Director Kwak looks on, completely charmed, noting what a sharp, bright-eyed boy he is. And Min-guk, soaking up the praise, happily agrees with a confident smile. The director gives him an affectionate pat, his expectations already surpassed. "Alright," he says, "let's see what you've got," and Min-guk is more than ready to show him. Watching from the sidelines, Seong-guk smirks, thinking his plan to win over the director is going perfectly. But just as he's celebrating his victory, his eyes widen in utter shock. Because standing across the studio is a person he never ever expected to see here. A jolt of memory hits him. He's seen that face before, in a past life filled with conflict. It's the arrogant madam from Daokpung Paper, and her equally annoying son, Jae-hee. The old rage resurfaces, a burning red glint in his eyes. But his anger turns to confusion as she starts walking directly toward them. She politely asks for a moment, and his mother turns, still unsuspecting. Then recognition dawns on her face as she realizes who stands before her. His mother braces for a fight, warning the woman not to try anything like last time. But the expected attack never comes. Instead, she offers a quiet, stunning apology. She admits she was rude and arrogant, and that her behavior was unbecoming of a mother. An apology so sincere, it leaves both Seong-guk and his mother completely speechless. The rival mother bows, promising she has reflected on her behavior, and it won't happen again. She then quietly excuses herself, walking away with a somber expression. Seong-guk is absolutely baffled, his mind reeling. What in the world is wrong with her? A chilling thought strikes him. They say when someone changes so drastically, it means their time is up. He's snapped out of his morbid panic by a cheerful voice, calling out to him and his mom. An assistant director from the studio runs up, happy to see they've arrived for the event. She offers to show them to their seats, but Seong-guk is frantically trying to get her attention. He points desperately toward the woman and her son, who are now in the distance. The assistant director simply smiles, identifying them as the madam from Daokpung Paper and her child. The assistant director winces, suddenly remembering a rather nasty incident involving that family. But Seong-guk isn't worried about that. He's freaking out because the woman was a completely different person who actually apologized. His mother agrees, noting how pale she looked, and the director confirms that something terrible did happen. Leaning in, she begins to share a rumor she'd only heard whispers of. As the story is quietly explained, the shocking details leave Seong-guk speechless. His mind races, trying to process the implications. Could it really be true? Before he can finish the thought, a small voice calls out his name, breaking his trance. It's the rival child, Jae-hui, looking up at him with tears in his eyes, asking for help. And suddenly, it all makes sense. The rumor was true. The bratty madam had been forced to change. Seong-guk had expected some strange story, but he wasn't prepared for this. The little boy's desperate plea for help hangs in the air, as our genius can only listen. And so, Jae-hui begins to recount his family's tragic downfall. His father, the chairman of Daokpung Paper, had started an affair with a younger woman. He'd lost his mind completely, pouring money and jewels on his new mistress. Eventually, he decided he was done with his old, foul-tempered wife. With no warning, he threw her out of the house with nothing but the clothes on her back. A terrified Jae-hui could only scream for his mom as he was dragged away from her. And that, he explains, is why he's here now. He just missed his mother and followed her. The assistant director realizes the rumors were true. Jae-hui and his mother are now living in a tiny, cheap room. With tears streaming down his face, the boy confesses his dream to help his mom is failing. Hearing the desperate plea, Seong-guk can't help but let a pleased, almost giddy smile spread across his face. He'd honestly felt no pity, thinking the bratty mother was just getting what she deserved. But then, a sharp glint appears in his eyes as a new thought takes hold. Looking at the sobbing child, he decides this isn't the kid's fault. With his mind made up, Seong-guk suddenly shouts for the startled assistant director. He demands to know what the boy's audition number is. She fumbles with her notepad and finds it. Kim Jae, he is number 24, just a few spots after Min-guk. Without warning, Seong-guk grabs the teary-eyed Jae-hee by the hand and starts running. Jae-hee's mother can only stare in shock as her son is suddenly dragged away. The boy looks back, confused, but Seong-guk tells him to stop worrying and look ahead. He needs to focus on what's in front of him if he really wants to land this role and help his mom. Seong-guk then points him towards the stage, directing his attention to another child. It's his little brother, Jeon Min-guk. Just as his camera test is about to begin, he tells Jae-hee to watch closely and just copy everything his brother does, because he taught him well. He needs to mimic how Min-guk's eyes track the camera and how he moves with purpose. And most importantly, he has to replicate those bright, adorable expressions that melt everyone's hearts. And just as predicted, Min-guk strikes a pose, and the cameraman is already losing his mind. He's completely captivated, and Seong-guk smugly points out how easy it is to get that reaction. But Jae-hee is frozen with fear, stammering that he just can't do it. He finally confesses his biggest weakness. He's terrified of the camera. A brilliant idea hits Seong-guk, who tells him to just think of the camera as his mom's eyes. As the advice sinks in, The director calls for the next two kids to get ready for their turn. He calls out the first name and then Kim Jae-hee, sending a jolt of panic through the boy. But in that moment of fear, something clicks, and a new resolve hardens his gaze. With a determined shout, Jae-hee agrees to try, as Seong-guk grins, his plan a complete success. With his own part done, Min-guk excitedly runs over to his big brother, asking how he did. Seong-guk offers a simple pat and a "you did great," which is more than enough for the happy toddler. But then Min-guk's eyes are drawn back to the stage, his expression shifting to surprise. He sees Jae-hee, the boy who was just frozen in fear, now performing with incredible confidence. Seong-guk watches with a satisfied smirk, considering his debt from the last audition finally repaid. A little while later, the director steps forward to post the final results for everyone to see. He dramatically announces the winner of the main role, John Min-guk, but he's not done yet, as he prepares to reveal the name of the submodel. And in a tearful, joyous moment, Kim Jae-hee is chosen, finally achieving his dream. While Jae-hee's mother hugs her son in relief, Kim Mi-young breathes a sigh of thanks as Seong-guk smirks, his plan a complete success. He mentally pats himself on the back for clearing an old debt and landing his adorable little brother a fantastic job. And it's not just any job. The winner's prize includes a major corporate commercial and support for future TV work. A devilish grin spreads across his face as he thinks, "Go on, my brother earned me a fortune." With business handled, his next priority is simple: quit kindergarten as soon as humanly possible. But their quiet celebration is interrupted by a cheerful greeting from a very unexpected visitor, Secretary Yang. Kim Mi-young is stunned, asking what on earth he's doing here at a children's audition. He explains that he heard Min-guk was trying out, but that's not the only reason for his visit. With a flourish, Secretary Yang presents another man, an elderly gentleman who apparently has something very important to say. Seong-guk stares blankly at the old man, who offers a simple hello. Who in the world is this guy? The man introduces himself as film director Kim Jae-gyu, and Seong-guk's mind absolutely short-circuits. The name hits him like a lightning bolt. This is the legendary director behind masterpieces like Mozart Virus. The director explains he saw the audition and wants to cut straight to the chase. He'd like to cast Min-guk as the child villain in his brand new drama. Secretary Yang beams as the director encourages them to consider the incredible offer, but that's not all. He then turns to Seong-guk, sliding a small card across the table, saying he has something for him as well. Seong-guk picks it up, his eyes wide with confusion and a dawning sense of shock. It's a boarding pass for a flight from Seoul to Los Angeles.